Chapter 1357. Lan Mu Tian shouted worriedly. However, Mullins and the two black-robed men had higher cultivation than him and he could not interfere. Mu Tian, you should worry about yourself. Dao Heng sneered and charged towards Mu Tian. There was no suspense in today's battle. As long as the two black-robed men took down Mullins, it would be easy for them to deal with the rest. As the battle continued, the situation became more and more unfavorable for Tianxian City. Mullins slowly fell into a disadvantageous position. Hee, this chick is really beautiful. I have lived for so many years, but I have never seen such an attractive lady. The second black-robed man sneered and attacked Mullins like a storm. Mullins was panting and sweating profusely. She could not hold on any longer. Boom! At this moment, there was a terrifying aura in the sky. This aura was like the ruler of the universe. It was vast and unfathomable, like the deep sea. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire Tianxian city. Ah! 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 Everyone from the Black Knife region, including Dao Heng and the two black-robed men, screamed as if they had been hit by a few hundred mountains. Blood spurted out of their mouths. However, the strange thing was that Mu Tian, Mullins, and the rest of the people from Tianxian City were fine. That is, everyone looked towards the sky and realized that there was a blurry figure in the sky far away. He was covered by a halo and looked like a god in the sky. It's him. Mullins's face changed and a complicated look flashed across her eyes. She then bit her lips and flew down, disappearing from Tianxian City. Who is that? He is so powerful. He is too powerful. Is he a god? The martial artists in Tianxian City looked towards the sky and said in a daze. That aura made them look up and worship him. However, that aura appeared for a very short time. As soon as it appeared, it immediately retracted and disappeared. Then, the figure in the sky stepped down from the sky. Lu Ming, it's you. Mu Tian exclaimed when he saw the figure. That's right, the figure that suddenly appeared was Lu Ming. Earlier, when he had just arrived in Tianxian City, he had discovered that there was a great battle going on in Tianxian City. In a fit of rage, he had unleashed his aura, injuring the black-robed man and the people from the Black Blade region. And this was him showing mercy. Otherwise, with the cultivation of the black-robed man and the others, Lu Ming's aura would have already turned them into ashes. Not even a speck of them would have remained. Lu Ming, it's really you. Mu Zheng flew over when he saw Lu Ming. What? Lu Ming, it's him. Lu Ming is back. Heavens, that terrifying aura was actually emitted by Lu Ming. What realm has Lu Ming reached? The other people in Tianxian City exclaimed in disbelief when they saw Lu Ming. They found it hard to believe that the godlike aura just now was emitted by Lu Ming. Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Mu Zheng and Mu Tian. Lu Ming, why did you suddenly come back? Mu Zheng was overjoyed when he saw Lu Ming. The Dragon League is currently taking over the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's territory and forces. I happened to be in Nine Dragon City, so I came back to take a look. Lu Ming said. Oh, what? The Dragon League. Mu Tian, Mu Zheng, and the others nodded. Suddenly, they thought of something and exclaimed. Mu Tian, Mu Zheng, and the others looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming, I heard that there was a great battle in the Middle Continent's holy city. The one who dominated the battle is called Lu Ming. Also, the Dragon League has taken over the world. I heard that the leader of the Dragon League is called Lu Ming. Is that you? Mu Tian stuttered when he spoke. Mu Zheng, and the others also stared at Lu Ming. Cough, that's me. Lu Ming coughed dryly and said. Hiss. Mu Tian, Mu Zheng, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air and froze on the spot. Although they had guessed it before, they still found it hard to believe after it was confirmed. It felt like they were dreaming. The leader of the Dragon League, the overlord of the divine wilderness continent, was actually Lu Ming, the Lu Ming who had walked out of the Tianxian region. It was too shocking. They were stunned for a while before they reacted. Then, they were overjoyed. It must be Lu Ming. They were sure of it. The aura that Lu Ming had exuded was too shocking. He was like a god, the ruler of the world. Compared to him, they were like ants. However, there was one person who had a complicated look in his eyes. He was filled with anxiety. It was Mu Yi. In the past, he had targeted Lu Ming. Now, if Lu Ming wanted to settle the score with him, he did not dare to think further. "Seniors, let's take a look at these people first," Lu Ming said. With a suction force, the two black-robed men and Dao Heng were sucked over by Lu Ming. "Spare my life, Lu Ming." "No, Alliance Leader Lu." "Spare my life." Dao Heng screamed in horror. As for the two black-robed men, they were trembling as they begged for mercy. They had heard the conversation between Lu Ming and the others and were almost scared to death. This young man who had suddenly appeared was the leader of the newly established Dragon League. Why would such a big shot suddenly come to the small Tianxian city? It seemed like he was on good terms with Mu Tian and the others. Dao Heng and the others thought that they were dreaming. It was a terrifying nightmare. "Tell me, who ordered you to do this?" Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he shouted. Dao Heng and the others were so scared that they trembled. Obviously, there was someone behind the two black-robed men. "It's the Blood Mountain sect. We are the disciples of the Blood Mountain sect. The Blood Mountain sect wants to take advantage of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace's destruction to secretly plunder a batch of treasures to strengthen themselves." The black-robed man who had appeared first shouted. He did not dare to hide anything from Mu Tian. "So, it's the Blood Mountain sect." Mu Tian's face changed. The Blood Mountain sect was the strongest force in the surrounding dozens of regions. Legend had it that they had a spiritual god expert. In the past, they had always sided with the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and were a subsidiary sect of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Now that the news of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace's destruction had spread, the Blood Mountain sect could no longer sit still. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to reap some benefits. The Blood Mountain sect doesn't need to exist anymore. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Then, he struck out with his palm. Boom! Under Lu Ming's palm, a huge crack appeared in the space, revealing a pitch-black void passageway. Boom! The void passageway shook. Everyone could see that the other side of the void passageway had also cracked open. An extremely majestic giant mountain appeared. On the giant mountain, there was a bloody mist lingering. The Blood Mountain sect. This was the Blood Mountain sect. "Ha!" Lu Ming shouted. He flipped his hand and pressed down. Everyone watched in horror as a huge palm formed in the sky above the Blood Mountain sect. It covered the sky and the sun as it pressed down on the Blood Mountain sect. Chapter 1358. Mu Tian, Mu Zheng, Mu Yi, and the others had never seen such an unbelievable scene. They stood there dumbfounded, their eyes wide open. As for Dao Heng and the two black-robed men, their bodies were like sieves, trembling non-stop. This was like a myth in their eyes. In actuality, this kind of method was nothing to a ruler. An ordinary emperor could cross hundreds of millions of miles to kill an enemy. However, the further the distance, the weaker the power. If an ordinary ruler were to cross the void to kill an enemy, even a supreme being would not be able to deal with them. Therefore, ordinary rulers would not do this when they encountered a powerful enemy. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, it was easy for him to cross hundreds of millions of miles to kill a sect with only a spiritual god. However, Lu Ming did not kill the Blood Mountain sect martial artists with low cultivation levels. He only killed martial artists whose cultivation levels were above the Spirit Sea realm. Thousands of experts were turned into ashes by Lu Ming's palm, including the spiritual god leading the group. Whoosh! Suddenly, a bloody light shot up into the sky from the Blood Mountain sect and fled into the distance. Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall, you're the one behind this. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold and he shouted coldly. Lu Ming recognized the bloody light from the Blood Mountain sect at a glance. It was the Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall. Back then, when Cold Blood Hall attacked Floating Mountain, he led his men to reinforce Floating Mountain and besieged Cold Blood Hall. Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall was severely injured by Mo Yi and Martial Emperor Yu Xian, and only Spirit God managed to escape. During this period of time, the Blood Emperor had not appeared. Lu Ming thought that the Blood Emperor's Spirit God had dissipated and his body and spirit had been destroyed. Unexpectedly, the Blood Emperor's Spirit God had taken over a body in a remote place like the Eastern Wilderness. Until now, his cultivation had recovered to the 7th level of the Spirit God. He was the one who controlled the Blood Mountain sect to collect treasures to help him recover. Where do you think you're going? Lu Ming's glabella shone. His second body took a step forward and rushed into the void passageway. At the same time, he waved his hand and a phoenix feather flying sword flew out. In an instant, it appeared on the other side of the void passageway and slashed at the Blood Emperor. The Blood Emperor let out an unwilling scream as he was sliced in half by the phoenix feather flying sword and died on the spot. Whoosh! The second body kept the phoenix feather flying sword and returned to Lu Ming's forehead through the void tunnel. Lu Ming waved his hand and the spatial crack disappeared. However, Mu Tian and the others were still unable to recover from their shock. They were all stunned. The series of events just now was really too shocking. Was this the method of a pinnacle expert of the Divine Wilderness continent? Is this the method of a ruler? It was like a legend. Some people even felt chills run down their spines. Such methods were truly unimaginable. No wonder everyone was so respectful towards the Emperor, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. Because if you offended the Emperor would be able to kill you from 100 million miles away. After a long while, Mu Tian and the others regained their senses. When they looked at Lu Ming, their eyes were filled with awe. This was awe towards power. Alliance. Alliance leader, we've already said, can you spare my life? A black-robed man said with a trembling voice. Did I promise to spare your lives? Lu Ming said indifferently. With a wave of his hand, Dao Heng, the two black-robed men and the experts who came to attack Tianxian City turned into ashes in an instant. It seems like we have to take down these small sects as soon as possible. Lu Ming said in a low voice. Now that the overlord forces had been destroyed, the small forces below them would definitely be in chaos and start killing each other. Only by taking them down as soon as possible and tidying them up would they be able to avoid unnecessary killing. By the way, where's Senior Mullins? Lu Ming asked. Lan, Mu Tian, Mu Zheng, and the others glanced around and didn't see Mullins. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Senior Mullins isn't here. Then forget it. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming said with a smile. Mu Tian and the others sighed in their hearts. Seniors, Lu Ming has something to do and needs to rush to Nine Dragon City. If you want to leave Tianxian region and move to the central continent in the future, just send someone to inform me. Lu Ming said. We've lived in Tianxian region for our whole lives and are used to it. Alliance leader Lu, we appreciate your kindness. Mu Tian said. Unknowingly, he had also changed the way he addressed Lu Ming. Lu Ming naturally noticed it too. He sighed in his heart and didn't say anything. He was no longer the young Lu Ming from back then. He was now the alliance leader of the Dragon Alliance and the overlord of the world. Mu Tian and the others' attitude towards him had changed and they respected him. This was something that couldn't be helped. After that, Lu Ming bade farewell to Mu Tian and the others and headed to Nine Dragon City. After Lu Ming left, a figure flew out from a pavilion in Tianxian City. It was Mullins. Lan, why didn't you come out to meet us just now? Mu Tian asked. Mu Lan looked in the direction that Lu Ming had left in. There was longing in her eyes, but more than that, there was a complicated expression. My talent is too far away from Lu Ming's. As time passes, the gap between us will only widen. He and I are people from two different worlds after all. Mulin sighed. Mu Tian, Mu Zheng, and the others also sighed. Even if I come out and follow him, what's the use? We can't grow old together. Mulins continued. Yes, her current cultivation was only at the spirit sea realm. She was very clear about her talent. In this lifetime, the spirit embryo realm was her limit. She had almost no hope of reaching the spirit god realm. However, the spirit embryo realm only had a lifespan of 3,000 years. However, Lu Ming had a long lifespan. Emperors could live for 10 to 20,000 years. If Lu Ming's cultivation improved, wouldn't his lifespan be even longer? Even if she and Lu Ming were to be together, they wouldn't be able to spend the rest of their lives together. Moreover, the person in Lu Ming's heart isn't me. In the end, Mulin sighed and turned to return to Tianxian City. Back then, Mulins entered a hidden sect to cultivate. She hoped to catch up to Lu Ming. However, in the end, she realized that the gap between her and Lu Ming was getting wider and wider. So much so that she couldn't catch up anymore. In the end, all her feelings could only turn into a long sigh. Sigh. Mulins wasn't the only one who sighed. Millions of miles away from Tianxian City, Lu Ming stood in the sky and sighed. He naturally knew that Mulins was in Tianxian City. However, how could he not guess Mulins's thoughts? In that situation, he could only play dumb. Otherwise, even if he met Mulins, what could he do? How could he get along with her? Lu Ming could only suppress the ignorant feelings of friendship that he had when he was a teenager in his heart. Lu Ming took a step forward and the space cracked. He disappeared into the space tunnel. After Lu Ming returned to Nine Dragon City, he sped up the integration of the small factions and sections. Wherever the Dragon Alliance passed, those small factions and sects naturally surrendered and joined the Dragon Alliance. Even if there were some obstacles, they were suppressed by lightning. The Dragon Alliance officially infiltrated every corner of the Divine Wilderness continent and ruled the world. Of course, Lu Ming didn't know that a crisis was approaching Lu Ming. Chapter 1359. Lu Ming was teaching his two in-name disciples, Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro, in a courtyard of the 100-Beast tribe in the northern plains. After Lu Ming rose to power, he had plenty of resources. He had all kinds of profound crystals, spirit pills, and miraculous medicines. Therefore, Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro's cultivation improved very quickly. They had both broken through to the spiritual sea realm. Shaoshan, although your improvement in the concept of earth using profound crystals is fast, it's still far from enough. You have to comprehend it more in the future. It will be of great help to your cultivation in the future. Do you understand? Lu Ming gave Zhuang Shaoshan some pointers. Master, I understand. Zhuang Shaoshan quickly nodded. The two siblings looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Although the two of them were only Lu Ming's in-name disciples, Lu Ming didn't have any true disciples. He only had two in-name disciples. Therefore, their status in the Dragon Alliance was very special. Many strong people, even emperors, would be polite to them when they saw them. They wouldn't have dared to imagine this in the past. However, it was really happening in front of them now. They understood that all of this was because of Lu Ming. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, they would be nothing. Even spirit embryo realm martial artists would see them as ants, let alone emperors. But now, they only needed to say a word and countless spirit embryo realm and even spirit god realm martial artists would work for them. Even a ruler would make a move for them. All of this was because of Lu Ming. They also understood that they were not very talented. In the Divine Wilderness continent, there were countless people who were more talented than them. They were fortunate enough to become Lu Ming's in-name disciples. It was a blessing that they had accumulated over several lifetimes. Therefore, they were exceptionally hardworking in their cultivation. Xiaoshan, I'll use the concept of earth. Comprehend it carefully. Lu Ming's voice interrupted Zhuang Xiaoshan's complicated thoughts. Zhuang Xiaoshan quickly focused. Boom! Lu Ming released the aura of the concept of earth. The heavy concept of earth enveloped Zhuang Xiaoshan. Zhuang Xiaoshan immediately closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged to comprehend it quietly. Xiaoro, come over here and feel the concept of water. Lu Ming said to Zhuang Xiaoro. Yes, master. Zhuang Xiaoro answered obediently. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Ming with adoration. Comparatively speaking, Zhuang Xiaoro was much more talented than Zhuang Xiaoshan. Lu Ming waved his hand and the concept of water spread out. Like a river, it enveloped Zhuang Xiaoro. Zhuang Xiaoro also quickly sat down cross-legged and began to carefully comprehend. Along the way, Lu Ming only had time to teach these two disciples because he was relatively free during this period of time. Over the past 2 months, everything had been developing in an orderly manner. Some time ago, Lu Ming had invited 9 emperors to cleanse Li Ping's meridians and marrow using the elixir as a foundation. Li Ping had been reborn from an ordinary person who didn't know how to cultivate. She had become a martial genius with great talent. During this period of time, she had cultivated with Lu Yuntian and her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Of course, Lu Ming had also helped Lu Yuntian, Hua Qi, and the others to improve their physiques and talents. Their cultivation had also improved by leaps and bounds. At the same time, Lu Ming had sent a purchase order to the entire Divine Wilderness continent. He was buying the 7 main spiritual materials for refining nirvana pills at a high price. He hoped to refine another batch of nirvana pills. The progress was quite smooth. During this period of time, he had already collected 5 of the 7 main spiritual materials, which was out of Lu Ming's expectations. The construction of the Dragon Emperor's city was also more than half completed. He believed that it would be completed in another 2 months. Therefore, the upper echelons of the Dragon Alliance discussed and decided to hold an alliance establishment ceremony in the Dragon Emperor's city 3 months later. They would announce to the world that the Dragon Alliance was officially established. At the same time, they would confer territories to the various experts and forces. The entire Divine Wilderness continent was looking forward to the arrival of that day. At that time, the world would celebrate together. In the western part of the Divine Wilderness continent, across an endless ocean, there was a continent called the Bayou continent. This continent was the strongest continent in the Divine Wilderness continent group of Southern Divine Palace. It was ranked 4th in the Divine Wilderness continent group. In the eastern part of the Bayou continent, in a desolate valley, there was a cloud of blood mist surging wildly. It kept rolling and rolling, which was extremely terrifying. The valley was covered with the skeletons of demonic beasts. From the aura of the skeletons, one could tell that they were extremely powerful existences. Most of them were advanced spiritual gods, and there were even some supremes. After a while, the cloud of blood mist dissipated, revealing a figure. It was De. Damn it, Lu Ming, I will tear you to pieces. A ferocious roar filled with murderous intent came out of De's mouth. Now, his aura was several times weaker than before. It was only the aura of a LV1 martial emperor. Also, the 10,000 veins spiritual body that he had cultivated for 10,000 years had been completely burned up because of his escape. 10,000 years of effort had turned into flowing water. Damn it, my 10,000 veins spiritual body was about to succeed and become an earth-rank spiritual body. At that time, my cultivation speed and combat strength would greatly increase. I would definitely be valued by the family. It's all Lu Ming's fault, it's all his fault. De kept roaring, and his emotions were extremely agitated. After a while, De calmed down a little. The family should have received the news that I sent to them. The experts in the family should be here soon. Lu Ming, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. De's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Northern plains of the Divine Wilderness continent. 3 hours later, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro woke up from their comprehension. Alright, go back and comprehend well. After a while, I will test you and check the results of your cultivation. Lu Ming instructed. Yes, master, we will take our leave. Zhuang Xiaoro and Zhuang Shaoshan bowed and left. Let's go to the Imperial Dragon City. Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward. His figure disappeared. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the Imperial Dragon City. The Imperial Dragon City was more than half completed. The construction of the Imperial Dragon City involved martial arts experts and inscription path experts. They were selected from various major forces, and even with the assistance of emperors, it still took such a long time. It could be seen how vast and majestic the construction of the Imperial Dragon City was. Lu Ming stood in the sky above the Imperial Dragon City. He couldn't see the end of it at all. At each of the 4 gates of the Imperial Dragon City, there was a 10,000-foot-tall statue. The owner of the statue was Lu Ming. Entering from the south gate, there was a passage called the Divine Dragon Path. It led to a square paved with white jade. This square was surrounded by countless seats, which were prepared to receive distinguished guests. The entire Imperial Dragon City was built on the original Longyue Mountain. Longyue Mountain originally had a huge Dao Eye. It was much faster to cultivate and comprehend the concept of heaven and earth here. Later, several emperors moved a few Dao Eyes from other places with great magical powers, making the concept of the Imperial Dragon City clearer. Moreover, the emperors worked together to move a few spiritual eyes. In addition, the emperors who cultivated the path of inscription had inscribed the energy-gathering formation here. The spiritual energy here was so dense that it almost couldn't be dispersed. Chapter 1360. Lu Ming glanced at it and was very satisfied. Then, he looked to the east. There was a place that he should go, the 9 Dragons Relic. During this time, Lu Ming had refined the drop of 9 Dragons blood essence that he had obtained from De. He had merged it with the 9 Dragons bloodline and obtained more memories of the 9 Dragons. It was time to go to the 9 Dragons Relic. Lu Ming took a step forward, and the space automatically split open. Then, he disappeared without a trace. The 9 Dragons Relic was at the border of the eastern wilderness and the central continent, in the chaotic area. Lu Ming's figure silently appeared in the chaotic area and headed toward the 9 Dragons Relic. As Lu Ming flew, the area ahead became more and more desolate. There was not a single blade of grass on the vast mountain. It was dead silent, as if all the vitality had been devoured by something. Further ahead, the desolate mountain turned into a desert. It was even more dead silent. When Lu Ming arrived at the center of the desert, he saw a cave. It was an unfathomably deep cave. It was dark and led to the depths of the earth. There was a dark yellow stone tablet at the side of the cave. There was a line of words written on the stone tablet: "Emperors and above who enter will die." The words were filled with killing intent. It was as if there was a terrifying killing intent coming from it, making one's body turn cold. As expected, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There had always been a legend that emperors and above could not enter the 9 Dragons Relic. If one entered, they would die. That was why Martial Emperor De did not dare to enter but let Supremacy Jiuyang enter. Lu Ming's glabella shone. His second body appeared and stood at the side. His second body had already broken through to the Emperor realm and could not enter. Whoosh! Lu Ming's main body did not hesitate and rushed into the dark cave. As soon as he entered, a terrifying force came from the cave, causing Lu Ming's body to sink. It was as if he was carrying tens of thousands of mountains. His body fell straight down. Moreover, he fell faster and faster. Stop! Lu Ming's true essence burst out to resist the force. Although it had some effect, it was not very good. It only slowed down the speed of his fall. It wasn't until Lu Ming used the concept of primal chaos that he was able to resist that power and freely control his body. Lu Ming controlled himself to descend at an even speed. The cave was unfathomably deep. Lu Ming felt that he had descended a few hundred li, but he was still descending. Moreover, at the edge of the cave, Lu Ming felt a terrifying killing intent more than once. It was as if there was a wave of energy that swept over his body and then retracted. Lu Ming guessed that if his cultivation exceeded that of a ruler, he might suffer a terrifying attack. It kept falling. Lu Ming estimated that it had fallen for about 500 kilometers before finally reaching the bottom. Sweeping his gaze around, he saw a thick layer of bones at the bottom of the cave. Some of the skeletons were sparkling and translucent, as if they were polished from fine jade. Some of the skeletons were dazzling with golden light, as if they were made of gold. One could imagine that the owner of those skeletons must have been an incomparably powerful individual. They might even have been an emperor. Yet, in the end, they were buried here. The dangers of the 9 dragons relic could be imagined. Lu Ming landed on the ground of the cave, but he still felt a strong pressure, which greatly interfered with his movements. His movements became slow, and it became difficult for him to fly. In front of the cave, there was a straight cave that was still pitch black. Lu Ming circulated his vital essence and walked 100 meters in a step. He passed by the skeletons and walked toward the cave in front of him. Roar! Nonetheless, not long after, a dragon's roar was heard. A blood dragon that seemed to be formed by blood mist pounced toward Lu Ming. A true dragon. Lu Ming's eyes moved. This blood dragon had 5 dragon claws on its abdomen. It was a 5-clawed true dragon. Swoosh! The 5-clawed blood dragon pounced toward Lu Ming with astonishing might. A supreme venerable. This 5-clawed blood dragon had the combat strength of a supreme venerable. Boom! Lu Ming punched the blood dragon's claws. The powerful force shattered the blood dragon's claws. Following that, the fist force crushed the blood dragon's body and crushed it. Lu Ming continued to move forward. Roar! Roar! After walking for about 1,000 meters, another dragon's roar was heard. This time, there were 2 roars. 2 5-clawed blood dragons appeared and charged toward Lu Ming. They were also at the supreme venerable level. Of course, they were easily defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to move forward, but soon, 3 more blood dragons appeared. As he continued to move forward, more and more blood dragons appeared. In the end, 9 5-clawed blood dragons appeared together. It was equivalent to 9 supreme venerables besieging Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's combat strength, it was naturally not difficult for him to defeat them one by one. However, after passing through the siege of the 9 blood dragons, Lu Ming continued to move forward and encountered another attack. This time, only 3 blood dragons appeared. However, the difference was that these 3 blood dragons all had 6 dragon claws on their abdomens. The 6-clawed blood dragon's combat strength was higher than that of the 5-clawed blood dragon. However, they were still no match for Lu Ming. As Lu Ming made his way through, the number of sieve-clawed blood dragons that appeared became more and more. When Lu Ming made his way through the siege of 9 sieve-clawed blood dragons, 7 more blood dragons with dragon claws appeared. The difficulty was getting higher and higher. When Lu Ming made his way through 9 7-clawed blood dragons, Lu Ming came to an underground stone room. Lu Ming found that there were a few boxes in the stone room, but the boxes had been opened and there was nothing inside. This is the place where Senior Jiuyang came back then. Lu Ming whispered. He had previously asked Xia Jiuyang about the 9 dragons' relics, and Xia Jiuyang had told him in detail. Back then, Xia Jiuyang had made his way through 9 7-clawed blood dragons and arrived at this stone room. The 2 drops of 9 dragons' blood essence, the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping step secret manual, and the foundation of the true battle dragon tactics were all obtained from here. They were placed in these boxes back then. Back then, Supreme Jiuyang had reached his limit. If he continued, he would have to face 8-clawed blood dragons, whose combat strength was even more astonishing. Xia Jiuyang was no match for them. Continue. Lu Ming strode forward and walked toward the cave in front of the stone room. Sure enough, each of the blood dragons that appeared in front of him had 8 dragon claws, and their combat strength was astonishing. The combat strength of a single blood dragon was equivalent to a human supreme who had awakened a level 9 divine bloodline. It was extremely powerful. However, it still couldn't stop Lu Ming's footsteps. Lu Ming made his way through all the blood dragons. After defeating 9 8-clawed blood dragons, there was a shocking dragon roar, and a huge 9 dragons appeared in front of Lu Ming. Yes, it was 9 dragons with 9 dragon claws. Although its aura was that of a supreme, it gave Lu Ming an extremely dangerous feeling. Roar! The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head, and Lu Ming turned into 9 dragons. Roar! Roar! The 2 9 dragons charged at each other. The 9 dragons that appeared here were too strong. Ordinary martial monarchs wouldn't be a match for them. They were at least equivalent to a level 2 martial monarch. Lu Ming wasn't a match for them at first. He only started to suppress them when he used the chaotic will. 1 dragon is already so strong. If there are a few more, or even 9 of them, how can I fight them? Chapter 1361. Lu Ming was confident that he could win if there were only 1 of them. However, if there were 2 or 3 of them, Lu Ming would barely be able to maintain a draw. However, if there were 9 of them, Lu Ming could only flee in defeat. Could it be that even he couldn't pass it? Or would he have to wait until he reached the Supreme Being level before he could pass it? A few thoughts flashed in Lu Ming's mind. After a few more moves, Lu Ming rose and tore the blood-colored 9 dragons apart. Unexpectedly, after the blood-colored 9 dragons were torn apart, Lu Ming continued to move forward, but no other blood-colored 9 dragons appeared. After moving forward for a while, a huge underground cave appeared in front of him. As soon as Lu Ming walked in, he heard a series of dragon roars. However, he could only hear the dragon roars, but not the dragon's body. That is, Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on the sky above the cave. He was completely captivated. In the sky above the underground cave, there were 7 sparkling blood-red beads floating. Each bead seemed to be made of blood-red jade, shining brilliantly and emitting a shocking fluctuation. Blood essence, the blood essence of the 9 dragons. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and his heart thumped. He finally found the blood essence of the 9 dragons. The remaining 7 drops of blood essence of the 9 dragons. Roar! As if sensing something, Lu Ming's spine heated up, and the blood of the 9 dragons flew out on its own, opening its mouth and roaring. Buzz! Buzz! The 7 drops of blood essence of the 9 dragons also vibrated. Each drop was suffused with blood-red light, and a small 9 dragons flew out, resonating with the blood of the 9 dragons. Refine it for me. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He controlled the blood of the 9 dragons and swallowed 1 drop of blood essence. Boom! As soon as the drop of blood essence entered the blood of the 9 dragons, it directly exploded, turning into endless energy and fusing with the blood of the 9 dragons. Lu Ming sat cross-legged. After refining 1 drop, he continued to refine it. Every time he refined another drop, a piece of information would appear in Lu Ming's mind. It was the memory fragments of the 9 dragons. Of course, Lu Ming's cultivation base didn't increase. The energy in his blood essence was completely absorbed into the 9 dragons' bloodline, as if it were being stored away. It made the 9 dragons' bloodline more and more corporeal, almost like the real 9 dragons. It took a total of 7 days for the 7 drops of blood essence of the 9 dragons to completely merge with the bloodline of the 9 dragons. At this moment, a lot of information appeared in Lu Ming's mind. They were all fragments of the 9 dragons' memories. These fragments slowly overlapped and formed a complete set of information. True Dragon Battle Secrets, Extraordinary Chapter, Dragon God Battle Body. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Previously, the true battle dragon art he had practiced was the Foundation chapter. The main content of the Foundation Establishment chapter was for those before the Martial Monarch realm. After the Martial Monarch realm, the Foundation Establishment chapter would be useless. Now, he finally got it. As the name suggested, the Dragon God's battle body was mainly used for the cultivation of the spirit body. The cultivation of the spirit body was originally to infuse one's bloodline into one's physical body. After undergoing the tempering of the lightning tribulation, one would be able to form a higher grade spirit body. In other words, those below the martial monarch realm were still essentially mortals. Those above the martial monarch realm had already transcended mortals and reached a higher level of existence. The extraordinary chapter was to infuse the 9 dragons' bloodline into one's physical body and cultivate a spirit body. This spirit body was called the Dragon God Battle Body and was extremely powerful. From the 9 dragons' memories, Lu Ming knew that spirit bodies were also divided into different grades. They were divided into ordinary spirit bodies, earth spirit bodies, and heaven spirit bodies. Each grade was further divided into inferior, intermediate, and superior. According to the 9 dragons' memories, in the Divine Wilderness continent and even the Divine Ruins continent, most of the martial monarch's spiritual bodies were inferior ordinary spirit bodies. Very few of them were intermediate ordinary spirit bodies. For example, Xiao Wan's immortal demon body and Xia Jiuyang's 9 yang divine body should be superior ordinary spirit bodies. As for Di Yi's 10,000 veins spiritual body, if he succeeded, it was very likely to be an inferior earth spirit body. An inferior earth spirit body was extremely powerful. It was much more powerful than an ordinary spirit body. Unfortunately, Di Yi had spent 10,000 years depriving various powerhouses of their bloodlines and blood essence. Unfortunately, he had not succeeded in cultivating it. It was not perfect, and its power was only equivalent to an superior ordinary spirit body. Therefore, he wanted to seize Lu Ming's 9 dragons' blood essence to cultivate the 10,000 veins spiritual body. If he succeeded in cultivating it, he would be invincible among martial monarchs of the same level. It would be easy for him to kill martial monarchs of the same level. It would be normal for him to fight someone of a higher level. If Lu Ming succeeded in cultivating the Dragon God Battle Body and became a martial monarch, he would be an inferior earth spirit body. The most important point was that the Dragon God Battle Body could be upgraded. Just like his previous bloodline, it could be upgraded continuously. This made Lu Ming very excited. Another thing that made Lu Ming excited was that if he cultivated the spirit body with the 9 dragons bloodline, he might be able to retain the 9 dragons devouring skill after transforming into the Dragon God Battle Body. In the past, Lu Ming had been struggling with which bloodline to cultivate the spirit body with when he broke through to the martial monarch realm. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline seemed to be stronger than the 9 dragons bloodline. As for the 3rd bloodline, it was even more mysterious. But now, Lu Ming had made a decision. He planned to use the 9 dragons bloodline to cultivate the spirit body. As for the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and the 3rd bloodline, he could keep them. He felt that even after he broke through to the martial monarch realm, these 2 bloodlines would still be of great use to him. Then, Lu Ming looked at other memories. There's a lot less. After a while, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Originally, he thought that after fusing with the 9 dragons' blood essence, he would be able to obtain their complete memories. But now, he realized that most of the memories were blank. For example, where were the 9 dragons from? What happened back then? With the 9 dragons' combat strength, why did they fall? Who killed the 9 dragons? What happened in the heaven realm? These important memories were completely blank. Could it be that the 9 dragons did it on purpose before they died? Lu Ming guessed. However, although these memories were gone, the other memories were still priceless. In his memories, there were some powerful combat skills with terrifying power. They could only be cultivated after breaking through to the martial monarch realm or even higher realms. Every single one of them was a priceless treasure in the outside world. At the same time, through the 9 dragons' memories, Lu Ming finally knew the cultivation realms after that. After the martial monarch realm was the martial saint realm. The martial saint realm was also known as the saint realm or the saint realm. The lifespan of a martial saint could reach more than 100,000 years. They could roam the world with unparalleled combat strength. Compared to them, martial monarchs were worlds apart. However, the martial saint realm was not the highest realm. It was not the peak. Above the martial saint realm was the peak, the martial emperor realm. The martial emperor realm was also known as the Great Emperor. This was the peak powerhouse of the world. Their lifespan was almost endless, and they stood at the peak of the world. They were unbelievably powerful. With a wave of their hand, they could probably destroy a continent like the divine wilderness. This world did not only refer to the primordial realm, but also the heaven realm. The martial emperor realm was the peak powerhouse. Back then, the 9 dragons were in this realm. The top 10 war beasts were all in this realm. Martial emperor realm, the great emperor. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a look of yearning. His goal was to stand at the peak of the world. He must reach the martial emperor realm in the future. Chapter 1362. Lu Ming closed his eyes and quietly digested part of the 9 dragons' memories. This part of the memories was very precious, including the knowledge of many natural treasures. Most importantly, it contained the 9 dragons' cultivation experience. Jiao was a peak martial emperor expert. How valuable was his cultivation experience? Lu Ming slowly digested it. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Lu Ming opened his eyes. There was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. The 9 dragons' memories also contained information about the chaotic intent. In the 9 dragons' memories, the chaotic intent was the emperor of all intents in the world. Its power was amazing, but it was also very difficult to cultivate. Especially when breaking through, it was very difficult to transform the intent into the embryonic form of a domain. Lu Ming had long known about this. When he used the domain condensing pill, it had almost no effect. Ordinary martial artists, even if they did not have the domain condensing pill, they could slowly dissolve the intent runes and integrate it into their spiritual spirit. 1 or 2 years would be enough. However, the chaotic intent was 100 times more difficult to cultivate than ordinary intents. In other words, if Lu Ming cultivated step by step, it would take at least 100 years to cultivate the embryonic form of a domain and step into the prime level. 100 years was too long. For Lu Ming, it was too long. No, these 100 years are the golden years for me to cultivate. If I spend 100 years cultivating the will of primal chaos, it will be the same as wiping out my potential. Not only will the other geniuses leave me far behind, but my potential will also be exhausted, and my future achievements will be limited. Lu Ming thought in his heart. After a while, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and a trace of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. Fight! Fight! According to the 9 dragons' cultivation experience, Lu Ming found a method. This method could allow Lu Ming to condense the embryonic form of a domain in a short time. However, there was a great risk. If he was not careful, his cultivation would regress and it would be difficult for him to improve. In the worst case, his body and soul would be destroyed. However, Lu Ming still decided to fight. Any pinnacle expert would have to go through countless trials and tribulations. No one had ever heard of anyone being able to reach the pinnacle without any problems. Fight! Lu Ming made his decision. Moreover, it was right here. Other than him, there shouldn't be anyone else who could reach this place. It was the best place to enter seclusion and make a breakthrough. After closing his eyes for half a day, Lu Ming's mind fell into a state of emptiness as he adjusted himself to his best state. Roar! Next, the 9 dragons' bloodline emerged, and with a loud roar, it rushed into Lu Ming's forehead and appeared in Lu Ming's knowledge sea. Somewhere in Lu Ming's spiritual sea, a concept rune floated, suffused with a chaotic radiance. It was Lu Ming's primal chaos rune. Suddenly, the 9 dragons' bloodlines appeared near the runes of the concept of primal chaos. Roar! Suddenly, the 9 dragons' bloodline roared and pounced at the concept of primal chaos rune. A dragon claw heavily clawed at the rune. Boom! The concept runes emitted loud rumbling noises. Lu Ming felt as if the entire world was being turned upside down. A tearing pain spread out from his mind. It took him quite a while to recover. Again. Lu Ming roared, and the 9 dragons continued to claw at the concept of primal chaos rune. Yes, this was Lu Ming's method. He used a barbaric method to blast open the concept of primal chaos rune and then used a barbaric method to merge it into his spiritual soul. This method was absolutely crazy. If others knew about it, they would be scared to death. But without a doubt, it was the most effective and time-saving method. Boom! 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 In Xiao Chen's knowledge sea, the 9 dragons attacked the concept of primal chaos rune continuously. At first, the 9 dragons only used 1 dragon claw. Slowly, the number of dragon claws increased to 2, then 3. 10 days later, the 9 dragon claws moved together, continuously bombarding the concept of primal chaos rune. The concept of primal chaos rune shook violently. Kacha! At some unknown time, the concept of primal chaos rune gave off a cracking sound, and a crack appeared on it. Puff! At this moment, Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. However, there was no panic in Lu Ming's eyes. Instead, he revealed joy. Continue. The 9 dragons continued to bombard the concept of primal chaos rune. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared on the concept of primal chaos rune. Another 10 days passed. Suddenly, bang! The concept of primal chaos rune exploded. Lu Ming spurted blood from his mouth, and a crack appeared between Lu Ming's eyebrows, and blood flowed out. But Lu Ming couldn't care less. Merge for me! Lu Ming roared, and a strong attractive force came from the spiritual soul in his dantian, attracting the fragments of the concept of primal chaos rune into the spiritual soul. Whoosh whoosh, all the fragments of the concept of primal chaos flew into the spiritual soul. At this moment, the spiritual soul swelled and emitted thousands of rays of light, almost exploding. This step was the most dangerous. If he was not careful, the spiritual soul would explode, his physical body would collapse, and his body and spirit would be destroyed. Suppress. With a thought, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline appeared in his dantian, suspended above the spiritual soul, and suppressed it. At the same time, the third bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's physical body. Waves of power shrouded Lu Ming's entire body. This was the complete plan. Lu Ming combined the cultivation experience of the 9 dragons' root with his own conditions to set up a complete plan. With the help of his 3 bloodlines, he completed this step. The spiritual soul, which was on the verge of collapse, was finally suppressed and merged with the concept of primal chaos fragments, forming the embryonic form of a domain. Lu Ming closed his eyes and focused on cultivation. Time passed day by day. Endless distance away from the divine wilderness continent, in a secret place in the Bayou continent, there was a messy stone forest. In the stone forest, there was an old stone platform. De stood beside the stone platform, waiting anxiously. Buzz! Suddenly, the stone platform emitted a light, and then the light became brighter and brighter. Finally, a vortex formed on the stone platform. Suddenly, figures appeared from the black vortex. 1, 2, and finally a total of 10 figures appeared and flew out of the vortex. As soon as the 10 figures flew out, the vortex on the stone platform disappeared. As soon as he saw the 10 people, Di Yi's face immediately showed respect. The leader of the 10 people was dressed in luxurious clothes. His eyes were long and narrow, and when he opened and closed them, there was a flash of sharpness. Behind the young man, there were 9 people, including elders and burly men. Each of them had a powerful aura and gave people a feeling of extreme danger. De of the D family's side branch greets young Master Di Xian. De hurriedly bowed to the young man. You are De. The young man glanced at De with faint disdain. I am De. De hurriedly said. Humph, De, you are really useless. You can't even take down the divine wilderness continent. Di Xian scolded coldly. Chapter 1363. De, your goal was originally the continent group of divine ruins. According to the mission given to you by the family, if you could unify the continent group of divine ruins on your own, you could return to the D family and become a direct descendant of the D family. Unfortunately, it seems that you have no hope. Di Xian sneered. Di Yi lowered his head even more, his eyes flashing with raging anger. It was all Lu Ming's fault. It was all because of that Lu Ming who had ruined his plan. The Di family came from the Yuanlu and was a powerful force in the Yuanlu. Di Yi was a collateral disciple of the Di family and had a low status. However, there was a rule in the Di family. If a collateral disciple wanted to become a direct descendant and obtain the cultivation conditions and resources of the direct descendant, he had to complete a mission given by the Di family. The mission that Di Yi received was to unify the continent of godly ruins on his own. This mission was not considered difficult among the missions given by the Di family. However, Di Yi's talent was limited. He had come to the continent of godly ruins 10,000 years ago. However, he had just broken through to the martial emperor realm. Therefore, he chose the divine wilderness continent, which was not very powerful, to build the Di Tian divine palace and start his plan. At the same time, he strengthened his cultivation and cultivated the 10,000 veins spiritual body. Now, his plan was slowly maturing. His cultivation had reached the peak of LV2 martial emperor realm. He had obtained the 10,000 veins spiritual body by chance and was only one step away from reaching the complete realm. He was confident that he would be able to reach the complete realm once he obtained another drop of the 9 dragons' blood essence. At that time, he would break through to LV3 martial emperor realm with the help of the 10,000 veins spiritual body. At that time, it would be easy for him to unify the continent of godly ruins. If he spent some time to break through to LV4 martial emperor realm, it would not be a problem for him to unify the continent of godly ruins. At that time, he would be able to return to the Di family and become a direct descendant. His status would be greatly improved and he would be supported by various resources. Not only would his cultivation improve by leaps and bounds, his status in the Di family would also be different. Unfortunately, everything was ruined by Lu Ming. He had been unable to obtain Lu Ming's 9 dragon blood essence, which was why he had rashly launched a war. He wanted to first unify the divine wilderness continent and borrow its power to help him cultivate the 10,000 veins spirit body. But in the end, everything was destroyed by Lu Ming. Even the 10,000 veins spiritual body that he had cultivated for 10,000 years was destroyed. He had no hope at all. It was all Lu Ming's fault. Thinking of Lu Ming, Di Yi's eyes turned red. Moreover, I even sent Di Hongcheng and Di Honglei to help you. Where are they now? Do you know how much it costs to teleport from the Yuan continent to a desolate island like the Godly Ruins continent? Di Xian shouted again. According to him, the group of continents in the Divine Ruins had become barren islands. Di Hongcheng and the others are dead. Di Yi stammered. What? Where are the 2 sovereign spirit weapons? Di Xian's eyes widened, and a cold murderous intent spread out. Di Yi's heart trembled. Di Xian was the true descendant of the Di family, and his status was much higher than his. If he was angry, not only him, but also his branch in the Di family would be in danger. Lord Xian, please calm down. It's all Lu Ming's fault. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, it wouldn't take long for me to unify the Divine Ruins continent. Di Yi hurriedly apologized. Lu Ming. Di Xian widened his eyes. Yes, Lu Ming. Immediately, Di Yi briefly recounted the previous battle and Lu Ming's matter. You mean, his cultivation hasn't reached the sovereign spirit realm? I didn't expect that there would be such a genius on the barbaric Emperor Island. He must have some secrets. He, take him down and I'll study him. Di Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Let's go. Di, lead the way. We'll go to the Divine Wilderness continent and meet that Lu Ming. Di Xian ordered. Yes. Di nodded repeatedly and led the way. His face was ferocious. In the 9 dragons relic, Lu Ming was still cultivating. As the days passed, the spiritual spirit in Lu Ming's dantian also slowly calmed down. There was a faint light shining, as if it was nurturing something. One day, the spiritual spirit suddenly shook, and a chaotic light shone out. It's done. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with ecstasy. At the same time, Lu Ming put away the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and the third bloodline. After such a long time, Lu Ming felt that the embryonic form of the chaotic domain had finally been successfully formed. With a wave of his hand, piles of origin stones appeared around Lu Ming. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared and opened its mouth. The piles of origin stones were swallowed by the 9 dragons' bloodline and began to refine them. The energy of the origin stones was constantly converted into true essence and integrated into the spiritual spirit. The chaotic light in the spiritual spirit became more and more obvious. After a few more days, Lu Ming had swallowed 300 million origin stones. The aura on Lu Ming's body became stronger and stronger, and his true essence became more and more abundant. At a certain moment, buzz! A circle of light spread out from the spiritual spirit, and it grew bigger and bigger. From Lu Ming's body, it covered an area of 100 meters. The domain, the embryonic form of the domain, had finally been completely formed. This was the embryonic form of the chaotic domain. Right now, it was only an embryonic form, and there was still a long way to go before it could be a real domain. Later, Lu Ming would need to continue to comprehend and nurture it. Slowly, the embryonic form of the domain would grow and mature. When he broke through to the Emperor realm in the future, it would naturally become a complete domain. With a thought, the embryonic form of the domain shrank and covered the surface of Lu Ming's body. Boom! Lu Ming casually threw a punch, and the space collapsed, and a black space cave appeared. What a powerful force! Lu Ming felt that the power of the embryonic form of the chaotic domain was much stronger than the pure chaotic will. Is this the power of a 9 heavens supreme? Lu Ming felt the powerful force in his body and wore a confident smile. After forming the embryonic form of the domain, Lu Ming had naturally reached the 9 heavens supreme realm. His current strength was at least a few times stronger than before. He was confident that he could easily kill a second-layer martial dominator realm expert with a martial dominator weapon without the help of his second body, such as Di Hongcheng. There's less than a month left until the alliance establishment ceremony. It's time to go back. Having this thought, Lu Ming immediately made his way back. There were no obstacles on the way back. Lu Ming easily left the 9 dragons' ancient ruins and tore the space apart. Soon, he had returned to the northern valley. Meanwhile, the construction of the Dragon Emperor city had been completed. The first thing Lu Ming did after returning to the northern valley was to order the people to move to the Dragon Emperor city. The Dragon Emperor city was magnificent and spacious. Many people could live there. Furthermore, the Dragon Emperor city had great cultivation conditions, thus many people were eager to move to the Dragon Emperor city. Chapter 1364. The Great Relocation had begun. The Lu family that Lu Ming was from, as well as Hua Qi and the rest, naturally moved to the Dragon Emperor city. Moreover, the land that they were given was the core of the city. The cultivation environment was also the best. Dragon Emperor city began to bustle. In just half a month, millions of people had been transferred to Dragon Emperor city through the trans-territory teleportation formation. However, considering the vast territory of Dragon Emperor city, millions of people were just a small part of the territory. Later on, more and more people would move in. After moving to Dragon Emperor city, many people began to get busy preparing for the alliance establishment ceremony. The experts of the entire Divine Wilderness continent began to gather in Dragon Emperor city. On this day, De and the others also entered the Divine Wilderness continent. As soon as they entered, they heard that the alliance establishment ceremony would be held in Dragon Emperor city in a few days. Ha, that's good. Let's kill Lu Ming at the so-called alliance establishment ceremony. Di Xian sneered. Young Master Di Xian, Lu Ming can control the Divine 9-Dragon Cauldron and has endless power. We have to be careful. De said. Lu Ming's control of the divine nine-dragon cauldron was too powerful and shocking. Even a third-level martial emperor expert would have to avoid it. Well, let's go to Nine Dragon City first and seal the divine nine-dragon cauldron so that Lu Ming can't use it, Di Xian said. They tore the space apart and headed for Nine Dragon City. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The alliance establishment ceremony had officially begun. At the end of the Divine Dragon Passage in Dragon Emperor City, experts gathered in the square paved with white jade. Except for the Western Desert, all the emperors had arrived. There were hundreds of supreme beings, as well as tens of thousands of sect masters and sect masters of various forces. They took their seats on both sides of the square. These people were all people who stood at the pinnacle of the divine wilderness continent. They were important figures who stood at the peak. Today, they were all gathered here. Outside the square, there was an even more spacious place filled with banquets. At least 1 million people had gathered here. Not only that, all the forces in the divine wilderness continent began to celebrate. Today, the world celebrated together. Vice Alliance leader has arrived. A voice came from the sky and spread across the entire Dragon Emperor city. Xiao Wan and the old army chief, one on the left and one on the right, stepped through the air and landed on the two sides of the plaza. Greetings, Vice Alliance leaders. Everyone stood up and saluted the two vice leaders. Rise. Please rise. Xiao Wan and the old general raised their hands. After that, Xiao Wan and the old general looked at the depth of Dragon Emperor City. The Alliance Master has arrived. The voice from before appeared once again. Whoosh! 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 All the people fixed their eyes on the deep part of Dragon Emperor City. A few figures were approaching from deep within the Dragon Emperor City. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and Lu Ming's parents, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Today, Lu Ming had specially changed his clothes. He was wearing a purple gold robe with a majestic and lifelike nine-clawed dragon embroidered on it. His long hair was tied up high, and he wore a purple gold crown. He wore golden dragon boots and a golden jade belt around his waist. A powerful oppressive aura was emitted from his body. The four of them landed at the top of the plaza. Greetings, Alliance leader. At the scene, inside and outside the square, millions of powerhouses bowed to Lu Ming. The sound waves gathered and scattered the clouds in the sky. Rise, please take a seat. Lu Ming waved his hand and his voice spread far and wide. Thank you, Alliance leader. Millions of people began to take their seats. Today, we are mainly celebrating the establishment of the Dragon Alliance. Then, we will divide the territories. Lu Ming said. He didn't say much, but many people's hearts raced. The Dragon Alliance had unified the world, including the Northern Plains, Eastern Wilderness, Southern Underworld, and Central Continent. How to divide the territories and who to send to guard them was a question that everyone was concerned about. After all, there were huge benefits involved in this matter. Let's begin. Lu Ming announced. The first step was for many forces to step forward and swear a blood oath to form the Dragon Alliance to rule the Divine Wilderness. Ha ha ha, it seems that I came at the right time today. At this moment, a burst of laughter came from afar. A golden light flashed and a figure appeared in the sky. That's D.E. It's D.E. Many people shouted. Some people even had looks of fear on their faces. Martial monarch D.E. had occupied almost half of the divine desolate continent back then. His might was too great. Many large and small factions had been ruled by D.E. Now that D.E. had appeared, those people naturally panicked. D.E., you still dare to come here? That's great. Today, we will use your blood as a sacrifice to the flag. Xiao Wan shouted and a demonic chi soared into the sky. Lu Ming didn't say anything. Confusion flashed in his eyes. He could clearly see D.E.'s current realm. He was only at the peak of LV1 Martial Emperor realm. In the last battle, De had injured his origin and his cultivation had regressed by 1 level. With such a cultivation level, any one of them could easily kill De, let alone Lu Ming, Xiao Wan, the old general, and Tu Qian. Why did De still dare to come here? De, let the others come out together. Lu Ming said and looked behind De. Ha ha ha, if you let me show up, it will be your death. A burst of laughter came and the space cracked. A total of 10 figures appeared in the sky and looked down at the Imperial Dragon City from above. Who are these people? I've never seen them before. Many people were discussing. You are Lu Ming. Di Xian looked at Lu Ming. That's right. Lu Ming said. Good, very good. I've heard that you've killed 2 experts from my Di family, Di Hongcheng and Di Honglei. You've even taken away their emperor-level spiritual weapons. Now, come over here and hand over your emperor-level spiritual weapons. Kneel down and beg me to spare your life. Perhaps, I'll consider sparing your life. Di Xian put his hands behind his back and looked down at Lu Ming with a superior look. How dare you disrespect the alliance leader? You deserve to die. A loud shout came from the square. A tall figure shot up into the sky and a vast aura filled the square. This was an emperor. He used to be the emperor of an overlord force in the central continent. His name was Sky King, and he had surrendered to Lu Ming. Therefore, he was the lowest-ranked emperor in the Dragon Alliance. He had been looking for an opportunity to show off in front of Lu Ming and win Lu Ming's trust. Now that he had such a good opportunity, he had to seize it. Boom! Kong Tian Martial Emperor threw a palm strike at Di Xian. How dare you disrespect young Master Di Xian? Die! A middle-aged man walked out from behind Di Xian. He held a sword with both hands and slashed. A terrifying sword chi appeared above the Sky Emperor's head in a flash and broke through his attack and defense. Then it slashed down. Chapter 1365. He had killed an emperor with a single slash. Most of the people at the scene widened their eyes in shock. Peak second layer Martial Royal Realm. He's a peak second layer Martial Royal Realm expert. One of the emperors said solemnly. The middle-aged man who walked out from behind Di Xian was a peak second layer Martial Royal Realm expert. Bang! 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 Xiao Wan, the old general, and the others unleashed their auras. All the emperors of the Dragon Alliance gathered their auras and pressed down on Di Xian and the others. Cold murderous intent burst out from their bodies. How dare you kill people in Dragon Emperor City? You'll all die today. The old general said coldly. I don't care who you are. You'll have to pay the price today. Xiao Wan said as a terrifying saber glow flickered on his body. Stay. Price? Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. Let's see how you're going to kill me today. Di Xian burst out laughing and waved his hand. Bang! 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 The remaining people behind Di Xian unleashed their auras. Each of their auras was like a smoke signal soaring into the sky. Each of their auras was vast and boundless, forming a powerful pressure that pressed down on the hearts of the people in Dragon Emperor City. Xiao Wan, the old general, and the others' eyes widened in shock and disbelief. These people's auras were too powerful. Including the middle-aged man who had attacked before, there were 6 of them in total. All of them were peak second-layer Martial Royal Realm experts. 2 of them had even more terrifying auras. They were much stronger than peak second-layer Martial Royal Realm experts. Third-layer Martial Royal Realm experts. Third-layer Martial Royal Realm experts. 6 peak second-layer Martial Royal Realm experts and 2 peak third-layer Martial Royal Realm experts. There was also a silver-haired old man standing behind Di Xian. He did not emit any aura, but he gave off an even more dangerous feeling. The hearts of the people in Dragon Emperor City sank. What kind of enormous power was this? Currently, the strongest cultivators in the Divine Wilderness continent were only peak second-layer Martial Royal Realm experts. Only a few of them were at the peak. None of them were peak 3rd layer martial royal realm experts. Now, there were 6 peak 2nd layer martial royal realm experts and 2 peak 3rd layer martial royal realm experts behind Di Xian. How could they fight against them? Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, aren't you arrogant? Today, the experts of my Di clan are here. All of you will die. Di laughed. His eyes were ferocious, and his voice was full of hatred. Today, he wanted Lu Ming to suffer a fate worse than death. Di Yi's voice made many people tremble. Could it be that the Dragon Alliance was going to be destroyed before it was even officially formed? Lu Ming, what do you think? Hurry up and hand over the Sovereign Spirit weapon. Get over here and admit your guilt. Perhaps you can still save your dog life. Di Xian sneered and continued to look down at Lu Ming, as if he was sure that Lu Ming would be defeated. A ruler's spiritual weapon was a weapon that could only be unleashed by a top-grade ruler. Even for Di Xian, it was very precious. Those 2 rulers' spiritual weapons were one of the few he had. Of the 9 experts he had brought with him, only 1 or 2 of them possessed an emperor-level spirit weapon. Lu Yuntian and Li Ping looked at Lu Ming worriedly. Father, mother, don't worry. It'll be fine. Lu Ming smiled at Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. That smile was full of confidence. Seeing Lu Ming's smile, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping somehow calmed down. Then, Lu Ming ignored Di Xian and looked at Di Yi. Di Yi, you escaped last time. You should have hidden well. That way, you might have been able to prolong your life. Instead, you came here to court death. You brought this upon yourself. Many people were stunned when they heard Lu Ming's words. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming still wanted to kill Di Yi. He couldn't even protect himself. Only a few people, such as Xiao Wan, Xia Jiuyang, and Yan Kuangtu, had their eyes lit up. They knew Lu Ming very well. Lu Ming wouldn't shoot without thinking. Di Yi himself was also stunned. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming still wanted to kill him. Where did Lu Ming get his confidence from? Di Xian's face completely darkened. Lu Ming dared to ignore him. Bang! Bang! Di Xian stepped forward step by step, releasing a powerful aura. Supreme. Di Xian's cultivation was at the Supreme Realm. This also shocked many people in the Imperial Dragon City. Because Di Xian didn't look old. He was definitely not more than 30 years old. He might even be in his early 20s. In his early 20s, his cultivation had reached the Supreme Realm. This was too shocking. It had never happened in the history of the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming, I heard that your battle strength is very strong. Today, I'd like to see how strong you are. Di Xian said, locking his aura on Lu Ming. You want to challenge me? Lu Ming curled the corners of his lips slightly. Behind Di Xian, Di Yi's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. He knew that some of the geniuses in the Emperor family were extremely powerful. They were far from being comparable to the so-called geniuses in the Divine Wilderness continent. Although Lu Ming was strong, Di Xian might be able to fight him. Even if he couldn't, letting Lu Ming offend Di Xian would be beneficial to him. That's right. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Di Xian said. Since you're looking for a beating, of course I'll fulfill your wish. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward, facing Di Xian from afar. Lu Ming, I heard that you're a rare genius in the Divine Wilderness continent. However, I'll let you know that the so-called geniuses in a barbaric island like yours are nothing but a joke. Di Xian sneered. His body began to flicker with light. The light was like strands of sword qi. Clang! A battle sword appeared in Di Xian's hand. He stepped toward Lu Ming and shouted, "Kill!" Swoosh! A sword aura split the sky and slashed violently toward Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming punched out with the hell-suppressing heaven skill. The fist force collided with the sword qi. The space was torn into pieces. Lu Ming's body shook and he was forced to take 3 steps back. However, Xian stood still in the air. Hiss! Many people in Dragon Emperor City gasped at the same time. Lu Ming was forced back by a single sword strike. In the Battle of the Sacred City, everyone still remembered Lu Ming's shocking strength. Even a peak LV2 martial royal realm martial artist with a spiritual weapon of the Emperor realm was killed by Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming was forced back by a single sword strike. Moreover, his opponent was a young man who was less than 30 years old. It was shocking. His body. Lu Ming's heart stirred and he was secretly shocked. Although he did not use his full strength just now and only displayed the cultivation of a perfect spirit god, he still unleashed the power of 9 dragons and performed the hell-suppressing heaven skill. Even an ordinary emperor would not be a match for him. However, his opponent was only a supreme being, and yet the battle prowess he unleashed was shocking. What surprised Lu Ming the most was his opponent's body. It was a spiritual body. Yes, his opponent was only a supreme being, but he had a spiritual body. It was unbelievable. Chapter 1366. However, wasn't a true spiritual body something that could only be condensed after reaching the Emperor realm? That's a spiritual body. That's right. It's a sword spiritual body. How is that possible? How can a prime have a spiritual body? The emperors of the Dragon Alliance were in an uproar. Even Xiao Wan and the old general, who had lived for a long time, were shocked. They could naturally feel the power of Xian's spiritual body. Innate spiritual body, that's an innate spiritual body. How can these bumpkins know the power of an innate spiritual body? An innate spiritual body is an innate spiritual body. Behind them, Di's eyes were filled with shock, but he was also laughing in his heart. He was born in Yuanlu, so his vision was naturally different. He knew that some people were blessed by the heavens. They were born with a spiritual body. This was known as the innate spiritual body. Such people were born as peerless geniuses. Needless to say, their bloodline would definitely be able to awaken a level 9 divine level. At the same time, their bloodline and spiritual body would be in perfect harmony. Such people were blessed by nature and had an advantage over others in terms of bloodline martial skills, comprehension of intent, and comprehension of various martial skills. Therefore, their combat strength was also terrifying. And Xian was such a person. You can block one of my attacks. Come again. Xian shouted. Rays of sword-shaped light flowed on the surface of his body. He slashed with his battle sword, and a shocking sword chi slashed toward Lu Ming. Primal Chaos. Lu Ming stepped forward and displayed the primal chaos intent. At the same time, his third bloodline appeared and he punched out again. It was the same suppressing hell heaven skill, but when combined with the primal chaos intent, its power skyrocketed. Boom! This time, Lu Ming did not move at all. Instead, it was Xian who was pushed back. Damn it! Kill! Xian was furious after being pushed back. His aura rose to the extreme, and his domain covered his entire body. He charged toward Lu Ming and slashed with his sword. The roar of 100 beasts could be heard. Xian's martial skill was not to be underestimated. It seemed to have maximized the power of the domain. Domain martial skill. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Domain martial skill was similar to martial skill of intent. A concept martial technique could unleash the power of a concept to the extreme, while a domain martial technique could unleash the power of a domain martial technique to the extreme. Xian's domain martial technique was even more shocking. The sword light seemed to be able to destroy everything. Lu Ming added the concept of primal chaos to his body and fought fiercely with his opponent. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged several dozen moves. To be honest, Xian was really strong. He was the strongest young man Lu Ming had ever met. His strength was comparable to Lu Ming's strength before he had achieved the 9 Heavens Supreme Realm, which was equivalent to the peak second layer Martial Dominator Realm. He was only a supreme being, yet his battle prowess was already so shocking. It was beyond imagination. At the same level, he was even stronger than Long Qin. The bloodline that Long Qin had awakened was the Archean dragon-esque elephant, one of the top 10 beasts. But now, Lu Ming had already broken through to the Supreme Being level, so he naturally didn't think much of it. Damn it! How can there be such a strong person on a desolate island? The more they fought, the more frightened Dician became. This person definitely has a secret. If I can obtain his secret, I will definitely become stronger. Who knows, I might even be able to compete with those monstrous geniuses in my clan. Upon having this thought, Dician's heart began to burn. Clang! His glabella shone and a dazzling golden battle sword flew out, slashing at Lu Ming. Clang! Lu Ming's punch collided with the sword, causing his figure to be knocked backward. A martial dominator weapon. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, but he was not too surprised. With his talent and background, it was normal for him to have a martial dominator weapon. Die! Dician let out a roar as he charged at Lu Ming. Is this all you've got? Let's end this. Lu Ming uttered a roar as the chaotic will encapsulating his figure changed rapidly. It contracted rapidly at first, before it blossomed. It was no longer a will, but a domain, the embryonic form of the chaotic domain. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. Supreme Being, the Alliance leader has achieved the 9 Heavens Supreme Realm. Xiao Wan and the others were overjoyed. Bang! Lu Ming's fist was wrapped in the embryonic form of the chaotic domain as he threw a punch at Dician's martial dominator weapon. Clang! The battle sword vibrated violently as Dician's expression changed drastically. His body shook violently as he was sent flying like a cannonball. Along the way, he spat out blood. When Lu Ming revealed his true strength, Dician was crushed and severely injured. Die! Lu Ming's figure flashed as he caught up with Dician and threw a punch at his heart. This punch was enough to penetrate Dician's heart. However, when Lu Ming's punch was about to hit Dician's heart, Dician's body suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light as a golden armor appeared. Clang! Lu Ming's fist landed on the armor. The armor shook violently, but it did not break as it blocked most of Lu Ming's fist energy. However, Lu Ming's punch was too powerful. Although the armor had blocked most of the force, a small part of the fist force still blasted into Dician's body. Dician screamed in agony. His chest caved in and blood spurted out of his mouth like crazy. A defensive emperor spiritual weapon. Lu Ming's heart stirred. This Dician was really rich. He even had a defense-type emperor spirit weapon. What Lu Ming had encountered in the past were all attack-type emperor spirit weapons. Relatively speaking, defensive emperor spirit weapons were more precious than attack-type emperor spirit weapons. A defensive emperor spiritual weapon could save one's life at a critical moment. If Dician did not have this armor, he would have been killed by Lu Ming's punch. How dare you hurt young master? Kill him. Dician was severely injured. His subordinates roared and attacked Lu Ming fiercely. 6 peak LV2 martial kings and 2 LV3 martial kings attacked at the same time. Oh no! Xiao Wan, Xia Zhuyang, and the others were shocked. Die! A battle sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was the Emperor's spiritual weapon, the Dragon Vein Sword, that he had taken from the Flood Dragon Sovereign when they were fighting for the pure spiritual body cultivation technique in the ancient underwater city. Lu Ming had broken through to the Martial King realm and controlled the embryonic form of the realm. He was able to activate the power of an Emperor's spiritual weapon. Moreover, Lu Ming's embryonic form of the realm was the Chaotic Realm. The Chaotic Realm could transform into other realms at will. In other words, Lu Ming could use any kind of Emperor's spiritual weapon except for space-time and a few other types. Swoosh! The battle sword slashed out and a peak LV2 Martial King expert was cut in half. He died on the spot. Clang! Then, the battle sword moved sideways and clashed with a LV3 Martial King expert, forcing him to retreat. Let's attack! Swoosh! Xiao Wan controlled a demonic saber, a martial emperor's spiritual weapon, and charged at the two peak second-layer martial emperor realm martial artists. At the same time, the old general and Tu Qian also attacked. Both of them controlled emperor's spiritual weapons and surrounded the remaining two peak LV2 martial kings. Chapter 1367. Kill them. Kill them all. Di Xian roared furiously in the distance. It had been too dangerous. Di Xian felt as if he had just brushed shoulders with the god of death. He was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. He had not expected to be almost killed by a peer on a desolate island. He was furious and his killing intent was cold. The silver-haired elder appeared behind Di Xian, but he did not make a move. Let's see who will kill who. Xiao Wan and the other two blocked the 5 LV2 Martial Royal Realm experts, while Lu Ming attacked the 2 LV3 Martial Royal Realm experts. Clang! Clang! Sword cries shook the sky. A golden battle sword appeared in the hands of the 2 LV3 Martial Royal Realm experts. They were both royal spiritual weapons. How powerful would a LV3 Martial Royal Realm expert be when controlling a royal spiritual weapon? However, Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He slashed down with the dragon vein sword, which was wrapped in the embryonic form of the chaotic territory. Clang! The two swords collided, forming rings of sword ripples that spread out. The LV3 Martial Royal Realm expert was no match for Lu Ming. His body trembled and he kept retreating. How is this possible? Not far away, Di Xian, and the silver-haired elder narrowed their eyes in disbelief. Lu Ming's combat strength was actually able to suppress a LV3 Martial Royal Realm expert. On the ground, the experts of the Dragon League were very excited. Some of them clenched their fists tightly. Lu Ming was too powerful. He had not reached the royal realm, but he could suppress a LV3 Martial Royal Realm expert. There was no LV3 Martial Royal Realm expert in the divine region. 30,000 years ago, Xiao Wan had reached the LV3 Martial Royal Realm at his peak. However, such an expert was suppressed by Lu Ming. Alliance leader, this was the alliance leader of the Dragon League. Lu Ming would not be a match for a LV3 Martial Royal Realm expert in the Battle of the Sacred City. Moreover, the other party had a royal spiritual weapon. However, Lu Ming had reached the Sovereign Realm, and his combat strength had increased tremendously. He was no longer comparable to the Battle of the Sacred City. Swish! Meanwhile, another third-layer Martial Dominator Realm expert charged toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming didn't seem to notice. He raised his dragon vein sword and charged at the person he had forced back. Just as the sword of the person behind Lu Ming was about to reach him, a figure stepped out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows. The second body, Lu Ming's second body. Whoosh! The second body pointed its finger like a sword and slashed out, blocking the opponent's battle sword. During this period of time, Lu Ming's main body was cultivating. Naturally, his second body was not idle either. His second body cultivated wholeheartedly without any distractions, and his speed of improvement was even faster. During the Holy City War, the second body had only condensed one golden spirit lamp, but during this period of time, the second body had condensed a second golden spirit lamp, greatly increasing its combat strength. Whoosh! 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 5 phoenix feather flying swords flew out from the second body's glabella and attacked the other party. The opponent was shocked and could only brandish his sword to block. Lu Ming's main body continued to attack the opponent. The embryonic form of the chaotic domain wrapped around the dragon vein sword. The power of Lu Ming's sword was unimaginably strong. Clang! The opponent was completely passive and could only brandish his sword to block. When the two swords clashed for the second time, the opponent's body trembled continuously. His face was pale and he kept retreating. Swish! Swish! Lu Ming unleashed a torrential attack, and the dragon vein sword slashed out continuously. Lu Ming had completely gained the upper hand. Suddenly, 4 sealing gates appeared in the sky, emitting a resplendent light as they moved to seal the other party. At this moment, the opponent was frozen. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough. Prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming performed the bloodline fusion and transformed into the prison-suppressing steel. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel directly suppressed the opponent. Lu Ming had become a supreme being, comprehended the embryonic form of the chaotic domain, and transformed into the prison-suppressing steel. How powerful was he? Although the opponent desperately broke open the sealed doors and blocked with his sword at the critical moment, his body still trembled violently. Crackling sounds came from his body, and he almost exploded. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Swish! Under the control of Lu Ming's spiritual sense, the dragon vein sword was as fast as lightning and slashed out. The opponent had just been severely injured by the prison-suppressing steel that Lu Ming had transformed into. How could he dodge? The dragon vein sword slashed out and a head flew high into the air. The dragon vein sword twisted again and the opponent's spiritual deity was also turned into ashes. A third-level martial emperor expert was dead. On the other side, the battle between the second bodies was also coming to an end. The second body lit up an additional golden spirit lamp, and his combat strength had greatly increased compared to the battle in the holy city. At this time, he took out the myriad formation image and trapped the opponent. Swish! 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 5 phoenix feather flying swords pierced 5 holes in the opponent's body and killed him in one fell swoop. 2 third-level martial emperors were killed just like that. In the Dragon Emperor City, the experts of the Dragon Alliance were shocked and overjoyed. Di Xian, and the others were in disbelief. Kill! Kill! Lu Ming's main body and second body rushed toward Di Xian at the same time. Oh no, young master, retreat! Beside Di Xian, the silver-haired elder's expression changed. A golden sword appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and came to the front of Di Xian. Dazzling sword chi slashed toward Lu Ming violently. There was no doubt that the silver-haired elder's sword was also a spiritual weapon of the emperor level. At the same time, the silver-haired elder's cultivation was even more amazing. He had reached the peak of the third-level martial emperor level. However, facing the joint attack of Lu Ming's main body and second body, the silver-haired elder was still no match for them. After a few moves, the silver-haired elder kept retreating. Go, retreat! Di Xian also panicked. Lu Ming's strength was beyond his imagination. He was much stronger than what Di had said. Even a third-level martial emperor expert was no match for him. He shouted and turned to run. Clang! Boom! Lu Ming's main body and second body joined forces and exchanged another blow with the silver-haired elder. The silver-haired elder was forced to retreat dozens of miles. Whoosh! The second body rushed toward Di Xian. Oh no! The silver-haired elder's expression changed drastically. He ignored the battle and merged with his sword. He turned into a sword light and instantly appeared in front of Di Xian. In an instant, he slashed out 108 sword lights in all directions. The spirit fire between the second body's eyebrows jumped. Countless large formations on the million formation illustration shown. Various large formations, attacks, and trapping formations poured toward the silver-haired elder and Di Xian. At the same time, the 5 phoenix feather flying swords stabbed at them. Lu Ming's main body also arrived. The silver-haired elder tried his best to protect Di Xian, but the situation was critical. Young master, use the void-breaking shuttle. The silver-haired elder shouted. Void-breaking shuttle. Yes, yes, yes. Di Xian was scared out of his wits. His face was pale and his body was trembling. After the silver-haired elder's reminder, he nodded repeatedly. His glabella shone, and a spiritual weapon with 2 sharp ends and a thicker middle flew out. As soon as the spiritual weapon appeared, it rapidly expanded. A light curtain enveloped Di Xian and the silver-haired elder. Let's go. The silver-haired elder activated his genuine yuan. The void-breaking shuttle shone, and with a shake, it shattered the void and disappeared. Chapter 1368. You want to leave? Boom. The prison-suppressing steel pressed down on the void, and the space within 1,000 miles exploded. However, the void-breaking shuttle had completely disappeared. Another Emperor-level spiritual weapon, and it's an escape type. Lu Ming frowned. It was a pity. His opponent was so rich that he had all kinds of Emperor-level spiritual weapons. First, there were attack types, then there were defense types, and now there were even escape types. Under the control of the silver-haired elder, the void-breaking shuttle was so fast that it disappeared in an instant. It was much faster than tearing the void. Di Xian had escaped, and Lu Ming turned his eyes in another direction. Di, where are you going? Lu Ming transformed back into his human form. There was a cold smile at the corners of his lips. At this time, Di was desperately escaping. Di's face was full of horror and disbelief. Only a few months had passed, and Lu Ming's combat strength had soared again. Without the help of the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, he had killed a LV3 Martial Royal Realm expert. How could it be? How could it be? Di roared in his heart. He was extremely unwilling, and at the same time, he was desperately escaping. Buzz! Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. Lu Ming. Di's pupils contracted sharply. The one who appeared in front of Di was Lu Ming's second body. Di, you can't burn your spiritual body this time. Do you think you can still escape? Lu Ming's voice sounded behind Di. Behind him was the main body. Kill. Di was very decisive and attacked directly. However, his cultivation had regressed to the peak of LV1 Martial Royal Realm, and his 10,000 veins spiritual body had been destroyed. His combat strength was worlds apart from Lu Ming's. The second body waved his hand, and the 10,000 formation image appeared, trapping Di in it. Di, I'll kill you later. Lu Ming sneered and stepped out toward the battlefield where Xiao Wan and the others were fighting. The 5 experts at the peak of LV2 Martial Royal Realm were scared out of their wits. They wanted to escape, but they were entangled by Xiao Wan and the others. Whoosh! 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 With the dragon vein sword in his hand, Lu Ming slashed out 5 times in a row, killing 5 experts at the peak of LV2 Martial Royal Realm. Everyone in the Dragon Emperor city was stunned. They stared blankly at Lu Ming. 5 peak second layer Martial Royal Realm experts had killed 5 of them with 1 strike each. This kind of visual effect, this kind of impact, was really too strong. In the Divine Wilderness continent, the peak of the second layer of the Martial King realm would be considered an expert who stood at the peak. However, in the hands of Lu Ming, he was as weak as a chicken. Alliance Master is invincible. The Alliance Master is unparalleled. All of a sudden, a shocking roar broke out in the Dragon Emperor city. Countless people were so excited that their faces turned red as they roared madly. At this moment, Lu Ming's figure was irreplaceable in their hearts. He was indomitable and invincible. The whistling sound came wave after wave. Lu Ming's prestige reached its peak. Lu Ming raised his hand and pressed down in the air. Dragon Emperor city quieted down at once. Whoosh! Lu Ming moved and appeared in front of Di. Lu Ming, do you know who we are? Do you know who young Master Di Xian is? Let me tell you, we are from Yuanlu, the Di clan of Yuanlu. If you dare to kill the people of Di clan, you are dead. Young Master Di Xian will not let you go. The entire Divine Wilderness continent will be buried with you. Di roared. Yuanlu sect. Di clan. Lu Ming frowned. He had already guessed that Di Xian, and the others had an extraordinary background. However, he had not expected them to be from Yuanlu sect. Xiao Wan, the old general, and the others' pupils shrank as they gasped. Yuanlu sect, Di, was actually from Yuanlu. That was Yuanlu. It was not something that the Divine Wilderness Continent or the Divine Ruins Continent could compare with. Legend had it that Yuanlu's sect was filled with experts and experts. There were countless existences that had surpassed the martial royal realm. Such experts could destroy the Divine Wilderness Continent with a snap of their fingers. Everyone who had heard about Yuanlu's sect looked worried. When De saw this, he sneered and said, "Lu Ming, you'd better let me go. Perhaps I can help you deal with them, ha ha ha, what a joke." Before De could finish his words, Lu Ming laughed loudly and interrupted him. "De, you used to be a mighty lord. Now, you are using this to scare me in order to survive. How pitiful and sad." Lu Ming sneered. "Lu Ming, you," De was furious. "De, let me tell you, you will die today. And that De Xian, if he stops now, it will be fine. However, if he is stubborn, I will destroy the De clan of Yuanlu." Lu Ming shouted. His voice reverberated throughout the Imperial Dragon City. "The De clan of Yuanlu, I will destroy them." What kind of heroic spirit was this? How confident was that? De was stunned. Then, he laughed crazily. "Lu Ming, you want to destroy the De clan? You are too short-sighted. You are just a frog at the bottom of a well. Lu Ming, do you know how many experts there are in Yuanlu? Emperors are ants. Do you know how strong the De clan is? How dare you claim that you have destroyed the De clan? If your words spread to Yuanlu's sect, many people will laugh their heads off." De laughed as if he did not care about life and death. "So what if they are strong? Back then, I came from a small country in Tianxian domain in eastern wasteland. Back then, De Tian Divine Palace was also a giant. You, De, were also high and mighty. But what about now?" Lu Ming said calmly. He was full of confidence. De shut his mouth. Roar! The 9 dragons bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head. "De, haven't you always wanted the 9 dragons blood essence? Today, I will kill you with the 9 dragons bloodline." Then, the 9 dragons bloodline opened its mouth and engulfed De with its devouring power. Ever since the 9 dragons bloodline had merged with the 9 drops of 9 dragons blood essence, its devouring power had increased many times. It was shockingly strong. Enveloped by the devouring power, De's life essence, blood essence, heart blood, and other things were rapidly being devoured by the 9 dragons. Even though De was an overlord with a strong mind and was prepared to be killed, in such a situation, he still roared in fear and struggled with all his might. But in the 10,000 formation image, struggling was futile. After a while, De's life essence was completely devoured, and he turned into a dried corpse. In Dragon Emperor City, countless people looked at the sky with complicated expressions. De was an overlord of a generation. He had planned for 10,000 years and had almost unified the Divine Wilderness Continent. If it were not for the appearance of a rare genius like Lu Ming, De would have succeeded and unified the Divine Wilderness. De could be called an overlord of a generation. But in the end, he died in the hands of Lu Ming. Let the alliance establishment ceremony continue. Lu Ming turned around, stepped down, and landed in the Dragon Emperor City. His voice spread throughout the city. "The alliance leader is invincible." Their shouts resounded through the sky. After this battle, Lu Ming's prestige reached its peak. Chapter 1369. Following that, the alliance ceremony went on smoothly. The powerhouses swore to form an alliance and were given territories. After that, it was time for the banquet. The banquet lasted for a day and a night before the crowds slowly dispersed. In the north of the Divine Wilderness Continent, on a boundless sea, the space cracked open and the space-piercing shuttle appeared. Buzz! The space-piercing shuttle shook and shrunk, revealing 2 figures. They were De Xian and the silver-haired elder. Puff! The silver-haired elder spat out a mouthful of blood as soon as he appeared. After the battle with Lu Ming and the journey through the night, the silver-haired elder had suffered serious injuries. However, Di Xian did not even look at the silver-haired elder. His eyes were cold and his face was ferocious. He looked to the south and roared, "That bastard, I'll tear that Lu Ming into pieces." It was fine if he was in the Yuanlu, but he had suffered such a great loss on the divine wilderness continent, an uncivilized island. Not only had he lost several martial emperor's spiritual weapons, but he had also fled. It was a great humiliation. He hated Lu Ming to the core. As for his dead subordinates, Di Xian did not care at all. In his eyes, they were nothing more than insignificant ants. In the Di clan, there were too many ants like this. The silver-haired elder's eyes showed a trace of sadness, but it disappeared in a flash. "Master, what should we do now?" the silver-haired elder asked. "What else can we do?" "Return to the Yuanlu, of course." Di Xian gritted his teeth. "Return to the Yuanlu to find experts to take revenge?" the silver-haired elder asked carefully. "Idiot. Do you know how much it costs to teleport some people from the Yuan continent to this remote and desolate island? The family has already made an exception for me. This time, they won't let me do it again in a short time. However, it won't be for long. Once I've achieved the martial dominator realm and achieved a certain status in the clan, I'll come again. 10 years, at most 10 years, I'll destroy the entire godly desolation continent together with that kid." Di Xian roared with a ferocious face. After a long while, he calmed down and flew back to the Baiyu continent with the silver-haired elder. Lu Ming's life had completely calmed down. Every day, other than cultivating by himself, he would be teaching his 2 disciples. Sometimes, he would also teach his parents, Hua Qi, and the others through discussions. As for his second body, other than cultivating, he would also preach occasionally. His second body had obtained the inheritance of a saint and had broken through to become a ruler. His knowledge of the path of inscription could be said to be the best in the divine wilderness continent. Therefore, every time the second body of inscription refinement opened the altar and preached the Tao, people that cultivated the Tao of inscription would swarm over. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others did not miss a single time. There were even rulers who went to listen to the lecture. Lu Ming didn't hide anything and imparted all of his cultivation experience to him. At the same time, the population of Dragon Emperor City was increasing, making it more and more prosperous. The entire divine wilderness continent, the entire Dragon Alliance, was filled with vitality. It was flourishing and growing stronger. Even though the number of sovereigns in the divine wilderness continent could be said to be the lowest in history. Aside from the people from the Western Desert and a few from the Xie family, there were less than 20 emperors in the entire Dragon Alliance. However, with this situation, it wouldn't take too long for the number of sovereigns to slowly increase. Now that the Dragon Alliance had unified the world, resources were integrated, and various cultivation holy lands were open to the public. The treatment that those top geniuses could enjoy was many times better than before. In the past, the various overlord forces ruled over a region and cherished their own resources. Their resources were extremely limited. But now, they could choose any resources they wanted. The cultivation speed of the younger generation's geniuses had greatly increased. The sovereigns also imparted their cultivation experiences to them. It was believed that their chances of breaking through to the ruler realm in the future would also increase. A month after the alliance was established, Yan Kuangtu successfully broke through and became a ruler. The number of sovereigns in the Dragon Alliance increased by another. 2 months after the alliance was established, with the help of Lu Ming, Xiao Wan finally took a step forward. A large portion of his origin was restored, and his cultivation finally recovered to the 3rd level of the martial emperor realm. He became the strongest person in the Dragon Alliance apart from Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since the alliance ceremony. In the past 3 months, Lu Ming's cultivation had increased steadily. The embryonic form of his domain was growing stronger day by day. Various martial skills were also improving. What was worth mentioning was that Lu Ming had fused 9 drops of 9 dragons' blood essence and absorbed the 9 dragons' cultivation experience. He had finally cultivated the 9th step of the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps to perfection. As for his pure spirit body, he had also cultivated it to 70%. Xian Yanqing had also been cultivating hard. His improvement was very fast, and he was only 1 step away from the supremacy level. However, Dandan and Bubbles were still asleep and hadn't woken up. At this time, there was less than a year before the 2-year agreement to go to the Dragon God Valley. Back then, what happened to Long Chen and the others? Why did Long Chen disappear and only Underworld Child, Heartless Monk, and the other 2 came back? Now that Underworld Child is dead, only Heartless Monk and Moonless know. It seems that it's time to make a trip to the Western Desert. In a pavilion in a courtyard of the Alliance leader's mansion in Dragon Emperor City, Lu Ming was drinking tea as his thoughts flew. He decided to find out Long Chen's whereabouts. Long Chen was a good person and could be considered a friend of Lu Ming's. Back in the Godly Ruins continent, it was Lu Ming who had implicated him. If Long Chen was killed because of Lu Ming would feel uneasy. Thinking of this, Lu Ming took a step forward and disappeared. The Western Desert had always been the world of Buddhism, and Buddhism ruled this place. Almost everyone in the Western Desert believed in Buddhism. Moreover, the Western Desert had always been mysterious and had never participated in the battles of the Divine Wilderness continent. However, no one dared to underestimate the Western Desert. There was once an emperor who led an army to attack the Western Desert, but in the end, he did not return and did not cause any trouble. Even if the Divine Wilderness continent entered a rare chaos this time, the Western Desert still stayed out of it. Swoosh! At the border of the Western Desert, Lu Ming's figure appeared. Looking into the distance, Lu Ming's figure was like a rainbow as he flew toward the depths of the Western Desert. The vast territory of the Western Desert was filled with countless temples and ancient temples. Lu Ming's target this time was the oldest and most ancient temple in the Western Desert, the Bodhi Temple. It was said that the Heartless Monk and the Moonless Bodhisattva both came from the Bodhi Temple and were in seclusion there. Lu Ming's speed was so fast that it did not take long for him to cross more than half of the Western Desert. So many experts. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Along the way, Lu Ming discovered many powerful auras. Lu Ming discovered no less than 20 auras of Supremes. In fact, he even discovered 2 auras of Emperors. Lu Ming was still flying in a straight line, but he had already discovered so many experts. It was incredible. Sometimes, there would even be a Supremes in a rundown temple. It was truly shocking. It was said that the Western Desert was second only to the Middle Continent among the 5 major domains. It seemed that the rumors were true. Soon, a temple on a majestic mountain appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. Chapter 1370. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, a Bodhi glow appeared before Lu Ming as a bulky 3-meter-tall monk appeared before Lu Ming. Halt, this is the sacred ground of the Buddhism sect. The burly monk was like a Buddhist Vajra. He extended his hand and blocked Lu Ming. Master, Junior Lu Ming would like to pay a visit to Master Wuliang and Moonless Bodhisattva of your sect. Lu Ming brought his fists together and said politely. Lu Ming. You're the leader of the Dragon Alliance. The bulky monk's eyes widened as his eyes flickered with astonishment. I am. Lu Ming said. So it's Alliance leader Lu, but Wuliang and Moonless are currently in seclusion. I'm afraid it's not convenient for them to meet. The bulky monk said. Still in seclusion. Lu Ming frowned and said, Master, can you pass the message that Lu Ming is only here to ask a few questions? I'll be leaving after that. Alliance leader Lu, I've already told you, Wuliang and Moonless are currently in seclusion. I'm afraid it's difficult for them to meet. The bulky monk spoke in a domineering tone. Lu Ming's expression darkened slightly. It was only a one-time meeting. Besides, with Lu Ming's current identity, he could be considered the ruler of the godly desolate region, but the monk still insisted on stopping him. There must be something fishy going on behind the scenes. Lu Ming was wondering if he should force his way in. Although the bulky monk possessed a cultivation of the first layer martial dominator realm, there was no way he could stop Lu Ming. Kong Jian, let Alliance leader Lu in. At that instant, an ancient voice could be heard coming from the Bodhi temple. Following this, a Bodhi glow appeared as a kind-looking old monk appeared beside the bulky monk. A Bodhi glow appeared above the old monk's head. The powerful aura caused Lu Ming's eyes to widen. Third layer martial dominator realm. This old monk possessed a cultivation of the third layer martial dominator realm, causing Lu Ming's heart to be filled with astonishment. Apart from Xiao Wan, there was another third layer martial dominator realm expert in the godly desolate region. The Western Desert really shocked Lu Ming. If such an expert were to participate in the struggle for hegemony in the divine wilderness continent, how could DE even stand a chance? Kong Jian greets Abbot Kong Hai. The burly monk greeted the old monk. As it turned out, this person was the abbot of the Bodhi temple. Ba. Old Na Kong Hai greets Alliance Master Lu. Master Kong Hai bowed and said, Grandmaster is too polite. Lu Ming greets Grandmaster. Lu Ming returned the greeting. Alliance leader Lu, please come in. This old monk knew that Alliance leader Lu would come this morning. I've already informed Wu Yang and Wu Yue to come out and meet you. Master Kong Hai said. Oh. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows, but he didn't say anything. He entered the Bodhi temple with Kong Hai and Kong Jian, then sat down in an elegant courtyard and waited. Lu Ming, long time no see. I knew you wouldn't die. Not long after, a nondescript Buddhist chant was heard. Monk Wuliang and Moonless Bodhisattva walked over. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Meanwhile, Kong Hai and Kong Jian had already left, allowing Lu Ming and the others to chat among themselves. Wuliang, what exactly happened at the Godly Ruins continent? The people of the Southern God Palace came to the Divine Wilderness continent and said that I was killed by the geniuses of the Heavenly Gods sect after offending them. Why didn't you say anything? Lu Ming went straight to the point and asked the question that had been bothering him. Sigh, Lu Ming, you can't blame me. Monk Wuliang yelled, it was the experts of the Southern God Palace that sent us back, the Wang clan. When they arrived at the Divine Wilderness continent, they told us not to spread the news. You should know that the Southern God Palace is extremely powerful. They even have a fourth layer martial dominator realm expert. I didn't dare to disobey them. Besides, that old monk Kong Hai is a coward, so he told us to cultivate in seclusion instead of worrying about the outside world. Monk Wuliang wore an exaggerated expression. He kept referring to Abbot Kong Hai as old monk Kong Hai, how strange. Ba. Moonless Bodhisattva uttered a chant and pretended not to hear it. By the way, Lu Ming, were you being hunted by the Southern God Palace? At that time, I really thought you were dead. Monk Wuliang added. Oh. I'm too lazy to look into it. What about Long Chen? Didn't he come back with you? Where is he? Lu Ming asked. Sigh, Long Chen is most likely dead. He was taken away by the people of the Wang clan. Monk Wuliang let out a sigh. The Wang clan. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he said, do you know why they took Long Chen away? I don't know. Monk Wuliang shook his head. Lu Ming frowned. Was it because he had offended the genius of the Wang clan, Wang Zhen, that the Wang clan was trying to take out their anger on Long Chen? Alright, Lu Ming, that's all I know. You came at the right time. If you were a few days later, you wouldn't be able to see us. Monk Wuliang said. Oh. You're leaving? Lu Ming asked curiously. That's right. In a few days, Wu Yue and I will head to Yuanlu and join the major Buddhist sects there. Ha, I'm indeed the darling of the heavens, the reincarnation of a Buddhist emperor. Lu Ming, I'll catch up with you soon. Monk Wuliang laughed out loud, feeling smug. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. It seemed that the Western Desert's waters ran deep. They could even contact the major Buddhist sects in Yuanlu. Then we'll meet in Yuanlu in the future. Lu Ming said. After that, Lu Ming bade farewell and left. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. In the past few days, Lu Ming received news that unknown experts had appeared on the shores of the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming frowned and ordered them to be more vigilant. On the shores of the eastern wilderness of the Divine Wilderness continent, a figure suddenly appeared. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. It was the aura of an emperor. I've finally arrived at the Divine Wilderness continent. That Lu Ming should be on the Divine Wilderness continent. The figure wore a green robe. His eyes were narrow and sharp. At that moment, there was a hint of greed in his eyes. His body swayed and flew toward the depths of the eastern wilderness. Soon, he arrived outside Kowloon City. What a majestic city. There's an emperor here. I can find out about Lu Ming's whereabouts. The green-robed man sneered and rushed into Kowloon City. He appeared in the depths of the city. A vast aura emanated from his body and pressed down on Kowloon City. What's going on? He's so powerful. Emperor. That's an emperor. Which emperor from the Dragon Alliance has arrived? In Kowloon City, many people were suppressed by the aura and almost knelt down. Some of the weaker ones even spat out blood. Who is it? A loud shout came from the depths of Kowloon City. A burly man rushed out. This burly man was Chu Luo. He was ordered to guard Kowloon City. When Chu Luo saw the green-robed man, his eyes narrowed. That was because he did not know him. Currently, all the emperors in the Divine Wilderness continent, except for those from the Western Desert, had joined the Dragon Alliance. Chu Luo was familiar with every one of them. However, he did not know this person. Clearly, he was not an emperor from the Divine Wilderness continent and came from overseas. You're finally out. Let me ask you a question. You'd better answer honestly. Otherwise, you'll suffer. The green-robed man chuckled. What do you want to ask? Chu Luo asked. Have you heard of Lu Ming? Chapter 1371. Alliance Master. Why are you looking for the Alliance Master? Chu Luo was stunned and asked. Alliance Master. Looks like Lu Ming's status isn't low here. Speak, where's Lu Ming now? Said the green-robed man. Why are you looking for the Alliance Master? Asked Chu Luo cautiously. Nonsense. Just speak when I tell you to. You really have a lot of nonsense. The green-robed man shouted coldly with impatience, and a powerful aura surged from his body and pressed down towards Chu Luo. Chu Luo's body shook, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. His expression changed violently as he exclaimed, second level of the Martial Emperor realm. The green-robed man was actually at the second level of the Martial Emperor realm. Why are you looking for the Alliance Master? Otherwise, don't even think about telling you. Chu Luo roared loudly. Still not speaking. You're courting death. The green-robed man's gaze turned cold as he slapped out with his palm. Chu Luo's figure retreated madly, and layers of defenses appeared before him. Bang! 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 However, Chu Luo's defenses were shattered by the green-robed man's palm strike. Chu Luo spat out large mouthfuls of blood as his body was blasted flying like a cannonball. Let's go. Chu Luo didn't hesitate at all to turn around and flee. Humph. Do you think I won't know just because you fled? The green-robed man shouted coldly and didn't pursue Chu Luo. His figure appeared below Nine Dragon City and grabbed the head of a domain god, and a green mist enveloped the domain god. The domain god let out a shrill and miserable cry, and the others nearby were terrified to the point of trembling. Speak. Where's Lu Ming? Asked the green-robed man coldly. The Alliance Master is at Dragon Emperor City. Dragon Emperor City. That person cried out loudly. Dragon Emperor City. Give me the map. The green-robed man shouted coldly. That person didn't dare disobey, and he withdrew a map from his storage ring and passed it to the green-robed man. The green-robed man flung the domain god flying, and then he opened the map to take a look. He laughed coldly, hee hee. Lu Ming, I've finally found you. I didn't waste my time rushing over here from the green-rich continent. With a cold light flashing across his eyes, the man in green strode towards Dragon Emperor City. If Lu Ming was here, he would know that the Green Abundance Continent was a continent in the southern part of the Divine Ruins Continent group. It was right next to the Divine Wilderness Continent. As soon as the green-robed man left, the domain enlightened spirit god that was captured by the green-robed man gasped for breath while cold sweat flowed from his body. Right when he thought he'd escaped calamity, a ball of green mist suddenly emerged from his body and enveloped him. A cry of agony was heard once again. After a short while, when the mist dispersed, only a skeleton remained of the domain enlightened spirit god. Hiss hiss hiss, the people nearby all sucked in a breath of cold air. Similar scenes played out in the southern underworld and the northern plains. The rulers of both places were attacked. In Dragon Emperor City, Lu Ming had also received the news. An expert who fought to a draw with the continent has appeared in the southern underworld. Lu Ming frowned. All parties were under attack. The ones who appeared were all martial emperors with formidable cultivations. The weakest among them was a second-layer martial dominator realm expert. Only Nanming was confirmed to be an emperor from the Zhanping continent. The Zhanping continent. According to the news, it's very likely that they're from a few different continents. Strange. Lu Ming frowned. They came from a few different continents and suddenly came to the Divine Wilderness continent. Moreover, they all had the same goal, to find him, Lu Ming. Lu Ming was very puzzled. These powerful figures from different continents had all come to the Divine Wilderness continent to look for him. What exactly was the matter? At this moment, Lu Ming received another piece of news. Someone attacked the Demon God Valley in the northern plains. The Demon God Valley was where Xiao Wan was. Xiao Wan showed his strength and severely injured the enemy. Moreover, he brought that person to the Dragon Emperor City through the trans-territory teleportation formation. Lu Ming was delighted. It was a good opportunity to interrogate him. Lu Ming took a step forward and tore the space apart. In the next moment, he appeared at the trans-territory teleportation formation and saw Xiao Wan. There was also a skinny old man lying on the ground with a pale face. His aura was weak and his face was pale. I'm from the Bayou continent. You better let me go. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death. The skinny old man yelled and threatened Xiao Wan. The old man possessed a cultivation of the second-layer martial dominator realm, but he was no match against Xiao Wan. Bang! Lu Ming arrived and stomped his foot on the old man's face, causing the old man's face to slam into the ground. Nonsense, tell me, why did you come to the Divine Wilderness continent to find me? Lu Ming asked coldly. So you're Lu Ming? The skinny old man's eyes flickered as he stared at Lu Ming with a greedy look. Tell me. Lu Ming exerted force with his foot. The old man struggled wildly, but it was useless as his cultivation was sealed. Lu Ming, you better give me the Chaos Badge and let me go. Otherwise, not only will you die, the entire Divine Wilderness continent will be buried with you. The skinny old man yelled. Chaos Badge? You're here for the Chaos Badge? Tell me, what's going on? Lu Ming yelled. These people were here for the Chaos Badge, which greatly exceeded Lu Ming's expectations, causing him to be even more curious. Let me go at once, the skinny old man yelled. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stomped his feet on the old man's legs, causing them to explode and turn into dust. The old man inhaled deeply as his eyes popped out, before he let out a heart-wrenching cry. For a martial emperor, the explosion of his legs was nothing serious, as his spiritual body would be able to recover in a short period of time. However, the heart-wrenching pain was real. Speak. Speak honestly. Tell me the whole story. Otherwise, my next kick will be your dantian. Lu Ming said coldly. The skinny old man's heart tightened. If Lu Ming were to stomp on his dantian, his spiritual god would be in danger. In the end, the skinny old man had no choice but to tell everything he knew. It turned out that a few months ago, there was a shocking piece of news from the Divine Ruins continent. It was said that the Southern Divine Palace had captured a genius and that genius had a Chaos Badge. With the Chaos Badge, one could freely enter and exit the Divine Ruins and obtain the treasures inside. When the news came out, it caused a huge uproar. Later on, there was another piece of news that the genius with the Chaos Badge came from the Divine Wilderness continent. There was another person in the Divine Wilderness continent who also had the Chaos Badge, and his name was Lu Ming. The news spread like a whirlwind across the Divine Ruins continent and even to other continents. The ruins of deity were too mysterious. There were countless treasures hidden inside. There were several divine ruins in the Divine Ruins continent, but it was very dangerous inside, especially the core. Even martial emperors would die if they entered. But now, with the Chaos Badge, one could freely enter the Divine Ruins and obtain the treasures inside. This caused the Divine Ruins continent to riot. One of the Chaos Badges was in the hands of the Southern Divine Palace, so the others could only fight for the other one. The one in the hands of Lu Ming. Chapter 1372. Lu Ming speculated that the prodigy controlled by the Southern Divine Palace was Long Chen. Firstly, Long Chen had fallen into the hands of the Wang family and happened to have the Chaos Origin Token. Secondly, the Chaos Origin Token wasn't that easy to obtain. Lu Ming estimated that in the entire Divine Ruins continent group, only he and Long Chen had the Chaos Origin Token. Previously, he had learned from 2E of the Chaos Palace that the Chaos Origin Token depended on one's potential. In the War of Providence, some people's cultivation might far exceed Lu Ming's cultivation, but they might not be able to obtain the Chaos Origin Token. Only those who were determined to have great potential could obtain the Chaos Origin Token. Through these 2 points, Lu Ming speculated that the prodigy was definitely Long Chen. And the Wang family had used some methods, such as soul searching, to find out from Long Chen that Lu Ming also had a Chaos Origin Token. But there was one thing that Lu Ming couldn't figure out. For example, if the Wang family or the other experts of the Southern Divine Palace knew from Long Chen that Lu Ming also had a Chaos Origin Token, shouldn't they secretly send experts to capture Lu Ming? How could they spread the news so that all the continents in the Divine Ruins continent group knew about it? This didn't make sense. Boom! At this moment, a powerful aura came crashing down from the sky. The Dragon Emperor's city was enveloped by a powerful pressure. Boom! Boom! As soon as this pressure rose, several other pressures erupted and filled the sky above the Dragon Emperor's city. At this moment, everyone in the Dragon Emperor's city felt like they were being crushed by Mount Tai and a disaster was imminent. Lu Ming, get out here! Lu Ming, get out here! A few loud roars like thunder exploded in the sky above the Dragon Emperor's city, causing many people's eardrums to vibrate and they almost vomited blood. Good timing. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he stepped out and stomped on the skinny old man's dantian. Boom! The berserk power directly pierced through the skinny old man's dantian and scattered the old man's spiritual deity. The old man's eyes bulged as he roared, You didn't keep your word, Lu Ming sneered, I didn't say I wouldn't kill you. Also, you killed your way to the Divine Wilderness continent to steal my primordial chaos token. Do you think I won't kill you? How naive. With the eruption of power, the skinny old man was torn apart. Then, Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! With the sound of something breaking through the air, 5 figures appeared beside Lu Ming. Other than Xiao Wan, there were 4 other rulers. In Dragon Emperor's city, besides Lu Ming, there were 4 other emperors guarding it. The moment Lu Ming appeared in the sky, he had seen some figures standing around Dragon Emperor's city. I am Lu Ming. Lu Ming's voice came from afar. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a flicker, the figures around Dragon Emperor's city appeared around Lu Ming and the others, surrounding Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, I am the Sacred Sky Emperor of the Zhoning continent. Hand over your primordial chaos token. A burly man with golden hair stared at Lu Ming with a wild aura. The primordial chaos token is mine. I am the ruler of Shuiyu from the fluttering snow continent. A beautiful woman in white stared coldly at Lu Ming. These two people were both peak second-layer martial emperors. They were very powerful. Those who dared to cross the vast distance and come to the divine wilderness continent to participate in this battle were the top experts of their respective continents. The weakest of them was a second-layer martial emperor. Even the first-layer martial emperors did not dare to come. They knew that even if they obtained the primordial chaos token, they would not be able to enjoy it. Fluttering snow continent, Zhoning continent, get lost. A burly man in armor shouted coldly. His aura was extremely shocking. He was a third-layer martial emperor. Fighting against the continents, the ruler of Shuiyu and the sacred sky emperor wore stern looks. This third-layer martial emperor was from the fighting against the continent. The fighting against the continent was ranked in the top 10 among the continents of the divine ruins. Apart from these three, there were three others with a cultivation of the second-layer martial emperor. One of them was the old man in a green robe, who surrounded Lu Ming and his crew while glaring at them. Lu Ming, give me your primordial chaos token and I'll spare your life. The emperor of the fighting against the continent stared at Lu Ming coldly. Hee, it seems like you don't know anything about the primordial chaos token. The primordial chaos token was acquired during the Battle of Luck. It has already merged with my body. Even if you have it, you won't be able to use it. Lu Ming said with a smile. Won't be able to use it? That's easy. I just need to cripple you and bring you along. I can still enter the divine ruins and obtain the treasures inside. The emperor of the fighting against the continent said with a hideous grin. Is that so? Why are you so confident? Have you ever thought that you'll lose your life here? Lu Ming remained calm, but behind his calm expression, there was a cold murderous intent. Ha ha ha, lose my life here. What kind of expert can you find in the divine wilderness? What can you do to me? The emperor of the fighting against the continent burst into laughter. Oh. If that's the case, die. Lu Ming shouted and suddenly attacked. The chaotic intent realm lingered around him as the dragon vein sword appeared in his hand and slashed at the emperor of the fighting against the continent. The terrifying power caused the emperor of the fighting against the continent to turn pale. Block it. The emperor of the fighting against the continent took out a halberd and slashed it down with all his might. He was a third-layer martial emperor. Even an ordinary second-layer martial emperor would be killed by his full-powered attack. However, when Lu Ming's dragon vein sword landed on the halberd vibrated violently and exploded with a bang. The emperor of the fighting against the continent trembled violently and spat out blood as he retreated. How is this possible? The emperor of the fighting against the continent yelled in disbelief. He was a third-layer martial emperor, while Lu Ming was only a 9 Heavens Supreme. Although it was unbelievable that he had reached the 9 Heavens Supreme realm at such a young age, he was still a 9 Heavens Supreme. How could his strength be so powerful that he could severely injure the emperor of the fighting against the continent? Kill! Lu Ming stepped out. His combat sword cut through the void and slashed toward the emperor of the continent who was fighting the same battle. The emperor of the fighting against the continent tried to dodge the attack, but he suddenly discovered that his surroundings were surrounded by dozens of formations that were designed to trap the enemy. Puff! The dragon vein sword slashed the emperor of the fighting against the continent in half. This, on the side, the sacred sky dominator, the snowdrift dominator, and the others were dumbfounded. Their eyes were wide open. Everything happened too quickly. Lu Ming had just made 2 moves and a LV3 martial emperor expert, whom they were extremely wary of, was killed in just 1 move. He thought he was dreaming. Kill! Lu Ming swung his sword and slashed a second-layer martial emperor into pieces. Run, run! The rest of the cultivators fled in all directions in terror. Kill! Xiao Wan made his move and drew out his demonic saber. A second-layer martial emperor expert was slashed in half by the demonic saber. On the other hand, Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared behind the Snowdrift Emperor, slashing at him with his battle sword. The Snowdrift Emperor tried his best to defend himself, but it was useless. The slash shattered everything in its path. Chapter 1373. 5 sovereigns had come, including a LV3 Martial Royal Realm expert, but they had all been killed in an instant. Only the Sacred Sky Emperor was left. The Sacred Sky Emperor felt a chill run down his spine. In his opinion, even if there were experts in the Divine Wilderness continent, a LV2 Martial Royal Realm expert would be the limit. With his peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm cultivation, he could roam the Divine Wilderness unhindered. But now, he realized that the Divine Wilderness continent was a tiger's den. It was a hell on earth. Spare me. The Sacred Sky Emperor begged for mercy. I've said that since you're here to steal my Chaos Origin token, you should be prepared to be killed. Do you really think that the Divine Wilderness continent is your backyard and that I, Lu Ming, can be easily bullied by you? Lu Ming's cold voice sounded as he appeared behind the Sacred Sky Emperor and slashed down with the Dragon Vein sword. The Sacred Sky Emperor was filled with regret and hatred. He tried his best to resist, but the result could not be changed. Puff! The Sacred Sky Emperor was killed in the air. The 5 sovereigns who had come to attack were all dead. Lu Ming, give the order to gather all the sovereigns to guard the Dragon Emperor city. I'm afraid there will be more experts coming. Xiao Wan suggested. No. Lu Ming waved his hand and said, passively defending will only be endless. Now, we need to take the initiative to attack and scare them. Spread the news to all parts of the Divine Wilderness continent. Tell the experts of the other continents not to resist. Tell them that I, Lu Ming, am at the Fallen Emperor Mountain. You want to be at the Fallen Emperor Mountain? Xiao Wan raised his eyebrows and said. That's right. Fall Emperor Mountain, kill all the sovereigns. Lu Ming said. Do you need our help? Xiao Wan said. He could not help but admire Lu Ming's decisiveness. No need. Senior Xia, you'll guard the Dragon Emperor city. Lu Ming said. After that, Lu Ming stepped out and headed toward the Fallen Emperor Mountain. The Fallen Emperor Mountain was not far from the Dragon Emperor city. It was only 10 million miles away and was a giant peak that rose into the sky. Legend had it that an sovereign had fallen here a long time ago, which was why it was called the Fallen Emperor Mountain. A short while later, Lu Ming appeared at the top of the Fallen Emperor Mountain. He sat down cross-legged and waited quietly. The Dragon Emperor city also spread the news to every corner of the Divine Wilderness continent, saying that Lu Ming was at the Fallen Emperor Mountain. As time passed, more and more experts from other continents came to the Divine Wilderness. Lu Ming is at the Fallen Emperor Mountain. Let's go to the Fallen Emperor Mountain. I want to be the first to obtain the Primordial Chaos token. One figure after another headed for the Fallen Emperor Mountain. At the border of the northern plains, the sky rumbled. A huge cross-sea flying ship broke through the wind and waves, appearing on the coastline. Whoosh! 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 3 figures appeared in the cross-sea spaceship. Each of them had a majestic aura. Among the 3 figures, 2 were at the peak of the second-layer Martial Dominator realm, while the one in the middle was even more terrifying, having reached the peak of the third-layer Martial Dominator realm. This person had long green hair and looked to be in his 40s. In the distance, a beam of light flashed as a middle-aged man appeared before the 3 figures. He bowed to the middle-aged man and said, Second Master, I've found out that Lu Ming is cultivating in seclusion at the Fallen Emperor Mountain. Oh. Got it. The green-haired middle-aged man nodded and sneered. This Lu Ming is really audacious. He even dared to kill the young master of the sea-suppressing marshal's residence. This time, Big Brother sent me here to kill Lu Ming and avenge my 2 nephews. At the same time, I can seize the Primordial Chaos token. I'll do my best. The others on the side immediately said. Alright, let's go. The middle-aged man took the lead and left. At the fallen Emperor Mountain, Lu Ming sat with his legs crossed and casually scanned his surroundings. Around the fallen Emperor Mountain, 7 or 8 experts had appeared. They were all experts from different continents, and each of them was a second-layer martial dominator realm expert. This force was extremely shocking. However, these people had yet to make their move, not because they were afraid of Lu Ming, but because they were wary of one another. The primordial chaos token is mine, I was the first to arrive. Ridiculous, you're the first to arrive, so it's yours. Bullshit. Are you trying to oppose the fallen emperor continent? Voices could be heard as the powerful martial emperors unleashed their auras and stood in the air, facing one another. 2 more experts from the fallen emperor continent had arrived, one third-layer martial dominator realm and the other peak second-layer martial dominator realm. As expected of one of the top 10 continents in the godly ruins continent. As the experts faced one another, none of them dared to make their move. Lu Ming wore a faint smile, but he did not break the balance. Now was not the time to make his move. It would not be too late for him to make his move when more people arrived. As time gradually passed, more martial emperors arrived. Behind them, there were 16 martial emperors. Even the White Feather continent, which was ranked 4th in the Godly Ruins continent group, had sent a few of them. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, 4 figures flew toward them from the distance. The one leading them was the blue-haired middle-aged man. The southern sacred palace of the Godly Ruins continent is here for the season-suppressing marshal's residence. Those who have no business here, back off. Someone beside the blue-haired middle-aged man yelled. The others were startled. What? Even the southern sacred palace is here. Doesn't the southern sacred palace have a primordial chaos token? Why are they involved? The others blurted out with stern looks. The strength of the Godly Ruins continent was too overwhelming. It had surpassed the strength of the other continents. However, it was impossible for them to give up just like that. The season-suppressing marshal's residents shouldn't try to oppress us. There are so many of us here, we're not afraid of you. That's right, if the season-suppressing marshal were here, we might be a little intimidated, but there's no way we're backing off. The others blurted out. Those who had arrived were the peak experts of the other continents. Even though the blue-haired middle-aged man's cultivation was strong, he was only a peak third-layer martial dominator realm cultivator. His presence was not enough to scare these experts. Humph, how reckless. Are you trying to oppose the season-suppressing marshal's residence and the southern sacred palace? The eyes of the blue-haired middle-aged man flickered coldly as he snapped. However, the others sneered and none of them backed off. Most of the experts from the southern continents of the Godly Ruins continent had gathered here. With so many experts gathered here, why would they be afraid of the season-suppressing marshal's residence? At most, they would hide after obtaining the primordial chaos token. What could the experts of the southern sacred palace do to them? The blue-haired middle-aged man's face darkened. Everyone present was an expert. There were more than 5 third-layer martial dominators. Although none of them were at the peak of the third-layer martial dominator realm, the blue-haired middle-aged man was still wary of them. Finally, it's about time. At this moment, Lu Ming said calmly on the fallen Emperor Mountain. The emperors immediately looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, how dare you kill the people of the season-suppressing marshal's residence? Hand over the primordial chaos token and come with me to the season-suppressing marshal's residence to receive your punishment. The blue-haired middle-aged man yelled. Hi Tian and hi you, those 2 pieces of trash. If you want to take revenge, then do it. Chapter 1374. You're courting death. The blue-haired middle-aged man shouted with a gloomy face. Everyone, as you can see, Lu Ming has a feud with the Sea Conqueror's mansion. My elder brother's 2 sons died in Lu Ming's hands. The Sea Conqueror's mansion is bent on getting Lu Ming. The blue-haired middle-aged man scanned the crowd. He was worried about the experts from other continents. As for Lu Ming, he did not care about him at all. I have no objection if you want Lu Ming. Just leave the Chaos Origin token behind. That's right. Take him away and leave the Chaos Origin token behind. The other sovereigns said. Humph. The blue-haired middle-aged man snorted. He wanted to kill Lu Ming, but his main target was the Chaos Origin token. Are you done talking nonsense? Lu Ming stood up and a cold killing intent rose from his body. He said, do you know why this place is called the Fallen Emperor Mountain? The crowd looked at Lu Ming again. That's because some sovereigns have fallen here. That's why I chose this place to be your burial ground. Lu Ming's cold voice spread in all directions. What? Arrogant. You want to kill us? What a joke. Don't attack. Let me kill him first. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the other sovereigns were enraged. Kill. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly roared and attacked. He shot up into the sky and rushed toward the sovereigns who were at LV2 Martial Royal Realm. Roar roar roar, dragon roars were heard as the 9 dragon forces burst out. At the same time, the third bloodline appeared and a force flowed into Lu Ming's body. Then, the chaotic domain covered his body. Clang! He slashed out with the dragon vein sword. At this moment, Lu Ming had used all his strength. No one expected that Lu Ming would dare to make a move when he was besieged by more than 20 emperors. Moreover, these sovereigns were all at LV2 Martial Royal Realm and above. How terrifying was this force? Therefore, when Lu Ming made his move, they were subconsciously taken aback. Puff! 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 With a sweep of the dragon vein sword, the 3 emperors of LV2 Martial Royal Realm were cut in half. The sword chi burst out and crushed their spiritual deities. In an instant, 3 people were killed. When Lu Ming attacked, the space between his eyebrows glowed. His second body stepped out and waved his hand. 5 phoenix feather flying swords shot out rapidly, and the cries of phoenixes shook the sky. 5 cries of agony were heard as 5 second-layer martial dominators were penetrated by the phoenix feather flying swords, shattering their spiritual spirits. Lu Ming suddenly launched an attack. His main body and second body attacked at the same time, instantly killing 8 powerhouses. Only then did the others react. Damn it, how dare you launch a surprise attack? How can he be so strong? Go, crush him. Angry roars rang out one after another. Some people felt their bodies go cold. If Lu Ming had attacked them just now, what would have happened? In an instant, numerous attacks were launched toward the main body and the second body. Whoosh! Lu Ming's main body moved slightly. Like a flickering light and passing shadow, he disappeared from the spot. Puff! Then, a second-layer martial dominator was cut in half by Lu Ming's sword. The air-frozen bead, combined with the wind origin skill, is really fast. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Lu Ming controlled the air-frozen bead, and a green energy appeared in his body. Then, he used the wind origin skill. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. Even the emperors could not catch up with his speed. As for the second body, he took a step forward, and the void was filled with formations. He used the formations to move his body and dodge the attacks. At the same time, he controlled the 5 phoenix feather flying swords and killed another second-layer martial dominator. Then, he waved his hand, and the million formation illustration appeared. Countless large formations appeared and attacked the emperors. The million formation illustration was most suitable for group battles. Countless large formations, all kinds of offensive, defensive, and trapping enemies, caused the many rulers to be in a flurry. With the second body's current strength, even a third-layer martial dominator would be afraid of the million formation illustration. Whoosh! 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 Lu Ming's main body used the wind origin skill, and his body flashed rapidly. Puff! Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. One by one, the emperors were killed. Second Master, help! A second-layer martial dominator from the Sea Conqueror's mansion shouted. However, the green-haired middle-aged man was focused on by the second body. Countless large formations poured down on him, and 3 of the 5 phoenix feather flying swords stabbed at him. He could barely protect himself, and he did not have the strength to save others. Puff! The emperors of the Sea Conqueror's mansion were easily killed by Lu Ming. Given Lu Ming's current combat ability, with the coordination of his main body and secondary body, killing a second-level martial emperor was as easy as chopping vegetables. Furthermore, most of these people didn't have emperor's spirit weapons. In the blink of an eye, there were only 5 martial dominators left. 5 LV3 martial emperor realm experts. The other second-layer martial dominators were all killed. Fall back, fall back. This man is a monster, an Azura, a demon. A few third-layer martial dominators yelled. They were scared out of their wits. Lu Ming was unbelievably strong. There were more than 20 of them. If they joined forces, even a 4th-layer martial dominator would have to retreat. However, almost all of them were killed by Lu Ming. This did not mean that Lu Ming's strength was stronger than a 4th-layer martial dominator. It was that the combination of Lu Ming's main body and his second body was too perfect, especially in a group battle. The second body activated the Million Formations illustration to trap, disturb, and attack the enemies with a wide range of attacks. No matter how many enemies there were, they could be trapped. Besides, the second body had a powerful attack. Coupled with the coordinated attacks of the main body, the other party's advantage in numbers had yet to be unleashed. Lu Ming's thunderous attacks had already scattered them into pieces. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Ming performed the bloodline merge and turned into the spirit-suppressing steel, suppressing a 3rd-layer martial dominator. Bang! The 3rd-layer martial dominator spat out mouthfuls of blood as half of his body exploded. Following this, the dragon vein sword slashed forward and killed the man. Following this, the spirit-suppressing steel came crashing down once again. The others wanted to escape, but what awaited them was a boundless grand formation. If they wanted to break through the grand formation, they would have to spend some time. But that time was fatal. Bang! The spirit-suppressing steel was like a death steel, covered in a chaotic domain. Ordinary 3rd-layer martial dominators could not resist it at all. They would be severely injured if not killed. Damn it, I'm going to run away, run away. Seeing the other experts being killed by Lu Ming one after another, the blue-haired middle-aged man panicked and tried to escape. However, the second body was staring at him. There was no way he could escape. Whoosh! A formation appeared on the second body's body. A sword intent was fired from the tip of his finger, which almost penetrated the blue-haired middle-aged man's forehead, causing him to break out in cold sweat. Ah ah ah! Cries of agony could be heard, before they fell silent. The other 3rd-layer martial dominators were all killed by Lu Ming. Chapter 1375. The green-haired middle-aged man's heart turned cold from head to toe. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that such a situation would occur when he was only here to kill a young junior. Now, it's your turn. Go down and accompany your 2 nephews. The suppressing hell steel flew towards the green-haired middle-aged man as Lu Ming's cold voice resounded. Lu Ming, I am the second brother of the Sea's suppressing general. If you dare to kill me, the entire divine wilderness continent will be buried with me. The green-haired middle-aged man roared and threatened. I have already killed Hai Tian and Hai Yu. You won't make a difference. Lu Ming sneered. You. Let me tell you, I am not only a member of the Sea's suppressing general's residence, I am also an elder of the Southern Divine Palace. If you kill me, you will be going against the Southern Divine Palace. The green-haired middle-aged man continued to roar. Seeing that the Sea's suppressing general's residence was not going to work, he brought up the Southern Divine Palace. Southern Divine Palace? I will make a trip there sooner or later. Lu Ming's voice was still as cold as a knife. The green-haired middle-aged man panicked. Lu Ming was not threatened at all. He was extremely daring. He had never met such a person before. He was at a loss. Swoosh! As he panicked, a phoenix feather flying sword flew past his neck, leaving behind a trail of blood and almost chopping off his head. The green-haired middle-aged man shuddered. Lu Ming, I beg you to spare me. As long as you let me go, I will go back and plead for you in front of my big brother. The green-haired middle-aged man started to beg for mercy. Ridiculous. Lu Ming sneered. Let me go. I beg you. As long as you let me go, I will do anything for you and be your slave. The green-haired middle-aged man became more and more afraid. In the end, he did not care about his face and begged. He did not look like a high and mighty emperor at all. Emperors were also humans. They were just people who had great power. They also had emotions and were afraid of death. Especially emperors, they were more afraid of death than ordinary people. They had great power and could destroy the heavens and earth. They had a long lifespan and could live freely in the world. Therefore, they were even more afraid of death. Clearly, the blue-haired middle-aged man was such a person. When he was stronger than others, he was high and mighty, looking down on others as ants. However, when he was faced with the threat of death, he would often behave even worse than an ordinary person. Kill. Lu Ming was unmoved. He spoke coldly as the prison-suppressing steel pressed down. At the same time, his second body attacked as well. There was no suspense in the outcome. Although the blue-haired middle-aged man's cultivation had reached the peak third-layer martial dominator realm, how could he possibly stand a chance against the combined strength of Lu Ming's main body and his second body? Not long after, the blue-haired middle-aged man was killed by Lu Ming with unwillingness. At this point, over 20 second-layer martial dominator realm experts had been slain by Lu Ming. Plus the 5 people who were killed by Lu Ming in Dragon Emperor City, these 20-odd powerhouses were the top powerhouses of all the continents in the south of the continent of God's ruins. In this battle, the top powerhouses of these continents had suffered great losses, resulting in a period of emptiness. The power structure of these continents would change tremendously, resulting in a great battle between the factions. That being said, Lu Ming was too lazy to care about any of this. With a wave of his hand, over 20 storage rings were collected by Lu Ming. In addition to that, the corpses of the martial dominators were stored in the mountain and river pattern. These were all martial dominators. Both their blood and essence were priceless treasures. They would be of great help if given to Xiao Wan and the others. After putting the storage rings away, Lu Ming headed for the Dragon Emperor City. Outside the Dragon Emperor City, more than 10 figures were waiting anxiously. Xian Yanqing, Xiao Wan, Xia Jiuyang, and the others. They were all the authorities of the Dragon Alliance. Although they were aware of Lu Ming's outstanding strength and his ability to create miracles, they could not help but feel worried as they were facing experts from other continents. Lu Ming. All of a sudden, Xian Yanqing's eyes lit up as he looked forward. A rainbow light flashed, and Lu Ming's figure appeared. Lu Ming, are you all right? Xian Yanqing hurriedly went forward, his face full of worry. During this period of time, Xian Yanqing had been in seclusion, trying to break through to the supreme stage. However, when he heard the news, he immediately came out of seclusion. I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled. Alliance leader, how are the powerhouses of the other continents? Xiao Wan asked. The others also looked at Lu Ming curiously. Lu Ming smiled and waved his hand. The corpses of the martial dominators, whether complete or incomplete, all appeared in the air, emitting shocking fluctuations. Even after death, the fluctuations emitted by the martial dominators were still shocking. This is... Xiao Wan, Xia Jiuyang, and the other martial dominators were all petrified. These martial dominators had only died recently. They could clearly sense their cultivations from the corpses. They were all second-layer martial dominators and above. There were 5 third-layer martial dominators. So many experts were dead. It was obvious that they had been killed by Lu Ming. They could feel their hearts shuddering as they inhaled deeply. At the same time, Lu Ming was becoming more and more mysterious in their hearts. Keep these corpses. I'll leave it to you to decide how to use them. Lu Ming said. Xiao Wan and the others used a storage ring to store the corpses of the martial dominators. By the way, I'll keep the ones that are useful to me. As for those that aren't, I'll leave them to you and store them in the vault. You'll be rewarded according to your contributions in the future. Lu Ming said. Xiao Wan and the others nodded. Following this, they excused themselves and left. Only Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were left in the sky. Lu Ming, what are you going to do next? Xian Yanqing asked all of a sudden. Shao Qing, I can't hide it from you. Lu Ming let out a smile as he held Xian Yanqing's hand and gazed deep into the Dragon Emperor city. Even though the southern continents of the Godly Ruins continent suffered great losses, it won't end here. There are still experts from the 4 great celestial palaces of the Divine Ruins, as well as experts from the western, northern, and eastern continents of the Divine Ruins. These experts will also rush over. If I continue to stay in the Divine Wilderness, it will be a disaster for the Divine Wilderness. Lu Ming said in a solemn tone. Currently, the strongest cultivator was only a peak 3rd layer martial dominator. If a 4th layer martial dominator were to show up, how was Lu Ming going to deal with them? A 4th layer martial dominator was significantly stronger than a 3rd layer martial dominator. Even though it was not too difficult for Lu Ming to kill an ordinary peak 3rd layer martial dominator with the help of his 2 bodies, he was still no match against a 4th layer martial dominator. If a 4th layer martial dominator were to show up at the Godly Desolation continent, the Dragon Alliance, the Dragon Emperor city, or even the entire Godly Desolation continent would be in trouble. That was not what Lu Ming wanted to see. Lu Ming, are you planning to leave the Godly Desolation continent? To the Godly Ruins continent? Chapter 1376. That's right. As long as I go to the Godly Ruins continent and show myself there, everyone will gather there. Lu Ming said. After all, those people's target was Lu Ming and the Chaos Origin token, not the Godly Ruins continent. As long as Lu Ming showed himself in the Godly Ruins continent, those who wanted the Chaos Origin token would not come to the Godly Ruins continent. This way, the Dragon Alliance and Lu Ming's friends and family would be safe. That was Lu Ming's plan. This plan could be said to be very bold and dangerous. Lu Ming, I'll go with you. Xian Yanqing held Lu Ming's hand tightly as he stared into Lu Ming's eyes. All right. Lu Ming nodded after thinking for a while. Xian Yanqing's smile was peerless. There was no time to lose. The next day, Lu Ming gathered the higher-ups of the Dragon Alliance and announced his plan. At first, Xiao Wan, Xia Jiuyang and the others were against it. However, since Lu Ming had made up his mind, there was nothing they could do. After the meeting, Lu Ming and Xiao Wan sat opposite each other in the backyard of the Dragon Alliance. Senior Xia, I don't know when Lu Ming will be back. I'll leave the Dragon Alliance to you for the time being. Lu Ming said. Why do you say that? Xiao Wan was stunned. There's less than a year left before the date with the Divine Dragon Valley. I'm afraid it'll take a year to get to the Godly Ruins continent. When the messenger of the Divine Dragon Valley arrives, we'll have to leave for the Yuanlu. Lu Ming explained. Xiao Wan fell silent. After a while, he said, Don't worry, Alliance leader. As long as I'm around, I'll ensure the safety of the Dragon Alliance and your family. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming smiled and said, I'll never forget what I promised you. After I've gained a foothold in the Yuanlu, I'll recommend you to join the Yuanlu sect. Thank you. Xiao Wan solemnly raised his glass to Lu Ming. After that, Lu Ming went to have dinner with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. The next day, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing officially set off for the Godly Ruins continent. In northern plains, in the boundless ocean, Lu Ming looked at the distant Divine Wilderness continent with a complicated look in his eyes. Who knew how long it would take for him to return? Xian Yanqing stood quietly beside Lu Ming and did not speak. Shaoqing, let's go. After a long while, Lu Ming smiled, took Xian Yanqing's small hand, turned around, and left. This time, Lu Ming only brought along Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming left 2 Qian in the Lu family to guard the Lu family. After flying for a while, Xian Yanqing entered the mountains and rivers to cultivate, while Lu Ming began to travel at full speed. He had to reach the godly ruins continent as soon as possible. Lu Ming tore the space with all his strength and traveled at an astonishing speed. Traveling at full speed consumed a lot of energy. Even with Lu Ming's current True Yuan strength, he could not last for long. However, Lu Ming had a second body. When the main body's True Yuan ran out, the main body would enter the mountain and river diagram to recover while the second body would continue to travel. Lu Ming's current speed was slightly faster than that of an ordinary third-level martial emperor. He traveled day and night without stopping. Within a few days, the Divine Ruins continent was already in sight. Previously, riding on Lei Shi Supreme, it took him several months. But now, traveling at full speed, his speed was dozens of times faster than Lei Shi Supreme. Godly Ruins continent, I'm back. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he rushed towards the Godly Ruins continent. After arriving at the Godly Ruins continent, Lu Ming found a place to devour origin stones and recover his cultivation to the peak. See suppressing Marshall's residence, I'll start with you. Lu Ming murmured as he tore the space apart and left. It was easy to let the Godly Ruins continent know that Lu Ming had come to the Godly Ruins continent in a short period of time. Lu Ming was the first to set his eyes on the sea-suppressing Marshall's residence. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the sea-suppressing Marshall's residence. The sea-suppressing Marshall's residence was located at the center of a huge ancient city. It was surrounded by palaces. Bang! Lu Ming appeared above the ancient city and unleashed his aura without concealing it. A terrifying pressure encapsulated the entire ancient city. What's going on? Provocation, this is provocation. How powerful, is he a 9 Heavens Supreme? How could a 9 Heavens Supreme have such a powerful aura? The entire ancient city was immersed in an uproar. Who's there? How dare you provoke the sea-suppressing Marshall's residence, die! How bold! At the center of the ancient city, terrifying auras burst out from the endless palaces. They were all auras of martial emperors. Lu Ming scanned the place with his divine sense and discovered more than 20 auras of martial emperors. Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. The Godly Ruins continent was indeed powerful. This was only the sea-suppressing Marshall's residence under the Southern God Palace, but there were already more than 20 martial emperors here. The Godly Desolation continent was nothing compared to it. Whoosh! 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 Following this, several figures sprang into the sky and surrounded Lu Ming. There were 9 figures in total, 9 martial emperors. Among them, 2 were second-layer martial emperors, while the other 7 were first-layer martial emperors. The sea-suppressing Marshall's residence would not send out all of its experts just because of a single person. Where's Hai Pingtian? Ask him to come out and die. Lu Ming yelled. Hai Pingtian was the name of the sea-suppressing marshal. How bold, die! How dare you provoke the marshal, kill him! The martial emperors surrounding Lu Ming yelled. A few of them attacked Lu Ming. Boom! 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 Lu Ming threw out 3 punches in a row, followed by 3 cries of agony. 3 first-layer martial emperors were blasted into pieces by Lu Ming. The other martial emperors were shocked and glared at Lu Ming. They did not expect Lu Ming to be so daring. He actually dared to make a move in the residence of the Sea Conqueror. Moreover, he was so ruthless that he killed 3 emperors in one go. They were sovereigns. Even in the Southern God Palace, they were high and mighty figures. But now, 3 of them had died in an instant. Kill! Lu Ming cast the Wind Essence skill and charged toward the remaining 5 sovereigns in a flash. Lu Ming's fist force destroyed all the martial emperors, regardless of whether they were second-layer or first-layer martial emperors. After 5 punches, the remaining 5 martial emperors were all killed. In the ancient city, the martial artists who witnessed this gasped in astonishment. Where did this fiend come from? He is so young, but his combat strength is unbelievably strong. He can kill martial emperors as if they were dogs. Boom! Boom! At that moment, the entire ancient city shook. A few earth-shattering auras burst out from the center of the palace. Then, a few figures appeared in front of Lu Ming. Their cold killing intent almost froze the world. The marshal is here!" someone exclaimed. The leader had a head of green hair, which was similar to the green-haired middle-aged man who had attacked the divine region. He was Hai Pengtian, the sea-suppressing marshal. Hai Pengtian's aura was earth-shattering, as if he was the ruler of the world. 4th Layer Martial Emperor. Chapter 1377. Hai Pengtian's LV4 Martial Royal Realm aura was released and Lu Ming felt a great pressure. Behind Hai Pengtian were 2 old men with LV3 Martial Royal Realm cultivation. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, a few figures rushed out from below and stood behind Hai Pengtian. There were more than 10 of them and they were all martial emperors. Those who were not martial emperors did not dare to come up. Their auras alone were enough to suffocate martial emperors. "Who are you? How dare you come to the Sea Conqueror's residence? Who sent you?" Hai Pengtian stared coldly at Lu Ming and did not attack immediately. In the godly ruins mainland, not many forces would dare to come here. The Sea Conqueror's residence belonged to the Southern Divine Palace. In the godly ruins mainland, only the other 3 divine palaces would dare to do so. Hence, Hai Pengtian was a little hesitant and decided to ask about it first. "Me? Didn't you send your second brother to catch me? I am Lu Ming." The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled slightly as he spoke. His clear voice spread throughout the entire ancient city and rang in everyone's ears. "What? He is Lu Ming. The most powerful person among the younger generation, Lu Ming, who has the chaotic essence token. He came to the godly ruins mainland." The ancient city was in an uproar when they heard this. "You are Lu Ming." Hai Pengtian's eyes narrowed and a cold murderous intent flashed in them. "That's right. He is Lu Ming. I saw him when the Yuanlu sect was selecting disciples." A voice came out from the ancient city. Apparently, someone had recognized Lu Ming. After receiving confirmation, Hai Pengtian's eyes lit up and he said, "My second brother has failed. Lu Ming, I am impressed by your courage. You came to the godly ruins and dared to kill in the Sea Conqueror's residence. Today, you will not leave." Hai Pengtian's aura became stronger and stronger and he was about to attack. "Commander, there is no need for you to deal with a kid. I will take him down and avenge the 2 martial emperors." ALV3 Martial Royal Realm elders stepped out from behind Hai Pengtian and bowed. "All right. Cripple his cultivation first, but don't kill him," Hai Pengtian instructed. "Yes, Marshal, don't worry." The 3rd Layer Martial Emperor Realm Elder nodded and walked towards Lu Ming. His aura locked onto Lu Ming. This Lu Ming, the second master, went to the Divine Desolate Continent to find him, but he actually hid in the Divine Ruins Continent. However, he is also stupid, to actually come to the Marshal's residence to vent his anger. He probably suffered a lot at the hands of the second master. That's fine, it should be my credit. The thought crossed the 3rd Layer Martial Dominator Realm Old Man's mind as his face wore a ferocious expression. Whoosh! An iron rod appeared in his hand, and he swung it at Lu Ming. "Perfect, kill them one by one." Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. If Hai Pengtian attacked him, it would be troublesome. Now that this old man had volunteered himself, it gave Lu Ming an opportunity. Boom! Lu Ming stepped forward and punched out. Lu Ming's fist collided heavily with the metal rod. All the energy in Lu Ming's body suddenly erupted. The 3rd Layer Martial Dominator Realm Old Man's expression changed greatly. His eyes were filled with disbelief, as if he had never thought that Lu Ming's strength would be so terrifying. Then, his body staggered backward. Die! Lu Ming executed the wind origin technique, and his body instantly appeared in front of the old man and threw out a punch. The old man gathered all his strength on the rod and struck at Lu Ming. However, at that moment, Lu Ming's glabella glowed. Lu Ming's second body stepped forward and waved his hand. The phoenix feather flying swords whizzed out and attacked the old man. It was too sudden, and the old man was caught off guard. The old man was fully focused on Lu Ming. He had never thought that another Lu Ming would appear from Lu Ming's glabella. It was too late for him to dodge. Puff puff puff, the 5 phoenix feather flying swords penetrated the old man's vital points, killing him instantly. Die! After killing the old man, Lu Ming did not stop. He controlled the air-frozen bead, and a stream of green energy flowed into Lu Ming's body. Then, he executed the wind origin technique, and his speed was extremely fast. Lu Ming attacked the other emperors. The dragon vein sword appeared and slashed at them. 2 first-layer martial dominators were killed by Lu Ming with a single slash. Everything happened too quickly. Only then did Hai Pingtian come to his senses. Most importantly, all of this was beyond his expectations. Lu Ming's aura was clearly that of a supreme being. A 3rd-layer martial dominator was killed by a supreme being in an instant. By the time he came to his senses, Lu Ming had already killed 2 more people. You're courting death. Hai Pingtian was furious. He roared and threw a punch at Lu Ming. Hai Pingtian threw out this punch furiously, and its power was astonishing. Whoosh! His second body waved his hand and the million formation illustration appeared. Dozens of defensive formations appeared in an instant to stop Hai Pingtian. However, bang! 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 A series of explosions sounded. These formations collapsed under the force of Hai Pingtian's palm. The strength of a 4th-layer martial dominator was too strong. The million formation illustration was a martial dominator's spiritual weapon. The formations in it would become more powerful as the second body's cultivation increased. With the second body's current strength, these formations would be very useful against a 3rd-layer martial dominator. However, they all exploded under Hai Pingtian's palm. The second body's expression changed slightly. He did not want to make a mistake, but he did not want to make a mistake. The spirit fire between his eyebrows lit up and more formations appeared in the million formation illustration. They were all defensive and trapping types. His goal was to stop Hai Pingtian for a while. At the same time, Lu Ming's main body used the wind origin skill to kill the other emperors. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming slashed with the dragon vein sword. No matter if it was a 1st-layer martial dominator or a 2nd-layer martial dominator, they were all killed with a single slash. In the blink of an eye, several more people died under Lu Ming's sword. Lu Ming's speed was too fast. These people did not even have time to escape. Damn it! Hai Pingtian roared. A pair of golden wings appeared on his back, like the wings of a rock. Of course, these were not real wings, but a martial dominator's spiritual weapon. Whoosh! Whoosh! The pair of golden wings swept past like 2 heavenly swords. The formations activated by the million formation illustration were constantly collapsing. Hai Pingtian quickly attacked the second body. The second body took a few steps forward. Inscription formations appeared in the void to cooperate with the million formation illustration. In the end, the second body even used inscription talisman scrolls. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of inscription talisman scrolls flew out and various kinds of energy poured toward Hai Pingtian. For a moment, Hai Pingtian could not break through the second body's defense. As for the main body, it continued its slaughter. Puff! The dragon vein sword slashed out and killed 2 more people. In the blink of an eye, there was only 1 emperor left in the void. A 3rd-layer martial dominator. The 3rd-layer martial dominator was scared out of his wits and did not dare to resist. He hid behind Hai Pingtian and escaped death. Chapter 1378. In the ancient city, everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. The sea-suppressing marshal's residence was in charge of a region, and its reputation was known for its dominance. When had it ever been so miserable? There were more than 20 emperors, and all of them were killed. Even a colossus like the southern god palace would feel the pinch. Hai Pengtian's eyes turned red. Those were his subordinates and they were killed just like that. He knew that he was finished. His position as the sea conqueror had come to an end. "Brat, I'm going to cut you into pieces." Hai Pengtian roared. The pair of wings on his back emitted a sharp light. With a sweep of the light, the array set up by the second body was destroyed. Whoosh! He charged towards Lu Ming with extreme speed. "Ha, Hai Pengtian, I'm not going to play with you anymore. Let's call it a day." Lu Ming laughed. The second body took a step forward and disappeared into the forehead of the main body. Lu Ming executed the wind origin technique and sped away. "Stay here." Hai Pengtian stared at Lu Ming and unleashed his cultivation to the extreme. A pair of wings flapped wildly and destroyed the array in the sky. He then turned into a ray of light and chased after Lu Ming. "Ha, Hai Pengtian, I forgot to tell you something. Your second brother has also been killed by me." Lu Ming laughed. The energy of the air-frozen bead entered his body. Lu Ming's speed reached the extreme. In a few moments, he had left Hai Pengtian behind. "What?" Hai Pengtian felt his chest tighten and he almost spat out blood. He gritted his teeth and controlled his wings to chase after Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had the help of the air-frozen bead and his speed was faster than Hai Pengtian. The distance between the two of them increased as they flew further and further. In less than an hour, Hai Pengtian could no longer see Lu Ming's shadow. "Lu Ming, I will definitely catch you." Hai Pengtian let out an angry roar and reluctantly stopped. A few days later, the news of Lu Ming coming to the continent of divine ruins and killing more than 20 rulers from the sea-suppressing marshal's residence spread like a whirlwind throughout the continent of divine ruins and even to other continents. For a moment, thousands of waves were stirred up. Right now, countless experts were looking for Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was extremely daring and had taken the initiative to come to the godly ruins continent. Moreover, he was extremely high-profile. As soon as he arrived at the continent of divine ruins, he even killed his way to the sea-suppressing marshal's residence and killed more than 20 rulers before retreating calmly. This shocked many people. Many people began to re-evaluate Lu Ming's combat prowess. Some of the weaker emperors began to retreat, but those who were stronger than martial emperors did not give up. In an instant, terrifying experts gathered in the southern region of the southern divine palace in an attempt to capture Lu Ming. Most of these experts were from the eastern, northern, and western divine palaces. Whenever Lu Ming appeared somewhere, a large number of experts would rush over. Among them, Hai Pengtian was the most proactive. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Lu Ming would occasionally appear and then disappear secretly. His motive was obvious. He wanted to tell the outside world that he, Lu Ming, was in the continent of divine ruins. This way, the experts would not go to the divine wilderness continent to look for him. 10 people were sitting in a meeting hall of the southern divine palace. These 10 people were the clan leaders of the 10 great clans of the southern divine palace. They were also the 10 people with the highest status in the southern divine palace. The 10 of them had gathered to discuss Lu Ming's matter. "Everyone, what should the southern divine palace do about Lu Ming's matter?" One of them asked. "Of course we have to send powerful figures to capture Lu Ming. He still has a primordial chaos token with him." A rather handsome middle-aged man said. This person wore a milky white robe and had a scholarly aura. This person was the clan leader of the Wang clan, one of the 10 great clans. He was Wang Zhen's father, Wang Sheng. "That's right, I agree with Brother Wang's suggestion. Send experts to capture Lu Ming. As long as we don't kill him, it's not impossible to destroy his cultivation." Beside Wang Sheng, a person said coldly. This person was the newly promoted clan leader of the Mu clan. The previous clan leader of the Mu clan had joined forces with young Master Lin of the Celestial God sect to hunt down Lu Ming. They chased him into the core of the divine ruins and were killed by the headless true dragon rider. Therefore, this person was newly promoted. I don't think it's appropriate. At this moment, another voice sounded. Wang Xing's gaze turned cold as he looked at the person and said, Ji Feng, what do you mean? Why is it inappropriate? I know that your daughter, Ji Hongchen, has some friendship with Lu Ming. Do you want to help him? Ji Feng, the clan leader of the Ji clan, Ji Hongchen's father. Ridiculous. Ji Feng glanced at Wang Xing contemptuously and said, now that Long Chen is in the hands of our South Divine Palace, the other 3 Divine Palaces are already jealous. If we capture Lu Ming, what will the other 3 Divine Palaces do? Will they join forces to attack my Southern God Palace? At that time, how will my Southern God Palace resist? His words caused the hall to fall silent. After a while, another person said, that's right, I think Brother Ji's words make sense. We won't intervene in Lu Ming's matter for the time being. Lu Ming killed more than 20 sovereigns from the sea-suppressing marshal's residence. Are we just going to let it go? The clan leader of the Mu clan was unwilling. Lu Ming doesn't need us to do anything. If he falls into the hands of the other 3 divine palaces, he will definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Someone said. That's right. We just need to protect Long Chen. Moreover, 1 origin token is enough to enter the divine ruins. Indeed, let them fight for Lu Ming. Others also spoke. Wang Sheng and the clan leader of the Mu clan had no choice but to compromise. In the southern part of the divine ruins, in a wild mountain. This place was extremely hidden and filled with demonic qi. Unless it was an expert who cultivated the demonic path, very few people would come here. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing appeared here. Little Qing, during this period, you should cultivate here. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? Don't even think about leaving me alone. Xian Yanqing pouted. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and said, Little Qing, don't worry, I'll be fine. After a while, I'll come and see you. Seeing that Xian Yanqing was still staring at him with wide eyes, Lu Ming continued, moreover, I have a main body and a second body. My main body and second body will act separately. Nothing will happen. Are you going to the divine palaces to inquire about Long Chen's whereabouts? Xian Yanqing was intelligent and immediately guessed Lu Ming's thoughts. Lu Ming nodded and said, that's right, I plan to let the second body sneak into the divine palaces while the main body is outside to attract the attention of others. This was Lu Ming's plan. With the main body outside, he would attract the attention of those experts while the second body sneaked into the divine palaces and waited for an opportunity to rescue Long Chen. This operation was dangerous. Although he had the mountain river diagram and could bring Xian Yanqing along, Lu Ming could not guarantee that he would not be in danger. Chapter 1379. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing's eyes turned misty as she clenched her fists tightly. She knew that with her current combat strength, she wouldn't be able to help Lu Ming even if she followed Lu Ming. Instead, she would only distract Lu Ming. At this moment, she hated that her cultivation was too low and she couldn't share the burden with Lu Ming. She gritted her teeth. She had to work hard and keep up with Lu Ming's pace. In the future, she would be able to help Lu Ming. Alright, I'll cultivate here. You must be careful. Xian Yanqing said in the end. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Lu Ming stroked Xian Yanqing's soft black hair and gently tapped Xian Yanqing's red lips. Then, he drifted away. Looking at the direction where Lu Ming left, Xian Yanqing swore to herself that she would never become a burden to Lu Ming again. First, I'll break through to the sovereign realm. Then, I'll break through to the sovereign realm. Xian Yanqing's eyes flashed with determination. She turned around and walked into the mountain that was filled with dense demonic qi. After Lu Ming left Xian Yanqing, he traveled thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Half a day later, He had flown a great distance. At this moment, his second body stepped out from between his eyebrows and appeared in front of Lu Ming. Then, the second body's body started to change. Inscriptions appeared on his body and his aura started to change. After a while, the second body changed into a new set of clothes and became a completely different person. After disguising himself, the second body tore through the void and headed towards South Divine Palace. As for the main body, he found a place to cultivate in peace. His plan was simple. Just like what Xian Yanqing had said, the second body would sneak into South Divine Palace to gather information while the main body would cultivate outside. He would only appear occasionally to attract the attention of others. Currently, the main body was cultivating 3 types of skills. First, of course, was the embryonic form of domain. When the embryonic form of a domain was just condensed, it was very small. It needed to be constantly nurtured before it could slowly mature. When the embryonic form of a domain reached a limit, one could begin to break through to become a ruler. During this time, Lu Ming didn't stop nurturing his domain. He had made great progress, but he was still a distance away from the limit. The second thing to cultivate was the pure spirit body. Now, the pure spiritual body had reached the peak of 70% and would soon reach 80%. The third was to cultivate 5 types of concept martial skills. The 5 types of martial skills were all at the 5th level, but they were very close to the 6th level. Once he broke through to the 6th level, he would be able to cultivate the chaotic concept martial skill, the chaotic flipping sky seal. What Lu Ming was cultivating now should be called a primal chaos domain martial technique. The primal chaos flipping sky seal was very special. If it was cultivated in the state of mind, it would become a martial technique of the state of mind. Now that Lu Ming had comprehended the embryonic form of a domain, if he cultivated it now and combined it with the domain, it would become a domain martial technique with astonishing power. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. The main body cultivated quietly while the second body rushed to the Southern Divine Palace. Soon, the second body arrived at the Southern Divine Palace. After a few months, Lu Ming came to the Southern Divine Palace again. The last time he came, it was to participate in the selection of the Yuanlu Great Marshal's disciple. In the end, he was chased and escaped from the Southern Divine Palace. Lu Ming's thoughts were in a whirl as he walked toward the Southern Divine Palace. The Southern Divine Palace is recruiting inscribers. Not long after entering the Southern Divine Palace, Lu Ming heard this news. Recruiting inscribers? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. After asking around, he finally found out why. The Southern Divine Palace seemed to be guarding something. They were recruiting inscribers to inscribe large arrays and guard the large arrays to guard something. As for what it was exactly, there were different opinions and all kinds of guesses. Could it be that the Southern Divine Palace is guarding Longchen? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. The Chaos Origin token could allow one to enter the ruins of God safely. Everyone wanted it, and the other 3 divine palaces were also eyeing it. The Southern Divine Palace controlled Longchen, which was equivalent to controlling a Chaos Origin token. Naturally, they had to guard it strictly for fear that it would be taken away by the other 3 divine palaces. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to recruit inscribers and strengthen the guard. Whether it is or not, I'll go and take a look. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he walked toward the recruitment site. After arriving at the recruitment site, Lu Ming found many people, all of whom were inscribers. The rewards given by the Southern Divine Palace this time were extremely generous, and it attracted many inscribers to sign up. However, many of them had depressed expressions. After asking around, Lu Ming knew why these people were depressed. It was because the inscribers recruited by the Southern Divine Palace were at least at the 8th level. An 8th level inscriber was equivalent to a spirit god realm martial artist. To become an inscriber, one's talent was very high. Therefore, there were relatively few people who cultivated the Tao of inscribing in this world. There were naturally far fewer inscribers than spirit god realm martial artists. Those depressed people had not reached the 8th level. Lu Ming walked forward and arrived at a counter. We're recruiting inscribers at the 8th level and above. Are you an 8th level inscriber? An old man in charge of recruitment looked at Lu Ming with a trace of disdain in his eyes. After Lu Ming changed his appearance was ordinary, but he was very young. How could he be an 8th level inscriber at such an age? The old man didn't really believe it. The Tao of inscribing was even more difficult to cultivate than the martial Tao. This old man was an exalt rank inscriber, and he'd spent a few hundred years to break through to the 8th level. But how old was Lu Ming? I'm an 8th level inscriber. Lu Ming smiled and didn't mind. Oh. You're an 8th level inscriber. Don't waste my time. Show me your spirit flame, said the old man. Lu Ming nodded, and the space between his brows emitted a silver glow. Powerful spirit energy suffused the area and drew the gazes of everyone. What a pure spirit energy! What a pure spirit flame! The old man in charge of recruitment gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. He felt that Lu Ming's spirit flame was extremely pure. If the spirit flame of an ordinary person was an ordinary person, then Lu Ming's spirit flame was an emperor. Yes, the old man felt that his spirit flame seemed to be under great pressure. Is this enough? Lu Ming muttered and put away his spirit flame. He used some method to conceal the color of his spirit flame, making it look like a silver spirit flame. Moreover, Lu Ming tried his best to suppress it and only revealed a little. The color could be changed and the quantity could be suppressed, but the essence of his spirit flame couldn't be changed. He was an emperor, and he had inherited the mantle of a heavenly profound saint. Every step was perfect, and his spirit flame was naturally pure and condensed to the extreme. It was far from what an ordinary person could compare to. Yes, it turns out that little brother is a genius in the Tao of inscribing. I misjudged you just now, haha. The old man smiled awkwardly and registered Lu Ming's information. After that, he gave Lu Ming a jade token. Lu Ming held the jade token and waited at the side. A few hours later, the recruitment was over. A total of 7 8th level inscribers were recruited. Follow me to the place you are guarding. As for the reward, it will be paid every month. Southern Divine Palace will not miss a single origin stone. Chapter 1380. Deep inside the Southern God Palace stood a magnificent mountain that covered a vast area. The old man led them to the outskirts of the mountain. So many inscribers, such a huge formation. Upon arriving, Lu Ming scanned the surroundings and discovered that there were at least 100 inscribers around the mountain. Each of them was an 8th grade inscriber. The outskirts of the mountain were covered by a huge formation. Alright, this is where you will be guarding. There is a large formation here, and each of you will be a part of this large formation. You will need to constantly inject your mental strength to maintain the operation of the large formation. How is it? Simple, right? The old man said. The crowd nodded their heads. It was indeed simple, as they only needed to insert their spiritual energy to maintain the formation. However, I have to warn you that this is a forbidden area of the Southern God Palace. You should stay at the outskirts and don't wander around, especially deep inside the mountain. If you are discovered by the experts of the Southern God Palace, no one will be able to save you. The recruitment elder changed his tone and warned everyone. The others were startled and nodded their heads. However, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He had a strong feeling that Long Chen was most likely imprisoned here. They were only in charge of the outskirts of the mountain. It was impossible for outsiders to be responsible for the inner parts of the mountain. The old man gave them a few more reminders and told them the areas they were responsible for, before he left. Lu Ming sat on a boulder with his legs crossed and carefully observed the surroundings with his spiritual energy. There were many experts around the mountain, thus Lu Ming did not dare to act recklessly. However, since Lu Ming had ignited 2 spirit lamps, and his control of his spiritual energy had reached the perfection realm, even a 3rd-layer martial dominator realm cultivator would not be able to detect his spiritual energy. Unless the person was a 4th-layer martial dominator realm expert. However, 4th-layer martial dominators were considered peak experts even in the godly ruins continent, thus there were not many of them. As his spiritual energy spread further, the outskirts of the mountain were soon covered by Lu Ming's spiritual energy. The outskirts of the mountain were protected by a huge formation with the functions of sensing, attacking, and defending. Once someone intruded into the formation, it would immediately alert the others, allowing them to attack at the same time. However, Lu Ming soon learned all the secrets of this grand formation. This formation was huge and required so many 8th level inscriptionists to control it at the same time. Its power was shocking, but it also had many flaws. Lu Ming could casually find dozens of them. Of course, this was in Lu Ming's opinion. To other 8th level inscriptionists, they would only feel that this grand formation was profound, grand, and unbelievably complicated. In the depths of the mountain, Lu Ming didn't use his psychic power to cover the area. He was afraid that there would be experts guarding the depths of the mountain. Soon, night fell. At this moment, Lu Ming moved. A figure that looked exactly like Lu Ming appeared where he had been standing. This figure had been created by Lu Ming's array formation, and his figure was heading towards the depths of the mountain. To Lu Ming, the outer array was like a flat road. It did not pose any obstruction. After passing through the array, Lu Ming arrived at the depths of the mountain. At this point, Lu Ming stopped. He raised his eyes and looked into the depths of the mountain. In his eyes, there seemed to be array formations rotating. What a wonderful array formation! Soon, everything in the depths of the mountain appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. At the bottom of the mountain, there was a cave. Clearly, there was another world in the mountain. And on the road leading to this cave, there was a grand formation inscribed. This kind of grand formation was extremely mysterious. It's actually the Chi Meridian Chain Grand Formation. After looking at it for a while, Lu Ming frowned. He felt that it was a little tricky. The Chi Meridian Chain Grand Formation was a pure sensing grand formation. It had no offensive or defensive power. It only had sensing ability. As long as others walked into the Chi Meridian Chain Grand Formation, the Grand Formation would send out an alarm. Of course, Lu Ming could easily break an ordinary sensing Grand Formation. However, the Chi Meridian Chain Grand Formation in front of him was difficult for even Lu Ming to break. Lu Ming could see that there were a total of 10 Grand Formations in front of him. They were interlocked, and each of these 10 Grand Formations was locked onto a kind of aura. 10 Grand Formations meant that there were 10 kinds of auras, which were also the auras of 10 people. If one wanted to break this kind of Grand Formation, they would not be able to sense it if they walked in. The only way was to use the auras of these 10 people to refine a token to break the formation. Only then could they quietly walk in. Otherwise, no matter how strong the formation was, if one walked in, the formation would sense it and send out an alarm. Obviously, if Long Chen was imprisoned in this mountain, as long as the alarm was sent out, the others in the mountain would move Long Chen away. Even if they forced their way in, they would not be able to save Long Chen. If one wanted to quietly enter the mountain, they had to break the Chi Meridian Chain Grand Formation. But how to break it? The key was that Lu Ming did not know whose auras this was. How could he get the auras of these 10 people? Lu Ming took a closer look before he retreated and returned to his original position. Southern Divine Palace really values the Chaos Yuan token. With such a tight defense, it will not be easy to save Long Chen. Lu Ming thought in his heart. If I want to break this Chi Meridian Chain Grand Formation and refine a token, I must have the auras of those 10 people. But which 10 people are they? I heard that Southern Divine Palace is dominated by the 10 great families. Could it be that the auras of those 10 people are the patriarchs of the 10 great families? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. This was the most likely possibility. But there was no guarantee. Lu Ming planned to find an opportunity to secretly investigate. For the next 7 days, Lu Ming thought about this plan, but to no avail. On the night of the 8th day, Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. He saw a figure flickering in the mountain. It was extremely fast and there was no movement at all. Not even a shadow could be seen. Those 8th level inscriptionists did not notice it. If not for Lu Ming's strong cultivation, it would have been difficult to discover it. This figure seemed to be very familiar with the outer array. It shuttled through the array and headed towards the inner part of the mountain. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then he moved and followed the figure into the mountain. After passing through the array, the figure stopped. This figure was wrapped in a black robe. Her appearance could not be seen clearly, but her figure was clearly a woman. Long Chen, I know that Southern Divine Palace has gone too far by treating you like this. Unfortunately, there is nothing I can do. The figure sighed softly. Her voice was very soft, but Lu Ming still heard it. This is Ji Hongchen. Lu Ming's eyes moved. This voice was clearly Ji Hongchen's voice. Lu Ming could not remember it wrongly. Ji Hongchen did not stay for long. He turned and left. Lu Ming followed behind Ji Hongchen. Should I ask Ji Hongchen for help? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Although Lu Ming and Ji Hongchen were not very close, Lu Ming still approved of Ji Hongchen's character. And from the looks of it, Ji Hongchen seemed to want to help Long Chen, but there was nothing he could do. Lu Ming pondered and followed Ji Hongchen out of the mountain. They went to other areas of Southern Divine Palace. Chapter 1381. Ji Hongchen scanned her surroundings and released her spiritual awareness. She seemed to have discovered that someone was following her. What a strong spiritual awareness. Is this a woman's sixth sense? Lu Ming laughed in his heart. Ji Hongchen didn't discover him. Perhaps it was her innate spiritual awareness that made her stop scolding him because she felt that someone was following her. However, Ji Hongchen didn't discover anyone when she scanned with her spiritual awareness. That's strange. Did I sense wrongly? Ji Hongchen muttered. She thought that she was hallucinating. Just as she was about to move forward, her pupils suddenly shrank and a trace of shock appeared in her eyes. That was because a young man had appeared in front of her without her noticing. He was looking at her with a faint smile. She was horrified and instinctively retreated. Who are you? Were you following me just now? Ji Hongchen scolded. Since Lu Ming was in disguise, Ji Hongchen naturally couldn't recognize Lu Ming. Miss Ji, how have you been? Do you still remember me? Lu Ming said. At the same time, his body began to transform into Lu Ming's original appearance. After some thought, Lu Ming decided to give it his all and come out to meet Ji Hongchen. Lu Ming indeed needed help. He knew that Ji Hongchen was one of the top 10 families in the Southern Divine Palace. She was the daughter of the Ji family's patriarch. If Ji Hongchen could help him, it would be much more convenient. Lu Ming, it's you. Ji Hongchen exclaimed softly after seeing Lu Ming's true appearance. She found it hard to believe. Now, all the experts in the world were looking for Lu Ming and wanted to capture him. However, Lu Ming actually came to the Southern Divine Palace. Who would have thought? I'm honored that Miss Ji still remembers me. Lu Ming smiled. Ji Hongchen removed the black mask on her head, revealing her beautiful face. She sized up Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you're really daring. You actually came to the Southern Divine Palace and even dared to appear in front of me. Aren't you afraid that I'll get someone to take you down? I believe that Miss Ji isn't that kind of person. Lu Ming smiled. Ripples appeared in Ji Hongchen's eyes as a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he rolled his eyes and said, Lu Ming, there must be something you want from me, right? That's right. Lu Ming needs Miss Ji's help with something. Lu Ming's expression turned solemn as he cupped his fists and said, Oh. Tell me, I may not be able to help you. Ji Hongchen said. Miss Ji, is Long Chen imprisoned in that mountain? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Long Chen is imprisoned inside. Lu Ming, you want to save Long Chen, right? I advise you to give up. You won't be able to save him. The defense is too tight. Ji Hongchen sighed. Although the meridian chain formation is profound, it's not impossible to break. Lu Ming said. You know about the Qi Meridian Chain Array? Ji Hongqian was shocked. Then, he said, since you know about the Qi Meridian Chain Array, you should know how difficult it is to enter it. The auras of the 10 people in the Qi Meridian Chain Array are the patriarchs of the 10 great clans of the Southern God Palace, right? Lu Ming continued to ask. That's right. Ji Hongqian did not hide anything and nodded. Therefore, Lu Ming has something that I need Miss Ji's help with. Lu Ming said. Don't tell me you want me to help you obtain the auras of the patriarchs of the 10 great clans? Ji Hongqian's beautiful eyes widened. That's right. With Miss Ji's identity, it shouldn't be too difficult. Lu Ming nodded and said. Aura. Once a person came into contact with something, they would leave their aura behind. For example, clothes that were worn, bowls and chopsticks that were used, or even human hair would leave their aura behind. As long as he could obtain these, it would be enough. The patriarchs of the 10 great clans of the Southern God Palace were all 4th-layer martial dominator realm experts. Ordinary people would not be able to obtain their auras, but Ji Hongqian was different. Her father was a patriarch of a clan. With her identity, it was possible for her to obtain the auras of the 10 great clans. Lu Ming, although I think it's unfair for the Southern God Palace to treat Long Chen and you this way, it's not easy to save Long Chen. Even if you have the auras of the 10 great clans, can you refine a formation-breaking badge? The method of refining a formation-breaking badge is top secret. Even I won't be able to obtain it. Ji Hongqian said. Don't worry, Miss Ji. As long as I have the auras of the 10 great clans, I'll be able to refine a formation-breaking badge. Lu Ming said confidently. Really? Ji Hongqian found it hard to believe. Could it be that apart from having a great martial skill talent, Lu Ming was also a powerful inscription master? From what she knew, even if he knew how to refine a formation-breaking badge, he would not be able to do it without the cultivation of a 9th-grade inscription master. Of course it's true. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling golden spiritual fire danced between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Ji Hongqian's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Her mouth was slightly agape, and she was in disbelief. Lu Ming is really a 9th-grade inscription master. Does this mean that Lu Ming didn't use his full strength when the Yuanlu Great Sect was selecting their disciples? He was able to suppress everyone with his martial skill alone, and his path of inscription had reached the level of an emperor. What a monster! Ji Hongqian cried in her heart. Miss Ji, Lu Ming retracted his spiritual fire and called out to her a few times. Ji Hongqian finally recovered from her shock. Her beautiful eyes blinked as she stared at Lu Ming. Her stare made Lu Ming's hair stand on end. What a monster! Ji Hongqian muttered in the end, which made Lu Ming roll his eyes. All right, I promise you. I'll help you get the auras of the 10 great clans. Ji Hongqian nodded after thinking for a while. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He said, Miss Ji, Lu Ming has another question. Logically speaking, Long Chen and I have been chosen by the Dragon God Valley and are disciples of the Dragon God Valley. Why would the Southern Divine Palace and the other 3 Divine Palaces be so bold to attack us? You don't seem to have any scruples at all. Lu Ming asked the biggest question in his heart. This question had been bothering Lu Ming for a long time. He and Long Chen were disciples of the Dragon God Valley. The people of the Godly Ruins continent dared to do this to them. Weren't they afraid that the experts of the Dragon God Valley would come and kill them? It would make sense if they attacked secretly, but they were doing it openly now. Lu Ming, you don't know yet, right? A few months ago, the Heavenly Divine Sect sent news that the Dragon God Valley of the Yuanlu continent was destroyed. Ji Hongqian revealed a shocking piece of news. Destroyed? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The Dragon God Valley of the Yuanlu continent was destroyed. In that case, everything made sense. If the Dragon God Valley was destroyed, the experts of the Godly Ruins continent wouldn't have any scruples. Lu Ming was also speechless. It wasn't easy for him to join a great sect in the Yuanlu continent, but it was destroyed before he could even join the sect. It seemed like the Yuanlu continent was more dangerous than the Godly Ruins continent. A great sect was destroyed just like that. Chapter 1382. Thank you, Miss G. After a while, Lu Ming took a deep breath to calm himself down and thanked Ji Hongqian. Today, she had solved many of Lu Ming's doubts. You're welcome. I'll leave first. I'll come find you when I find the auras of the 10 great clans patriarchs. Ji Hongqian said. Before she left, Ji Hongqian blinked and looked at Lu Ming. Do you really trust me? Aren't you afraid that I'll find an expert to take you down? If that's the case, the 2 origin tokens will be in our hands. Lu Ming smiled and said, didn't I just say it? I trust you, Miss G. Ji Hongqian cracked a smile and flew away. After Ji Hongqian left, Lu Ming changed his appearance again and returned to the outskirts of the mountain where he was supposed to guard. Unexpectedly, Ji Hongqian came to find Lu Ming the next night. Lu Ming, this is the teacup that my father drank from. I believe it'll be useful to you. Ji Hongqian handed a jade teacup to Lu Ming. Lu Ming received it happily and said, thank you, Miss G. Ji Hongqian smiled faintly, but didn't say anything else as he drifted away. Then, the detailed diagram of the Qi meridian chain formation appeared in Lu Ming's mind. During this period of time, he had already analyzed all the mysteries of the Qi meridian chain formation and imprinted them in his mind. Then, he took out a jade talisman and extracted the aura of the Ji clan from the teacup. He absorbed it into the jade talisman and started to inscribe inscriptions on it. 3 days later, the first formation-breaking token was successfully refined. As long as one held this token and entered the formation corresponding to the Ji clan patriarch, the formation would not send out an alarm. Unfortunately, the Qi meridian chain formation required 10 tokens. It would be useless if one was missing. A few days later, Ji Hongqian sent over the aura of the second patriarch. Lu Ming, some of the patriarchs are on good terms with my father, so it's easy for me to get them. However, some of the patriarchs are against my father, so it'll be troublesome. I'll need some time. This was what Ji Hongqian told Lu Ming before he left. Lu Ming could understand. After all, it was the aura of a 4th-layer martial dominator realm expert. It was not easy to acquire the aura of the 10 great clans of the Southern God Palace. Lu Ming could only refine the aura in his hand into a token. Other than guarding the formation, Lu Ming cultivated by himself and strengthened his spirit fire, so he didn't waste any time. Time passed day by day. In the outside world, apart from cultivating, Lu Ming's true body would occasionally appear to attract the attention of others. More and more experts joined the hunt for Lu Ming. In addition to the experts from the other 3 divine palaces, the experts from the other continents also came to the divine ruins. However, Lu Ming was proficient in illusionary aura techniques and could change his aura. Moreover, his battle prowess was formidable. Every time he appeared, he would easily escape after stirring up the situation. Just like that, 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. The 2-year agreement with the Yuanlu Great Sect was getting closer and closer. In the past 4 months, Lu Ming had refined 7 formation-breaking badges. Currently, Ji Hongqian's speed of acquiring aura was getting slower and slower. The time required was getting longer and longer. The remaining people were all enemies of the Ji clan, thus it was extremely difficult to acquire their auras. Night fell. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a piece of green rock and closed his eyes to cultivate. Between heaven and earth, there were wisps of invisible power of inscription descending from the law of inscription and being absorbed by Lu Ming. In Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, the mental flame gradually grew stronger. Suddenly, Lu Ming opened his eyes and glanced ahead. Here they are again. Lu Ming mumbled. 2 black figures were traveling silently in the formation. Apart from Lu Ming, no one else noticed them. The 2 figures were not Ji Hongqian, but someone else. 2 months ago, these 2 figures had secretly come to observe the energy meridian chain formation in the mountain. Behind them, Lu Ming was secretly observing them and finally discovered them. The two people who were secretly observing them were actually experts from the Wang clan, one of the top 10 clans of the Southern Divine Palace. Lu Ming guessed that the Wang clan also wanted to refine the formation-breaking badges. Their goal was simple, to take Long Qin away and keep the Chaos Essence token for themselves. After a while, the two figures left. After the two figures left, another figure came. It was Ji Hengqian. This time, Ji Hengqian brought the 8th aura. Lu Ming, there are two more. Ji Hengqian's face was slightly haggard. It was obvious that she had put in a lot of effort to acquire the auras of the top 10 clans. Lu Ming was quite touched. After Ji Hengqian left, Lu Ming continued to refine the formation-breaking badges. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Ji Hengqian brought the 9th aura. It had been 5 months since Lu Ming entered the Southern Divine Palace. After receiving the auras, Lu Ming began to refine the formation-breaking badges. However, something unexpected took place that night. More than 10 figures were traveling in the darkness, heading deep into the mountain. Is that? Lu Ming was astounded. The dozen or so black shadows were all powerhouses. They were all rulers. One of them even possessed an immeasurable cultivation, a 4th-layer martial dominator realm expert. 4th-layer martial dominator realm cultivators are rare in the entire Southern Divine Palace. Could it be that the patriarch of the Wang clan is here in person? With so many experts from the Wang clan here, could it be that they have already refined 10 formation-breaking badges? Lu Ming made a guess secretly. Inscriptions appeared on his body and he restrained his aura to the extreme. With a sway of his figure, he silently followed behind the dozen figures. As they arrived before the Chain Chi formation, the strongest expert waved his hand and took out 10 jade badges. As expected, he had refined 10 formation-breaking badges, which was faster than Lu Ming. The 10 formation-breaking medallions emitted a layer of light that enveloped the 10 or so black figures. The 10 or so black figures charged into the chain meridian formation without causing any ripples. Not long after, more than a dozen black shadows rushed into the cave and disappeared. Lu Ming frowned. Now that the plan had changed beyond his expectations, he could only take one step at a time. Not long after, the figures reappeared in the cave, but this time, there was an extra person among them. Long Qin. At one glance, Lu Ming saw that one of the dozen people was Long Qin. Long Chen's face was slightly pale as he was being carried by one of the figures. It was obvious that Long Qin had suffered a lot during this period, but he was still determined. The figures carried Long Qin and swiftly passed through the formation, arriving at the outermost formation. As they were about to pass through the formation and escape. Bang! 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 Several powerful auras suddenly exploded in the air. There were more than 100 of them. Following this, more than 100 figures descended and surrounded the figures. Wang Sheng, you're trying to monopolize the chaotic badges. Do you think we don't know that you found someone to refine the formation-breaking badges? A white-haired old man snapped coldly. Ha ha ha. The one with the strongest aura among the figures burst out laughing as he unleashed his true force, shattering the black robe around him, revealing his true appearance. It was the patriarch of the Wang clan, Wang Sheng. Chapter 1383. It seemed that the other families of the South God Palace had known that Wang Sheng wanted to keep the Chaos Token for himself. They had deliberately let Wang Sheng and the others in so that they could catch them outside. Wang Sheng laughed as he looked around and said, "Keep it for yourself." Long Qin was captured by the Wang family. It was the experts of the Wang family who searched Long Chen's soul and found out about the use of the Chaos Token. It was you who joined forces to force me to hand over Long Chen so that we could take control of the Chaos Token together. Now, I'm just taking back what I deserve. Ridiculous, Wang Sheng. If we didn't take control of it together, do you think the Wang family alone could keep the Chaos Token? It would have been taken away by the other 3 divine palaces. One of the patriarchs shouted coldly. Ha ha ha, I'd rather have the chaos token fall into the hands of the other 3 divine palaces than share it with you. You cowards, so what if you have the chaos token? You can only seal it and don't dare to use it. What's the use of the chaos token to get treasures in the divine ruins? Wang Xing sneered. Nonsense, it's not the right time yet. Wang Xing, hand over Long Chen. Otherwise, the Wang family will be removed from the top 10 families today. A white-haired old man shouted coldly. His aura was extremely shocking and it pressed toward Wang Sheng. He was a peak 4th layer martial royal realm expert. Boom! Boom! At the same time, the experts of the other families also burst out with powerful auras. Their auras merged and rushed toward Wang Sheng and the others like a storm. The dozen people of the Wang family were like a lonely boat in the waves, about to sink at any time. The commotion had naturally alarmed everyone. The inscriptionists guarding the periphery retreated far away and looked at all this in shock. Lu Ming was mixed in the crowd, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at the sky in the north. Over there, Lu Ming could sense a terrifying pressure. This pressure was coming at him at high speed. Rip! In the next moment, the space cracked and hundreds of figures stepped out of the crack. Each of them stood proudly in the sky and was a terrifying expert. Emperors, all of them were emperors. All of a sudden, over 100 rulers came. As soon as these sovereigns appeared, their auras burst out and pressed down on the people of Southern Divine Palace. Between heaven and earth, the auras clashed, and there was a sound like muffled thunder. North Divine Palace. Wang Sheng, you colluded with North Divine Palace. Suddenly, several angry roars erupted from the Southern Divine Palace. The experts who arrived later were all from Divine North Palace. Ha, what do you mean by collusion? This is cooperation. Wang Sheng laughed. He took Long Chen and was about to rush out of the encirclement and join the people of Divine Palace North. Don't even think about it. Leave Long Chen behind. The Wang clan must be destroyed. The experts of South God Palace were enraged. They attacked together and launched terrifying attacks at Wang Sheng. Kill! The strong cultivators of the North Divine Palace didn't waste any time and attacked the strong cultivators of the South Divine Palace. South Divine Palace could only send out strong cultivators to block North Divine Palace. At the scene, hundreds of experts were engaged in a chaotic battle. Boom! In a moment of carelessness, a strand of energy struck the mountain below. The mountain directly exploded and turned into ashes. Oh no, run, run! The inscriptionists and the nearby martial artists who were below the martial emperor realm fled frantically. The scene of hundreds of martial emperors fighting together was too terrifying. Throughout the Southern Divine Palace, dazzling lights lit up. Those were the inscriptions, forming inscription matrices. Swoosh! Swoosh! At the same time, people from all over South Divine Palace rushed to the battlefield. They were all martial emperors. After all, this was the territory of South Divine Palace. There were many experts who rushed over to join them. Slowly, South Divine Palace gained the upper hand. Although North Divine Palace was the strongest among the 4 Divine Palaces, they couldn't send out all their forces. Facing South Divine Palace's crazy counterattack, they began to lose. In the sky, there was a rain of blood and wind. Corpses kept falling from the sky. They were all martial emperors' corpses. Boom! Boom! Terrifying fluctuations spread out. It was a fight between level 4 martial emperors. It was extremely shocking. Wang Sheng, hand over Long Chen. A clan leader stared at Wang Sheng and fought with him. Ji Feng, you want to stop me? Get lost. Wang Sheng exploded, and his body was covered in holy light. A sword of holy light forced Ji Feng back. He took Long Chen and continued to attack, wanting to meet up with the people of Divine Palace North. However, Ji Feng and his people blocked Wang Sheng's path. The other clan leaders of South Divine Palace led their men and fought with the experts of North Divine Palace. You guys take Long Chen and rush out of South Divine Palace. I will stop them. Wang Xing ordered his men. At the same time, holy light spread out from his body. It was extremely dazzling and turned into countless holy light swords. In an instant, more than a dozen experts, including Ji Feng, were enveloped. He wanted to use his strength alone to delay the opponent and let his men take Long Chen out of the encirclement. Among the 10 clan leaders of South Divine Palace, Wang Xing's combat strength was ranked in the top 3. Ji Feng roared and used all his strength. However, he couldn't break through Wang Xing's blockade. Wang Xing's men took Long Chen and were about to rush out. No one noticed that Long Chen's eyes were getting redder and redder. He looked ferocious. Roar! At that moment, Long Chen let out an angry roar. It didn't sound like a human's roar. It sounded more like an ancient giant beast that was awakening. An ancient dragon-esque elephant as big as a mountain appeared above Long Chen's head. It emitted a shocking aura. Long Chen broke free from the person who had grabbed him and turned into an ancient dragon-esque elephant. How did his cultivation recover? One of the emperors of the Wang family exclaimed. Long Chen's cultivation had originally been sealed. But now, how did it recover? They were stunned. The ancient dragon-esque elephant roared and an elephant leg that was like a pillar stepped on the body of a LV1 martial royal realm expert. The ruler was caught off guard and let out a blood-curdling scream. His body was crushed, and his body and soul were destroyed. ALV1 martial royal realm expert was killed in one move. In the distance, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It seemed like Long Chen was mutating. Lu Ming saw clearly that Long Chen's cultivation should be at the 9th level of the spirit god realm. Although he had improved a lot since the selection, given Long Chen's combat ability, it was impossible for him to kill a martial artist at the 1st level of the martial emperor realm with one move. The reason might be that the ancient dragon-esque elephant's bloodline of Dragon City was in an abnormal state. Its strength had improved greatly. After killing a LV1 martial royal realm expert, the ancient dragon-esque elephant knocked the other 2 emperors back and fled into the distance. Don't even think about leaving. ALV3 martial royal realm expert of the Wang family threw a punch at the ancient dragon-esque elephant. Bang! The ancient dragon-esque elephant was knocked back and its body exploded. Humph, how dare you resist? I'll cripple your cultivation. As long as you're alive, you can still use the Chaos Token. Chapter 1384. The 3rd layer martial dominator of the Wang clan summoned a giant palm and threw it at Long Chen, trying to grab him. Keep Long Chen here. At that instant, a 3rd layer martial royal realm expert from another clan of the Southern God Palace arrived and grabbed at Long Chen too. The 2 giant palms grabbed Long Chen at the same time. Bang! The terrifying force landed on Long Chen's body. Although Long Chen's ancient dragon-esque elephant bloodline had improved his strength, it was still too far away from the 3rd layer martial royal realm. The ancient dragon-esque elephant let out a roar before it collapsed, revealing Long Chen's true form. At that moment, Long Chen was extremely weak. His eyes were filled with a strong unwillingness. He was a heaven's favorite of his generation, yet he ended up being manipulated by others. How could he accept this? In the distance, Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he tried to figure out a way to save Long Chen. In the end, Lu Ming shook his head and decided not to make his move. There were too many experts here. There were more than 10 4th layer martial royal realm experts. If he were to make his move, even if he could take Long Chen by surprise, he would not be able to escape from the pursuit of more than 10 4th layer martial royal realm experts. Not only would he fail to save Long Chen, he would also lose his life. Take Long Chen away. The other experts lunged at Long Chen. Most of them were from the Northern God Palace. Once they took Long Chen away, they would be able to escape. Don't even think about it. The experts of the Southern God Palace would not give up so easily. They too lunged at Long Chen. Long Chen was at the center of the storm, as if he would be torn apart by the storm at any time. Buzz! At that instant, a strange ripple was emitted from the sky. The ripple was not too strong, but as soon as it appeared, it covered the entire southern god palace. Then, a shocking scene occurred. The people of the southern god palace and the northern god palace who were engaged in a fierce battle, including the fourth layer martial royal realm experts, were frozen in the air. Not only that, Lu Ming and the rest of the people of the southern god palace were frozen in place, unable to move. It was as if time had stopped at that instant. Lu Ming was incomparably shocked. He felt as if the space around him had solidified and wrapped around him, making it impossible for him to move. Even the spiritual flame in his sea of consciousness seemed to have solidified. The others were similar to Lu Ming. Their eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that I would actually encounter such a good talent on this small desolate island. Loud laughter came from the sky. A tall and sturdy old man, as strong as an elephant, leisurely walked through the air and arrived before Long Chen. Xiao Chen's beady eyes sized up Long Chen. You've actually awakened the archaic dragon-esque elephant bloodline. You're suitable to be the successor of my divine elephant sect. What a waste of talent on this uncivilized island. The burly old man reached out and grabbed. A surge of energy entered Long Chen's body. In an instant, all of Long Chen's injuries healed. As for Long Chen, he had also regained his freedom. Long Chen was shocked as he looked at all the experts who were frozen in the air and could not move. His eyes were filled with shock. All of this was obviously the work of the burly old man. He did not see how the old man did it, but he had frozen so many experts in the air. Even the entire southern divine palace was frozen in place. This kind of technique was simply unheard of. It was unbelievable. Kid, I'm the supreme elder of the divine elephant sect in Yuan continent. How about it? Take me as your master. Your bloodline can only be fully utilized in my divine elephant sect. The burly old man said. Yuan continent's divine elephant sect. Long Chen was shocked. Without hesitation, he knelt down and said, Disciple Long Chen greets master. This was obviously an invincible figure. If he did not take him as his master now, when would he? As for the Divine Dragon Valley, Long Chen had heard that it had been destroyed. Ha, good. Get up. The burly old man was overjoyed. He looked up to the sky and laughed. His long beard fluttered. After a while, he said, Disciple, let's go. Follow me back to Yuan continent. After saying that, without waiting for Long Chen's reply, he waved his hand and disappeared with Long Chen. As soon as the old man left, the pressure disappeared and everyone regained their ability to move. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as everyone regained their ability to move, Divine South Palace and Divine North Palace gathered together and looked at each other. Obviously, the burly old man was an almighty from Yuan continent. His strength was unbelievably powerful. Moreover, their target, Long Chen, had been taken away by the old man and he had even taken him as his disciple. It could be said that their efforts were in vain. Since Long Chen was gone, there was no need for them to continue fighting. Wang Sheng, get lost to Divine North Palace. Someone shouted coldly. Wang Sheng's face turned ugly. This time, the one who had suffered the greatest loss was Wang Sheng and the Wang family. Now that the Wang family and Divine South Palace had fallen out, they could only move to Divine North Palace. Originally, if Divine North Palace could capture Long Chen and enter the Divine Ruins with the Chaos Token, the Wang family would have a share of the treasures and they could make up for it. But now, they had not captured Long Chen and had to move to Divine North Palace. That would be a great loss. After all, the Wang family had been in Divine South Palace for countless years and was one of the top 10 families. If they moved to Divine North Palace, they would not be able to enter the center of power of Divine North Palace. The loss of benefits was unimaginable. Wang Sheng was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Lu Ming, you must capture that Lu Ming to make up for my loss. Wang Sheng's eyes flashed with a ferocious look. After that, the people of Divine North Palace left and the battle was over. In the crowd, Lu Ming retreated silently. This time, the matter was beyond his expectations. However, Long Chen was taken in as a disciple by the people of Yuanlu sect, which could be considered a great fortune. A day later, Lu Ming's second body reunited with his main body. Soon, the news that Long Chen had been taken in as a disciple by the Supreme Almighty of Yuanlu sect and had left the divine ruins had spread like wildfire. After Long Chen left, the remaining people naturally targeted Lu Ming. Now, only Lu Ming had the primordial chaos token. The four great divine palaces and the experts of other continents had joined the search for Lu Ming. All kinds of methods were used. Even though Lu Ming had the illusion technique, he was almost found out. Another time, Lu Ming appeared to attract the attention of others and was besieged by a group of experts. After a great battle, he managed to break out of the encirclement. In an area filled with demonic qi, Lu Ming appeared and reunited with Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming, in a few months' time, there will be powerful people from the major sects of Yuanlu coming to pick us up. Although the Divine Dragon Valley has been destroyed, you can come with me to the Tianyu Demon sect. I don't think the people from the continent of God will dare to do anything to you. Xian Yanqing suggested. Lu Ming shook his head and said, although this is the case, I can protect myself. After all, I haven't joined the major sects of Yuanlu. I don't have any deterrence to the people of the Divine Ruins continent. After I leave, some people might attack the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming, what do you plan to do? Chapter 1385. Kill. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Kill, I can only kill. Before I leave, I will kill everyone until they are terrified. It would be best if I could kill all the martial emperors who are above rank 3 martial royal realm. Only then can the divine region be safe and I can go to Yuan continent with ease. The killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes became colder and colder. In the end, it was filled with madness. Kill. Lu Ming wanted to kill all the martial emperors above LV3 martial royal realm in the godly ruins. If anyone heard this, they would think that he was crazy. There were many experts in the godly ruins. There were many LV4 martial royal realm experts. With Lu Ming's cultivation, how could he kill them? Even Xian Yanqing was shocked by Lu Ming's words. Now, I am no match for a LV4 martial royal realm expert. Therefore, I need to cultivate in seclusion. When the time comes, I will refine my second body and set up a killing formation. I might have a chance. Lu Ming said. He decided to take the risk. With his current combat strength, even if his main body and second body worked together, they would not be a match for a LV4 martial royal realm expert. He needed to increase his strength. After cultivating for a while, his pure spiritual body had reached 90% completion. He was only a step away from reaching 100% completion. Once his pure spiritual body reached 100% completion, its power would increase. At the same time, Lu Ming's strongest killing move was the chaotic flipping sky seal. During this time, Lu Ming had cultivated the 5 wills martial skills to the 6th highest level. Now, Lu Ming had started to cultivate the chaotic flipping sky seal. Once he succeeded in cultivating the chaotic flipping sky seal, its power would be shocking. At that time, his second body would set up a killing formation in advance. He might be able to kill a LV4 martial royal realm expert. Xian Yanqing knew that Lu Ming was a decisive person. Since he had decided, he would do it. She did not say much. She decided to strengthen her cultivation and increase her strength so that she could help Lu Ming sooner. Now, there were only 4 months left before the 2-year agreement with the Yuanlu Great Sect. After that, Lu Ming's main body entered the mountain and river diagram. The mountain and river diagram was put away by Xian Yanqing, who then turned around and entered the place filled with demonic qi. As for Ming Lian's second body, he had left. In the days that followed, Ming Lian's second body would occasionally appear to attract the attention of others. However, as soon as he appeared, he would disappear without a trace. He would hide his identity and go to a secret place to inscribe inscriptions and great killing formations. His main body, on the other hand, had been bitterly cultivating. Time passed day by day. In the second month of his seclusion, Xian Yanqing made a breakthrough in his cultivation and reached the Supreme Being level. Not long after Xian Yanqing's breakthrough, Dandan and Bubble woke up one after another. Moreover, when Dandan and Bubbles woke up, their auras were extremely shocking. All of them possessed the aura of Monarch Realm experts. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Dandan and Bubble were the real top 10 battle beasts. Their combat strength was extremely terrifying. Although they had just broken through to the Emperor realm, their combat strength was unpredictable. When Dandan heard that a LV4 Martial Royal Realm expert was chasing after Lu Ming, it even said that it would kill him with one slap. It was extremely arrogant. Lu Ming didn't believe it. He fought with Dandan, but he found that he was no match for it at all. Ha, Lu Ming, let's see how you can be arrogant in front of me in the future. You'd better listen to me obediently in the future. Dandan was complacent. It put its front paws behind its back and showed off its arrogance. Bam! In the next moment, it was kicked by Bubble and rolled on the ground dozens of times. You, little one, how dare you attack me? Dandan's arrogance didn't last more than 3 seconds. It got up from the ground and glared at Bubble. Chirp chirp, Bubble stood on Lu Ming's shoulder and looked at Dandan with a pair of black eyes. The bubbles at the tip of its nose, one big and one small, seemed to be saying to Dandan, come and fight me if you dare. Dandan was furious, but Bubble was a time and space spirit mouse. It could control time and space. It couldn't do anything to Bubble. Chirp chirp, Bubble chirped and curled up its body, rolling up and down on Lu Ming's shoulder. Sigh, it seems that I should give all the spiritual medicines to Bubble in the future. It's so obedient. Lu Ming muttered. Dandan immediately stopped and said with a flattering smile, Lu Ming, don't do that. No, I was just joking with you. Lu Ming ignored Dandan and looked into the distance. A wisp of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Then this time, let's play bigger. Dandan's combat strength was above his. It was definitely not weaker than a level 4 martial emperor. It might even be stronger. Coupled with the space-time concept of bubbles, no, it should be said that it was the wonders of the space-time domain. Lu Ming intended to go all out. After that, he continued to cultivate. Half a month before the arrival of the great emissary of the Yuanlu sect, Lu Ming finally mastered the chaotic sky-flipping seal. It's time to act. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Then, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing left the area and came to a vast lake. Previously, Ming Lian's second body had secretly carved a killing array near the lake. It had taken him several months to complete it. This killing array was passed down from a heavenly profound saint and its power was terrifying. Given Ming Lian's second body's cultivation, it had taken him several months to complete it. This showed how powerful it was. It's time to spread the news. Lu Ming said in a low voice. Then, Ming Lian's second body stepped into the air and left. Not long after, an explosive piece of news spread across the continent of God. Someone had found the place where Lu Ming had been cultivating in seclusion. Lu Ming had been cultivating in seclusion in that place all along. When the news came out, the continent of God was in an uproar. Let's go and capture Lu Ming. This time, we can't let him escape. Seal that place. Experts from the South Divine Palace, North Divine Palace, East Divine Palace, West Divine Palace, and the Blood Yang continent, which was ranked 2nd and 3rd. Countless experts gathered at the lake where Lu Ming was. Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged on the lake, suddenly opened his eyes. Are they here? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Rip. Hiss. The surrounding space continued to crack open as one figure after another stepped out from the space. At the same time, terrifying auras spread out. Experts, all of them were experts. The weakest among them were martial emperors. There were more than 500 of them. That was a shocking number. There were more than 500 martial emperors. The 4 divine palaces had all come, along with some experts from other continents. Lu Ming was surrounded by people in all directions. The space seemed to have solidified. Lu Ming did not have the slightest chance to escape. Lu Ming, where are you going? Someone in the north spoke. It was Wang Sheng. Who said I was going to run? Lu Ming stood up and stood on the lake, looking around coldly. Most of the third-level martial emperors in the continent of God were here. Not running anymore. Hee hee, it seems that you know you can't run away. Wang Sheng sneered. Ha! Lu Ming sneered and ignored Wang Sheng. He swept his gaze across the crowd and said, "You're here for the primordial chaos token so that you can enter the ruins of God and obtain treasures." Chapter 1386. There are indeed countless treasures in the core of the ruins of God. Everyone's eyes lit up at Lu Ming's words. They were tempted. Among all the people here, only Lu Ming had entered the core of the ruins of God and only he had the right to speak. The reason why my cultivation has progressed so quickly is because I obtained a supreme treasure in the core of the ruins of God. Lu Ming continued to speak, making everyone's hearts burn. Yes, Lu Ming was just a young man in the divine wilderness continent, but he was able to suppress all the heroes and stand at the peak of the younger generation in the divine wilderness continent. Now, he was even more shocking. He could kill martial emperors like cutting melons and vegetables. This was too unbelievable. Everyone attributed all of this to the core of the ruins of God. It must be, Lu Ming must have obtained a treasure in the core of the ruins of God to achieve such results. Chaos Origin Token. Everyone stared at Lu Ming, wishing they could eat Lu Ming. However, for a moment, no one made a move. There were so many people here, and the 4 divine palaces had gathered. Everyone wanted the Chaos Origin Token and they were all wary of each other. Who should I give the Chaos Origin Token to? How about this, I surrender and join one of your sides to help you enter the core of the ruins of God. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he spoke. The eyes of the people of the 4 divine palaces lit up. However, immediately, everyone was on guard against each other. If Lu Ming really joined one of their sides, he would definitely be attacked by the other 3 sides. Don't fall into this kid's trap. He's instigating us to attack first. A loud shout rang out. Lu Ming looked over and found that the one who spoke was the Southern Divine Palace's sea-suppressing marshal, Hai Pingtian. Hai Pingtian looked at Lu Ming with resentment. That's right, he wants us to fight so that he can find a chance to escape. The others also spoke. These people were all old monsters who had lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. How could they not know what Lu Ming was thinking? I suggest that we take down Lu Ming first, cripple his cultivation, and then let the 4 celestial palaces jointly control him. In any case, there are ruins of God near the 4 celestial palaces. We can take turns using Lu Ming to explore the ruins of God. Wouldn't that work? Wang Sheng suggested. I think it's fine. I agree. The others also spoke one after another, reaching an agreement. Lu Ming, your little tricks are useless in front of us. You should just obediently surrender. This is your fate. Hai Pingtian sneered. Really? Lu Ming's expression remained calm even though his plan to sow discord had failed. He glanced at Hai Pingtian and said, then make a move. Come and take me. You, Hai Pingtian almost attacked when he saw Lu Ming's confident expression, but he withheld his urge in the nick of time. This kid is full of tricks, but he's still so calm. Perhaps there's a trap here. This kid has a clone that excels in the art of inscriptions. Perhaps he has set up a deadly formation here. Hai Pingtian calmed his thoughts and analyzed. That's right, we have to be careful. Another 4th layer martial dominator realm expert said. What is it? You don't dare to attack. Such a piece of trash, as timid as a mouse. Lu Ming let out a hollow laugh. Hai Pengtian and the other authorities of the 4 celestial palaces wore unpleasant looks. They were afraid that Lu Ming had set up a deadly formation here. Lu Ming's strength was shocking, as he was able to kill a 3rd-layer martial dominator realm cultivator. It was strange enough. They were afraid that Lu Ming had found some treasure from the core of the ruins of God and set it up in the formation, thus the first one to attack would be in danger. However, they could not attack together and kill Lu Ming. The Chaos Badge had merged with Lu Ming's body. Even if they killed Lu Ming, they would not be able to obtain the Chaos Badge. They could only defeat Lu Ming or cripple Lu Ming's cultivation. As such, they would have to be cautious when attacking. Still not attacking. Who cares if you're an overlord? You're all trash. Lu Ming was extremely scornful, showing no sign of being worried. This made the crowd even more certain that Lu Ming had set up a formation. We'll know if there's a formation here. One of the authorities said. In the godly ruins, only 4th-layer martial dominators were qualified to be considered as overlords. That's right, let's send someone to test it out. Another overlord-level character spoke. But who should they send? The eyes of the crowd flickered. No one was willing to test it out. If Lu Ming had set up a deadly formation here, it would be dangerous for anyone to test it out. This made the 4 divine palaces unwilling to send anyone to test it out. These people from the smaller continents have followed us here. They should at least do something, someone said slowly. The faces of the experts from the other continents changed drastically. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a flash, the overlords of the 4 divine palaces appeared beside the experts from the other continents. Their cold eyes sent chills down the spines of the experts from the other continents. What are you doing? Someone from the other continents shouted. What are we doing? If you want to fish in troubled waters, you should at least do something. Go and take down that kid. An overlord said coldly. You're too overbearing. Someone was unwilling to give up. Nonsense, go. If you don't, I'll destroy all of you, including your continents. The overlord scolded in an overbearing manner. In the end, apart from the 2nd-ranked Blood Sun continent, the experts from the other continents had no choice but to step forward. There were dozens of them. They were all 2nd-layer martial dominators and 3rd-layer martial dominators. These people were forced to slowly approach Lu Ming. Lu Ming, surrender. A 3rd-layer martial dominator scolded. Nonsense, if you want to do it, just do it. Stop wasting time. Lu Ming retorted. Let's do it together. Alright, let's do it together. In the end, dozens of 2nd-layer and 3rd-layer martial dominators rushed toward Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming suddenly shouted. The dragon roar came out of his body and the 3rd bloodline appeared. The dragon vein sword appeared in his hand. He stepped forward and slashed out. Bang! Bang! The sword radiance destroyed all the attacks and killed the 3 LV2 martial royal realm experts. With a sweep of his leg, a 3rd-level martial emperor expert trembled and was sent flying by Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming held the combat sword in his hand. It was as if he was in a no-man's land, killing unhindered. When the dragon vein sword slashed out, the LV2 martial royal realm cultivators could not withstand it at all. They were all killed in one strike. Only the LV3 martial royal realm cultivators could withstand a few strikes. Roar! Suddenly, the 9 dragons bloodline appeared as Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. The chaotic domain covered the area and the 9 dragons clawed at a 3rd-layer martial dominator, tearing him apart. The others took deep breaths and backed away in fear. In just a few breaths' time, more than 10 of them had been killed by Lu Ming. They posed no threat to Lu Ming. This kid's strength has improved again. A thought crossed Hai Pengtian's mind. Chapter 1387. He discovered that Lu Ming's combat ability had improved as compared to the past. In fact, this was indeed the case. Now, Lu Ming's pure spirit body had been cultivated to perfection. Moreover, The embryonic form of the chaos domain was getting bigger and more mature. His main body's combat power had indeed improved greatly compared to before. Currently, the strength of Lu Ming's main body had reached its peak, a peak that was difficult to improve further. The rulers of the 4 great sacred palaces wore unpleasant looks on their faces. Sending these people was not enough to test Lu Ming's strength. They would have to send a 4th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator to test the waters. However, none of the 4th-layer martial dominators were willing to take the risk. "I'll do it," Hai Pengtian said after a while. The feud between him and Lu Ming was as deep as the sea. He could not wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. Bang! Bang! Hai Pengtian stepped forward while unleashing his 4th-layer martial dominator realm aura. At the same time, a pair of golden wings appeared on his back, which emitted a sharp aura that tore the space apart. "Hai Pengtian, very well, I'll send you to accompany your sons and second brother today." Lu Ming's voice could be heard from the 9 dragons. "Son of a bitch, I'll cripple your cultivation first and make you suffer a fate worse than death," Hai Pengtian said as he flapped his wings, causing his figure to disappear as he charged at Lu Ming. Whoosh whoosh, the pair of golden wings slashed at the 9 dragons like 2 sharp blades. Whoosh! Lu Ming controlled the dragon vein sword with his spiritual sense and blocked one of the slashes. Meanwhile, the 9 dragons stepped forward and lashed out at the other slash. Clang! Bang! Following a few explosions, the 9 dragons' bodies shuddered violently as they were knocked backward. Die! Hai Pengtian uttered a cold roar as he continued to charge at Lu Ming. Several slashes were fired at Lu Ming. Lu Ming tried his best to defend himself, but he was still at a disadvantage. The 9 dragons' bodies were covered in cracks. A 4th-layer martial king was much stronger than a 3rd-layer martial king. Lu Ming was no match for him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the 9 dragons. Inscribe the second body. Ming Lian's second body waved his hand, and 5 phoenix feather flying swords pierced through the void and shot towards Hai Pengtian. At the same time, the myriad formation illustration flew out, and an endless array enveloped Hai Pengtian. Clang! Clang! Hai Pengtian's golden wings flapped, knocking away the 5 phoenix feather flying swords and wiping out a large expanse of array formations. The 9 dragons roared, and together with Ming Lian's second body, they charged towards Hai Pengtian. The 2 of them began a great battle. For a moment, although Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage, the combination of his main body and second body was flawless, and he was able to barely resist. This Lu Ming is truly a genius. Even though they were enemies, an overlord couldn't help but sigh. That's right. I don't know what secret technique this fella cultivates, but his clone is actually a pure inscription master, and it's even a ruler. Unbelievable. Could it be a powerful puppet technique? The overlords began to discuss. With their knowledge, it was impossible for them to know anything about the twin secret technique, thus they began to speculate. Since we've already offended him, we can't let him live. We must at least cripple his cultivation at any cost. Wang Xing said. His heart turned cold. Lu Ming's talent was too terrifying. If Lu Ming managed to escape, he would become a nightmare for them in the future. The other overlords nodded their heads. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Hai Pengtian had exchanged over 10 blows. Hai Pengtian, is that all you've got? How are you going to avenge your son? Lu Ming mocked Hai Pengtian in the midst of the battle. Damn it! Hai Pengtian let out a furious roar in his heart. He had already tried his best, but he still couldn't defeat Lu Ming. Although his cultivation was only at the early stage of the 4th-layer martial dominator realm, and his strength was considered weak among the 4th-layer martial dominators, it wasn't difficult for him to kill a 3rd-layer martial dominator realm cultivator. However, he still couldn't defeat a young cultivator. His heart began to feel a little restless. Now's the time. Lu Ming's eyes flickered all of a sudden as the blood of the 9 dragons collapsed, revealing Lu Ming's true form. Chaotic Sky Flipping Seal. Lu Ming rapidly performed a hand seal with his hands. Bang! A giant seal was formed in the sky, which looked like the imperial seal used by the emperors of the mortal world. However, it was as large as a mountain and was covered in a chaotic glow. This was the chaotic sky-flipping seal. The chaotic sky-flipping seal descended from the sky and suppressed Hai Pengtian. Hai Pengtian's expression changed greatly due to its terrifying power. Block it! Hai Pengtian uttered a roar as a pair of golden wings on his back flapped rapidly, forming a sharp aura that fired at the chaotic sky-flipping seal. Bang! Finally, the chaotic sky-flipping seal collided with Hai Pengtian's attack. At that instant, Hai Pengtian's expression changed tremendously. His attacks continued to explode and disappear. The chaotic sky-flipping seal was like an ancient godly mountain that suppressed everything. Bang! In the end, Hai Pengtian's attack was shattered as the chaotic sky-flipping seal landed on Hai Pengtian's body. Hai Pengtian's body shuddered violently as he let out a cry of agony and fell to the ground, spitting out blood from his mouth. Hai Pengtian was no match for the chaotic sky-flipping seal and was severely injured. Kill! At that instant, Ming Lian's second body took the opportunity to attack Hai Pengtian. The 10,000 formation illustration covered Hai Pengtian's figure while 5 phoenix feather flying swords pierced Hai Pengtian's vital points. Hai Pengtian tried his best to defend himself, but as he had just been struck by the chaotic sky-flipping seal, his aura had yet to recover. His body was in great pain as if it were being torn apart, thus he could not exert any of his strength. He tried his best to defend himself, but his body was still penetrated by 2 phoenix feather flying swords, which almost slashed his body into pieces. Break! In the end, a blinding golden light burst out as one of Hai Pengtian's wings exploded into pieces, forming a terrifying storm that tore apart the seal of Ming Lian's second body. Hai Pengtian flew toward the crowd of the southern god's palace and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood with a pale face. The crowd inhaled deeply. A fourth-layer martial dominator had almost been killed by Lu Ming. It was too shocking. What a pity. Lu Ming let out a sigh. His strength was still lacking after all. Even with the chaotic sky-flipping seal, he had still failed to kill Hai Pengtian. If Hai Pengtian was more cautious next time, it would be more difficult to kill him. His strength was still lacking compared to the fourth-layer martial dominator realm. The consumption of true qi is terrifying. Lu Ming exclaimed. A huge pile of origin stones appeared. Lu Ming unleashed the 9 dragons' bloodline to devour the origin stones and refine them. The chaotic sky-flipping seal had consumed almost 50% of Lu Ming's true qi. In other words, with Lu Ming's true qi, he could only execute 2 chaotic sky-flipping seals before his true qi was depleted. What should we do now? One of the Dominator Realm cultivators asked. Even Hai Pengtian had failed to find out if Lu Ming had set up a deadly formation. What should they do next? Let's send a few more people to find out. Chapter 1388. That's right. I suggest that each of the 4 great celestial palaces send a 4th-layer martial dominator realm expert to join forces with each other. This way, we'll be able to probe this kid's strength. If he doesn't set up a deadly formation here, we'll be able to take him down. A white-haired elder from the North Divine Palace said. He was the palace master of the North Divine Palace. His cultivation had reached the peak of the LV4 martial royal realm. Okay, let's do that. The others nodded in agreement. Next, it was time to choose the candidates. Soon, each of the 4 divine palaces chose a LV4 martial royal realm expert. Wang Sheng had just surrendered to the North Divine Palace, so his position was the lowest. Needless to say, the North Divine Palace asked him to fight, which made his face pale. Boom! 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 In 4 different directions, the 4 overlords charged toward Lu Ming like 4 heavenly deities. Lu Ming, no matter what tricks you have up your sleeves, today's result has been decided. Wang Xing sneered. Step by step, his aura became stronger and stronger. His whole body was covered by milky white holy light. He was the strongest among the four. He was originally one of the 10 family patriarchs of the South Divine Palace. Moreover, he was ranked in the top 3. His cultivation had almost reached the peak of the LV4 martial royal realm. Lu Ming's main body and second body stood together. The prototype of the chaotic realm covered his body to resist the pressure from the outside world. Boom! Under the pressure of the 4 experts, the lake water below surged. The water within 100,000 miles of the lake evaporated, revealing the dry bottom of the lake. Attack! Suddenly, Wang Xing roared and took the initiative to attack. The other 3 experts also charged toward Lu Ming. Bubble! At this moment, Lu Ming shouted softly. Then, Bubble appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. It chirped and waved its little paw forward. A transparent bubble suddenly appeared on Wang Sheng and the other 3 experts and enveloped them. The 4 of them were fixed in the air, unable to move. The 4 experts were sealed in the bubbles and their eyes were filled with horror. Kill! Lu Ming's main body wielded the dragon vein sword and charged towards one of them. The battle sword slashed out, and the person was cut into 2 halves. The spiritual deity was also crushed by the sword chi. A 4th-layer martial dominator was killed just like that. How could this be? Everyone was stunned. They did not understand what was going on. As for Lu Ming, he charged towards the second person. Puchi! Blood splattered everywhere. The second overlord was killed by Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming charged toward the third person, Wang Sheng. Ah, what's going on? Break for me, break for me. Wang Xing roared crazily and used all his strength to blast open the transparent bubble. Just as Lu Ming was about to reach him, he finally broke the transparent bubble. But what made him despair was that as soon as he broke this transparent bubble, another transparent bubble appeared out of nowhere and enveloped him. This transparent bubble appeared without any warning, without any fluctuations. There was no way to avoid it. No, no, don't, Wang Xing let out a furious roar in his heart as he struggled desperately. However, Lu Ming had already arrived. Whoosh! The sword slashed down and split Wang Xing in half, destroying his body and soul. After killing Wang Sheng, Lu Ming charged toward the 4th person without hesitation. What's going on? That's the space-time domain, it's the space-time domain. It's the pet, it's the pet. He's a monster, a monster. Let's attack together and kill him. I'd rather not have the Chaos Badge. Lu Ming had killed 3 overlords in a row, causing the experts of the 4 directions godly palaces to lose their minds. Lu Ming was too dangerous. If they did not kill him today, they would be the ones to die in the future. Attack, everyone attack. Kill. Over 100 experts of the 4 directions godly palaces made their moves at that instant. Hundreds of attacks gathered together and fired at Lu Ming. The attacks were too terrifying, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Lu Ming's pupils shrank rapidly. There was no doubt that if he was hit, Lu Ming would definitely be turned into ashes. There was no chance of him surviving. Chirp chirp, Bubble's body glowed as it grabbed at the void with its little claws. A space-time passage appeared and Lu Ming rushed into it without hesitation. Boom! As soon as Lu Ming rushed into the space-time passage, the attack landed on the ground. Down below, the lake that was hundreds of thousands of miles wide was instantly destroyed. Rumble. The ground within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles shook violently. Countless huge cracks covered the entire ground like a spider web. At the center of the attack, a huge hole with a radius of tens of thousands of miles appeared. It was unfathomable. Boom! The next moment, fiery red magma rushed out of the huge hole and rose thousands of miles into the sky. There was no doubt that the ground had been penetrated. It was as if doomsday had arrived and countless creatures had died. Tens of thousands of miles away, the space fluctuated and Lu Ming's figure appeared. Lu Ming is not dead. He's over there. Kill him. Whoosh! 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 When the experts saw Lu Ming, they immediately charged at him. Beams of dazzling light streaked across the sky and charged at Lu Ming. If you want to kill, I'll kill to my heart's content today. The power of the air-frozen bead flowed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming performed the wind origin skill and his body swayed rapidly. He dodged the attacks and charged into the crowd. Chirp chirp, Bubble cried. The first to bear the brunt was a fourth-layer martial royal realm expert. He was trapped in the transparent bubble and could not move at all. Puff! Lu Ming rushed over and killed the man. Puff! Puff! Then, Lu Ming rushed over and killed a few martial royal realm experts. Lu Ming was bathed in martial royal realm blood and looked like an invincible god of death. Help each other. Whoever is trapped by the bubble, help each other. Someone shouted. Then, when someone was trapped by the bubble, the other experts quickly came to Lu Ming's rescue. His trick is useless. Kill. Lu Ming must die today. The crowd yelled and charged at Lu Ming from all directions. It's my turn. Dandan appeared and flew out. Suddenly, a gigantic turtle shell appeared in the air. Many attacks landed on the turtle shell, but they were all blocked by the turtle shell. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bubble opened its mouth and spat out a few rays of light. These rays of light were like wind blades, but many times stronger than wind blades. They were formed by space and time. Puff! A fourth-layer martial royal realm expert was killed by the rays of light. I'll do it. Dandan let out a roar as her body expanded rapidly. With a single slap, she slapped a fourth-layer martial dominator realm expert to death. After Dandan and Bubble had reached the martial royal realm, they had displayed terrifying strength. They could even kill a fourth-layer martial royal realm expert. This sent chills down the spines of the surrounding experts. Chapter 1389. Nestle, there are too many of them. Dandan killed another 2 third-layer martial royal realm experts before returning to Lu Ming's shoulder. Chirp chirp, Bubble appeared silently on Lu Ming's other shoulder. Let's go. Lu Ming executed the wind origin technique and turned around to leave. Kill. Don't let him escape. The experts at the scene were already in a frenzy and they charged toward Lu Ming. Hundreds of rainbow-colored rays pierced through the sky and engulfed Lu Ming. At the crucial moment, Bubble opened a spatial tunnel and Lu Ming dashed into it and appeared 10,000 li away, dodging the attack. Don't stop, continue to pursue him. No matter how powerful his pet is, it won't be able to use that move continuously. It will exhaust its energy. He won't be able to escape. Some of the Overlord Realm experts urged the crowd to attack Lu Ming. Today, they had to kill Lu Ming. Otherwise, if Lu Ming were to escape, they would not be able to gather together every day. They would have to split up. Once they split up, it would be more dangerous for them to face Lu Ming's attacks. Therefore, they had to eliminate the source of the trouble. They chased after Lu Ming with all their might. Lu Ming flew forward rapidly. After flying for 1,000,000 li, Lu Ming suddenly came to a stop and turned around to look at the experts behind him. A cold grin appeared on his face. Seeing the experts approaching him, Ming Lian's second body appeared. The will flame on his forehead flickered as he yelled, "Rise!" Buzz! Buzz! Countless inscriptions appeared in the void as a huge array appeared in the sky. The formation covered an area with a circumference of 30,000 li, encapsulating everyone within it. This was Lu Ming's killing move. Lu Ming's ultimate killing array was not engraved at the lake. Instead, it was here. The lake was just bait. Even he was bait. He had long known that the experts of the 4 cardinal celestial palaces would not be fooled so easily. Everything that had happened before was for this moment, to lure these people here. Oh no, we've been tricked. There's a killing array here. Get out of here. Someone shouted. It's too late. God-slaying sword formation, kill. Ming Lian's second body roared. Countless rays of sword light appeared in the ultimate kill formation. Each ray of sword light emitted a terrifying aura. This was something Ming Lian's second body spent several months to lay down. Its power was terrifyingly great. Whoosh! 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 Sword chi swept across the sky, slashing down. Puff! Puff! Poof! First layer martial emperors, second layer martial emperors, and third layer martial emperors had no chance against it. Their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. Only those in the fourth layer of the martial emperor realm could resist it. In just a few minutes, there were only a few dozen fourth layer martial emperors left in the sky. These people were practically the pinnacle experts of the continent of God. However, these experts were also bitterly holding on. Ah! Lu Ming saw Hai Pengtian's heart being pierced by thousands of swords and he died on the spot. He was already injured and was the first to die. After Hai Pengtian died, some of the weaker overlords were also killed one by one. The number of people was decreasing. Lu Ming, let us go. I'm willing to join you. I'm willing too. Spare us, some people shouted and begged for mercy. All of you should die. I'd rather believe in the dead. Lu Ming said coldly. The ultimate kill formation was activated and countless sword lights shot out. One after another, people were killed. These were the overlords of the continent of God. However, their lives were worthless and they died on this piece of land. A few minutes later, there were only 5 or 6 people left in the sky. These people were the pinnacle experts of the continent of God. Each of them was only a step away from the 5th layer martial emperor realm. They tried their best to break out of the ultimate kill formation, but the ultimate kill formation covered an area of 30,000 miles. Lu Ming, you'll die a horrible death. The last few people started cursing when they couldn't beg for mercy. Puff! Puff! However, in the end, they were all exhausted and killed in the ultimate kill formation. This time, more than 500 martial emperors had come to kill Lu Ming. However, they were all killed by Lu Ming. This had never happened before in the continent of God. After killing the last person, Lu Ming relaxed. He let out a long breath and was about to put away the ultimate kill formation storage ring. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart. This sense of crisis made Lu Ming's hair stand on end and he felt a chill in his heart. Whoosh! At that moment, a terrifying attack came from behind Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming. Fast. It was too fast. It was so fast that Lu Ming could barely react. Almost subconsciously and instinctively, Ming Lian's second body moved and blocked Lu Ming's back. Puff! It was a beam of sword light that pierced through Ming Lian's second body's chest. The terrifying sword chi suddenly exploded, and half of Ming Lian's second body exploded. Even half of his head was blown off. Bang! Ming Lian's second body flew far away and his breath was extremely weak. The second body was in mortal danger. The main body trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, this delay also bought Lu Ming some time. The energy of the air-frozen bead flowed into Lu Ming's body. He used the wind origin skill and retreated quickly like a phantom. As soon as Lu Ming retreated, the sword light that attacked him advanced and attacked Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. It was a sword light with a shocking sharpness that could kill everything. Lu Ming had never seen such a sharp sword. At that moment, Dandan and Bubbles also reacted. A tortoise shell blocked in front of Lu Ming. A cracking sound was heard, the tortoise shell blocked some of the sword light but was still pierced by the sword light. At that moment, Bubbles opened up a void passage. Lu Ming's body disappeared into the void passage and appeared tens of thousands of miles away. He finally survived the fatal blow. Swoosh! The sword light flashed and a middle-aged man appeared in the void. It's you. Seeing this person, Lu Ming's pupils contracted. This middle-aged man was the middle-aged man from the Celestial sect. Back then, he had chased after Lu Ming with the head of the Mu family and young Master Lin. Later on, he was injured by the headless true dragon rider at the core of the ruins of God and had to retreat miserably. Lu Ming originally thought that the other party had returned to the Yuan continent. He didn't expect that not only did the other party not return to the Yuan continent, but he was also lying in ambush. When Lu Ming was at his most relaxed, the other party launched a fatal blow at Lu Ming. If it wasn't for the second body blocking the blow, Lu Ming would have been dead. However, there was something wrong with the other party's condition. His body was surrounded by a black mist. It was like a poisonous snake that wrapped around the body of the celestial sex man. It made him look extremely ferocious and his aura was unstable. It's equivalent to a rank 6 martial royal realm. Lu Ming estimated in his heart. The other party's cultivation should have been above rank 7 martial royal realm. However, because of the poisonous snake-like mist, his cultivation had dropped to rank 6 martial royal realm. Chapter 1390. Lu Ming, you're really lucky to be able to escape. However, this place is extremely far from the ruins of deity. Let's see how you're going to escape. The man from the heavenly divinity sect stared at Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with malevolent and cold killing intent. You didn't return to the Yuan continent? Lu Ming frowned as he concentrated. The man was right. This place was too far away from the ruins of deity. Even if he used the bubble to open a space-time tunnel, he wouldn't be able to escape the man's pursuit. He would be hunted down and killed before he could reach the ruins of deity. Lu Ming was in danger. It's all because of you. The man from the heavenly divinity sect seemed to have been stabbed by Lu Ming's question. He roared and said malevolently, it's all because of you. I'm cursed and my cultivation has dropped. If I take the teleportation formation in this state, the void will tremble and the curse will go deeper into my bones. It will be difficult to get rid of it. How can I be satisfied if I don't kill you? The man from the heavenly divinity sect became angrier as he spoke. His killing intent became colder. Lu Ming understood that the man must have been injured by the headless true dragon rider in the core of the ruins of deity and was cursed. The headless true dragon rider wasn't a living being. It was formed by the undying battle intent of an unparalleled expert. Every move of the headless true dragon rider contained the power of the curse that would continuously corrode one's body and soul. The man from the heavenly divinity sect was cursed and that was why he hadn't returned to the Yuan continent. It seems like you're also the one who spread the news about me having the chaos token. Lu Ming's eyes moved and he suddenly spoke. He had always felt that this matter was strange. If the people from the Southern Divine Palace had searched Long Chen's soul and found out that he had the Chaos Token, they must have secretly sent experts to capture him. Why would the news spread like wildfire? Now that he saw the man from the Heavenly Divinity sect, Lu Ming suddenly thought of a possibility. It was highly possible that the man from the Heavenly Divinity sect was the one who spread the news. He wanted to use others to kill Lu Ming. Ha, that's right, it's me. The Heavenly Divinity sect's burly man laughed heartily. He took a step forward and crossed 100 miles. He rapidly approached Lu Ming. Lu Ming hurriedly retreated as he tried to think of a countermeasure. The destruction of Dragon God Valley is also fake. Lu Ming continued. If the Celestial God sect wanted to borrow someone else's hand to get rid of Lu Ming, they would first have to make sure that Lu Ming's identity wasn't a deterrent. Ji Hongqian said that the Heavenly God sect had sent news that the Dragon God Valley had been destroyed. It was very likely that this Heavenly God sect man had told him that. He had sent a fake message with the goal of using other people to get rid of Lu Ming. Not bad. The man from the Heavenly Divinity sect said coldly. What a good plan. Lu Ming sighed. From the beginning to the end, it was all because of the Heavenly God sect's plan that Lu Ming had ended up like this, being hunted down by the entire continent of God. Unfortunately, the burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect had underestimated Lu Ming. In the end, he had no choice but to act personally. Whoosh! The burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect was getting faster and faster, surpassing Lu Ming and quickly closing in on Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only ask Bubble to open a space-time tunnel and head towards the north. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming appeared. Whoosh! However, the burly man from the heavenly divinity sect was extremely fast. In a flash, he quickly chased after Lu Ming. The distance between the two of them was getting smaller and smaller. What should I do? Lu Ming's mind raced. The other party was too strong. The difference between Lu Ming and the other party was too big. Any method would be useless in front of Lu Ming's absolute power. Moreover, his second body was severely injured and his strength had decreased greatly. Lu Ming, go ahead and escape. Let's see how you escape. Let me tell you. After killing you, I'll go to the Divine Wilderness continent and destroy it. I'll kill everyone in the Divine Wilderness continent. The burly man from the heavenly divinity sect said coldly, causing Lu Ming's killing intent to soar. Human lives were insignificant in the other party's eyes. Today, even if Lu Ming was lucky enough to escape, the other party would kill his way to the Divine Wilderness continent. No one in the Divine Wilderness continent would be spared. He was a madman. Dandan, do you have any ideas? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan. Lu Ming, I knew that you would try to take advantage of me again. What a sin I am to be implicated by you every time. Dandan let out a long sigh. Do you have any ideas? Lu Ming asked again. This person is cursed and his cultivation is only at the 6th layer Martial Emperor realm. If Xiao Budian cooperates with me, we might be able to severely injure him. However, we will suffer a great loss. Lu Ming, let me tell you, in the future, you will have to compensate us, Dandan mumbled and then whispered to Bubble. Chirp chirp, at this moment, Bubble suddenly flew out. A layer of blood-red light appeared on its milky white fur, burning fiercely like a flame, causing Bubble's aura to increase greatly. Space-time spirit mouse, I will take you down first. Greed flashed in the eyes of the burly man from the heavenly divinity sect. He waved the long sword in his hand and dozens of sword rays shot out, like a cage, toward Bubble. Bubble grabbed the air with its two small claws. Crack! Crack! The space trembled violently and cracked like pieces of crystal. In the end, it formed space swords and slashed toward the burly man from the heavenly divinity sect. The burly man from the heavenly divinity sect was shocked and did not dare to be careless. He changed the direction of his sword and slashed out horizontally. Clang! 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 9 space swords were slashed apart by the burly man from the heavenly divinity sect. At this moment, Dandan also made his move. Just like Bubble, Dandan's body emitted a blood-red light, causing its aura to increase by a notch. Lu Ming knew that Dandan and Bubble were going all out. They had burned their essence blood to increase their strength in a short period of time, but the after effects were not small. Dandan's body became bigger than a mountain. Its 2 front claws slapped toward the burly man from the heavenly divinity sect. In the process of slapping, Dandan's claws were covered with inscriptions, forming a terrifying killing array that suppressed the burly man from the heavenly divinity sect. Clang! 2 extremely sharp sword rays flew out from the burly man from the heavenly divinity sect and slashed at Dandan's claws. The array on Dandan's claws trembled and collapsed. Dandan's body flew out. However, at the same time, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared around the burly man from the heavenly divinity sect and enveloped him. Good chance! Dandan shouted. It opened its mouth and a ball of chaotic fog blasted toward the burly man from the heavenly divinity sect. The chaotic fog was like a world. Mountains and rivers could be vaguely seen. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Dandan's attack was about to land, the transparent bubble burst out with tens of thousands of sword lights, destroying the bubble in one fell swoop. The sword lights slashed at the illusory world that Dandan had spat out. Puff! The world that Dandan had spat out shook violently and finally dissipated. Nestle, kill!